teeth as she made up her mind. This is a fortuitous encounter that I cannot let go of. In history, goo worms that are mentioned in the legends of Renzu are all top-tier goo worms. They either have terrifying strength or incredible abilities. Ancestor Giant Sun was right. I need to make the best of this supreme opportunity to have a chance of surpassing that guy, Fong Yuan. He Lulan started to move ahead. Lu Tonglan instructed her. Don't take the downslope road, try to walk on the upslope road. This is the guidance of our Lord. He Lulan was a little bewildered. Normally speaking, the downslope road had a small expenditure on the person, it was most logical to walk on it. Only until the second half of the heavenly road should one start walking on the upslope road. But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's advice was the opposite. He Lulan hesitated for a moment but decided to trust Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. She and Lu Tonglan walked together, trying to go on the upslope road as much as they could. They found a lot of goo worms and materials while walking on the upslope road, yet most were just mortal goo and materials. Not long after, they started to find immortal materials. As for the goo immortals who traveled the same distance as them, because they walked on the downslope road quite often, their rewards were fewer and also kept within the range of mortal materials. He Lulan realized at once. The heavenly road does not calculate distance traveled but the quality of the road traveled instead. It does not split into the first or second half, it only sees if we are giving it our full effort when we walk on the road. By putting in my full effort, I have a chance of making desirable gains. But if I slack off and take the easy path, I might consume all my strength without gaining anything significant. Lu Tonglan and He Lulan continued ahead. When they found the first rank 6 immortal goo, the first predicament also appeared. Predicaments had all sorts of shapes and sizes. They were translucent and had various colors. The predicament in He Lulan's path was light brown in color. It resembled a raccoon with the size of a mountain, blocking the heavenly road. Predicament, a wild beast recorded in the legends of Renzu. It is extinct within the 5 regions. To think that it still exists here. But since this is the heavenly road, there is nothing strange about it. He Lulan took in a deep breath, working with Lu Tonglan to attack the predicament. The predicament roared as it charged towards He Lulan and Lu Tonglan. The two of them felt their vision blurring and changing. They arrived in a light brown secluded space. We are inside the predicament, we were eaten by it. Lu Tonglan immediately said. Predicaments were very special entities. Rumor had it that the first person who created a battlefield killer move took inspiration from researching the predicaments. Each predicament could also be treated as a natural battlefield killer move. Within the predicament, calamities and tribulations formed and descended. Lu Tonglan took the lead. I will block the calamities and tribulations. He Lulan, you will break out of the predicament. He Lulan was stunned. What should I do? You have the great strength, true martial physique. According to the records of the legends of Renzu, you are a counter to these predicaments. I do not know what you need to do, but just go ahead and try. Remember, you cannot spend too much time, the tribulations within the predicament are unceasing. Lu Tonglan instructed. He Lulan gritted her teeth, activating her strength path killer moves and attacking the place randomly. A moment later, joy flashed on her face as she felt a movement in the space. The tribulations became fiercer. But Lu Tonglan was very happy. Continue with that, this predicament is already staking its life to fight. He Lulan suddenly thought, she had the great strength true martial physique, but others did not. What could they do if they faced the predicament? Dark capital strength tiger, come out! He Lulan willed as she expended a large amount of rank 7 immortal essence. Roar! With a surging black light, the huge black tiger condensed into solid form and charged ahead. With a loud sound, a huge hole was formed. Let's go! He Lulan and Lu Tonglan flew out of the hole together, returning to the outside world. Chapter 21:16. Fortitude Goo. The predicament growled, clenching its body at the area of the injury. The dark capital strength tiger totem created a huge hole and caused it to weaken greatly. Its body continued to shrink like a burst balloon, until it was only half of its original size, before the hole closed up and mended itself. After stabilizing its condition, the predicament did not dare to attack He Lulan anymore. It screeched and ran away. He Lulan did not chase it. She picked up the rank 6 immortal goo and continued on the road with Lu Tonglan. The two walked on the upslope road with all their effort, gaining greater and greater rewards. A while later they obtained 2 rank 6 immortal goo and 1 rank 7 immortal goo. Their encounter soon alerted the others. They started to use their full strength to walk on the upslope road. Gradually, some expended all their strength and fell from the heavenly road, crashing onto the yellow land of the moonfield slope. Some encountered the predicaments but did not manage to break out, dying inside. There were some who defeated their predicaments but lost too much strength. They had gloomy expressions. Predicaments were a mystical type of wild beast in essence. One's battle strength had to be greatly exceeding their endurance limit for them to lose. Only strength path methods had greater effect. Hei Lu Lan felt more difficulty as she walked. After defeating 2 more predicaments, she found that from a total of 88 people, only 30 or so were left. I am starting to lose my ability to continue. A lot of my strength has been depleted, while the predicaments that show up are getting stronger. My remaining battle strength is only enough for 1 more predicament. Hei Lu Lan gritted her teeth, feeling unresigned. Don't worry, I have a way, let's continue. Lu Tonglan patted Hei Lu Lan's shoulder with an optimistic attitude. After encountering another predicament, Lu Tonglan used her blue phoenix totem and worked with the dark capital strength tiger to defeat the predicament. Be careful, don't let it escape. This time, Lu Tonglan shouted and acted in time, not allowing the predicament to escape as they killed it successfully. Eat it. Lu Tonglan cut the predicament's flesh and gave Hei Lu Lan a piece. Hei Lu Lan had read the legends of Renzu before. She understood something. Each piece of the predicament's meat that she ate, she felt her strength return by a portion. After she and Lu Tonglan devoured the entire predicament, her strength had mostly recovered. But this way, the method was exposed. Many Gu cultivators saw this and started to mimic them. But a portion of the Gu cultivators were not surprised. They knew about this long ago. You cannot overeat the predicament's flesh, otherwise your heart will burn and your mind will collapse. Lu Tonglan sighed. Let's continue. After several more minutes, Jiaohui chased up to Hei Lu Lan and Lu Tonglan. What do you want? Lu Tonglan pretended to be unhappy as she called out. Jiaohui snorted coldly. Only 7 of us are left. We want to cooperate, of course. We can settle the score outside, but here, we need to look at the big picture. Lu Tonglan was silent. Tribe leader Jiaohui is right, the predicaments are getting stronger, we need to work together. Yellow Bell tribe leader also arrived. He looked at Hei Lu Lan and said, Sacred child, you are qualified to cooperate with us and fight together. Next, Yellow Bell tribe leader looked at the others. Since everyone could reach this far, we are all qualified to work together. What do you think? Among the 7 that were left, 1 was rank 6, 2 were rank 8, while the last 4 were rank 7. Everyone looked at each other, turning silent for a moment. Working together will allow us to get further indeed. But how do we distribute immortal goo and immortal materials? The rank 6 goo immortal asked the crucial question. If they had to compete, he would definitely lose against them. Yellow Bell tribe leader pondered and spoke. There is no need to fight over immortal goo and immortal materials, we can take them in turns. As for the sequence, we can discuss it. If anyone ignores the rules, they will be everyone's enemy. The myriad life road only appears once every 10,000 years. Whoever disobeys the rules will face the pursuit of everyone. Okay. The other rank 8 Gu Immortal agreed. But regarding the sequence, everyone argued for a long time. The one who was placed first naturally would get the lowest value of resources. The one who got the later rewards would gain greater value. But who had the confidence to last until the end? Right now, everyone was near their limit, otherwise, they would not have cooperated. If their position was later and got eliminated before they could gain the rewards, it would be a huge loss. Everyone thought about it for a while before deciding this sequence and continuing on. After defeating 2 predicaments, the first rank 8 immortal Gu appeared. According to the sequence, it belonged to that rank 6 Gu immortal. Under everyone's gaze, the rank 6 Gu immortal collected the immortal Gu with trepidation. The 2 rank 8 Gu immortals did not snatch it, their turn was later. This rank 6 Gu immortal also had a decent status. His father was a famous rank 8 expert. With the appearance of a rank 8 immortal Gu, the group of 7 became quite tense. Moving along another segment of the upslope road, there were no predicaments blocking their way, but the group found a dragonhorn grass. Dragonhorn grass was an immemorial desolate plant. It was shaped like a coral, similar to a dragonhorn. Every segment was the length of a finger. It would grow by 1 segment every month. According to the sequence, it was Jiaohui's turn now. Jiaohui collected the dragonhorn grass while feeling helpless internally. he wanted an immortal goo. Longevity Heaven did not lack such immortal material resources. Everyone, I can't continue. I'm really sorry, please understand, I am not trying to leave after getting my reward. After walking for some time, the rank 6 goo immortal said with a pale expression and shaking body. Yellow Bell tribe leader nodded. Go back, at this rate, you will die of exhaustion. The rank 6 goo immortal bowed deeply and fell towards the ground. While in the air, he fell unconscious. Luckily, there were people waiting for him at the ground. After the rank 6 goo immortal left, the trend started as people also reached their limits. First was the other rank 8 goo immortal, followed by Lu Tonglan. That rank 8 goo immortal had not reached his turn yet before getting eliminated. He had an ugly expression when he left. Lu Tonglan was also at her limit. She instructed He Lulan to be careful before leaving. Only 4 were left. They were He Lulan, Jiao Hua, Yellow Bell tribe leader, and a young rank 7 goo immortal. What goo is this? Everyone's eyes lit up. Everyone saw an extraordinary rank 8 immortal goo. It looked like an ant with the size of an adult's fist. It emitted a rainbow-colored light. This is quantity change goo. Yellow Bell tribe leader laughed heartily. It was his turn now. With this immortal goo, he could make the target go from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, increasingly greatly in quantity. Of course, the immortal essence expenditure was also raised accordingly. Some targets could not be multiplied, for example, any immortal goo. Of course, this immortal goo could be used in combat as well. For example, if the enemy shot out a torrent of flames, quantity change goo could reduce the number of flames and weaken the enemy's offenses rapidly. However, they had to defeat this predicament in order to get the immortal goo. After an intense battle, everyone won and shared the meat together. Yellow Bell tribe leader was the happiest. Not only did he get a top-tier immortal goo, his strength also recovered to an extent. Everyone continued on their way. A predicament blocked them again, but there was nothing on the ground. One could not turn back on the heavenly road. They were forced to engage in a tough battle, killing the predicament and eating its flesh. Everyone recovered some more strength. Walking on the upslope road, a rank 8 immortal goo appeared. It was a rhinoceros beetle that resembled an ingot of steel. It was thickly armored and stoutly built. This is actually Fortitude goo. Fortitude goo, did I see wrongly? It really is Fortitude goo. This is an immortal goo recorded in the legends of Renzu. Everyone was shocked as they looked towards the rank 7 goo immortal. According to the sequence, it was his turn. This goo immortal was really the greatest dark horse in this myriad tribe's ceremony. His entire body was shaking from excitement now. After an intense battle, the predicament shouted pitifully and fell on the ground. Everyone split the meat while the rank 7 goo immortal took Fortitude goo. This trip was worth it. It was worth it. The rank 7 goo immortal muttered to himself, feeling excited. Yellow Bell tribe leader spoke to recruit him. I'll consider it. The rank 7 goo immortal rejected immediately. Yellow Bell tribe leader frowned before relaxing his expression immediately. This person will not have a good time in the future. He Lulan saw this but did not expose it. The rank 7 goo immortal's pride had swelled up. He was disregarding Yellow Bell tribe leader, thinking he had immense value himself. But it was not strange. He Lulan knew that it was obvious. In the future, many people would go ahead and attempt to recruit this rank 7 goo immortal. Maybe this rank 7 goo immortal might get sick of hearing such words. Everyone set off again. Predicaments blocked the way, but there were no immortal goo or immortal materials. One could not backtrack on the heavenly road. They had to kill this predicament. But Jiao Hua rejected the predicament's flesh. I can't eat it anymore. I am at my limit. If I eat any more, my heart will burn and I will die. Jiao Hua sighed, looking at He Lulan deeply before leaving. Only He Lulan, Yellow Bell tribe leader, and the rank 7 goo immortal were left. He Lulan had chosen her reward earlier. Now that Jiao Hua was out, according to the sequence, it was Yellow Bell tribe leader's turn again. But after several segments of road, they had no gains. They even met 2 predicaments. After an intense battle, even though they gained some flesh, the recovery could not match the expenditure. Their strength fell sharply. Don't be anxious or dejected. I've seen the pattern already. The further we go, the more the predicaments and the fewer the immortal goo and immortal materials. But any rewards that show up are all top tier. Yellow Bell tribe leader tried to raise the morale. He was the next beneficiary. He did not want his efforts to be wasted here. Like what he said, they finally saw another rank 8 immortal goo in the end. This immortal goo was shaped like a spider, but it was a long body and many compound eyes, shining in blue and red crystal lights. It seemed like a fusion of ruby and sapphire. Ability goo. Another famous immortal goo from the legends of Renzu. He Lulan was tongue-tied. This immortal goo is incredible. It is even better than my fortitude goo. The rank 7 goo immortal also gasped. Kill this predicament. I'll stake my life to kill this predicament. Yellow Bell tribe leader's eyes were red. He spoke while breathing roughly. Chapter 21:17. Ability goo. The three of them charged towards the predicament. This was truly a battle of life and death. The three had insufficient strength left, while this predicament was strong beyond their expectations. Calamities and tribulations befell endlessly. The three immortals did their best and used their trump cards. They squeezed out every ounce of potential in them. He Lulan's dark capital strength tiger totem was crippled. Yellow Bell tribe leader's golden bell totem was greatly damaged. The cost of repairing it would be huge. As for the rank 7 goo immortal, he had rain eagle totem and thunderfish totem. They both lost their ability to fight. But thankfully, this rank 7 goo immortal had a method to fuse the two damaged totems into the thunder rain fish eagle totem. They avoided death narrowly. After 15 minutes of stalemate, the three immortals risked their lives and finally killed the predicament. Yellow Bell tribe leader was lying on the ground. He did not even have the strength to laugh. He could only cough. Ability goo is mine. You two are very skilled. Regardless of whether you join my Yellow Bell tribe, I will owe you both a favor. What are you doing? Suddenly, Yellow Bell tribe leader stared with wide eyes as he shouted in anger. Because he saw that the rank 7 goo immortal had secretly moved away and took the ability goo on the ground. What else? I am snatching the goo. The rank 7 goo immortal placed ability goo into his immortal aperture right in front of Yellow Bell tribe leader. Cough. Yellow Bell tribe leader coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious, falling from the heavenly road. He Lulan gritted her teeth in anger. I was just a step away, damn it! She wanted to snatch ability goo too, but it was a pity that her location after leaving the predicament's body was bad. She was the furthest person from the immortal goo. Thus, that rank 7 goo immortal succeeded. The rank 7 goo immortal smiled at He Lulan before falling from the sky. I do not have the strength to continue. He Lulan sighed deeply. Even though she had great gains in this trip, she did not obtain any top-tier immortal goo. Right when she was about to leave the place, she suddenly froze as her palms seemed to have touched something. It feels like an invisible goo worm? He Lulan looked at it with deep focus. Because she had touched the immortal goo, she could sense this goo worm's strength path aura. An invisible rank 8 immortal goo? What can it be? Don't tell me. He Lulan was extremely happy. She grabbed the mysterious immortal goo and left the heavenly road. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 34. Legend says that Renzu encountered the greatest predicament in his life. He ended up creating his seventh child, Great Strength True Marshal, and was saved as a result. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal started to travel together. Great Strength True Marshal asked, Father, where are we going now? Renzu replied, My son, you still do not know the situation. I will explain it to you. I originally wanted to save your brothers and sisters, but Fate Gu arranged everything, not allowing us to have a reunion. Right now, we need to break free from Fate's control in order to be with our family again. After hearing the story, Great Strength True Marshal could not help but shout in anger. This Fate Gu is too wicked. At the same time, Strong Gu also shouted in his heart. Experts hate restraints, especially fate. Renzu patted Great Strength True Marshal's head and consoled. Don't worry, I have already thought of a way. I will use Self-Gu to gain strength and wisdom. After, I will obtain Freedom Gu and break free from Fate Gu's control. Now, let us go to a place called Xiankun Crystal Wall. We will search for Wisdom Gu there. Great Strength True Marshal nodded. Let us go there then. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal walked and walked. The road was uneven. There were many upslope and downslope roads. Strong Gu encouraged Great Strength True Marshal. O human, walk on the upslope road. Even though it is a harder journey, there are often good things there. Great Strength True Marshal nodded. Experts like to walk on the upslope road. Great Strength True Marshal took great effort to walk up the upslope road. He looked around and called out. There's nothing here at all. No, it is right by your feet. Pick it up now. Strong Gu instructed. Great Strength True Marshal squatted down, Searching the ground with his hands, as expected, he found something hard. It was an invisible goo. I found something good. Great strength true martial laughed. So it is effort goo. Renzu found it strange. My son, how did you find out its name? We can't see what it looks like. Great strength true martial scratched his head. The moment I obtained it, I saw effort goo's appearance. As for why I know this is effort goo, well, every expert should know what effort is. This is natural, there is nothing strange about it. After all, you cannot see the effort of other people. The pair of father and son set off again. This is great, now that I have effort goo, it will help me greatly. Great strength true martial walked as he looked at effort goo, feeling very happy. He continued to choose the upslope road. Renzu asked curiously, is effort goo really that amazing? Can it allow you to achieve success? Great strength true martial shook his head. Effort might not necessarily lead to success, but effort will give you a result. Regardless of the result, whether you put in effort or not will show a difference. Renzu was very worried. Oh son, you have just been born, don't be deceived by the goo. I had once been deceived by wisdom goo. I see that you are covered in sweat and pant heavily each time you walk on the upslope road. I do not see effort goo helping you at all. I've heard of such rumors too, effort goo can sometimes lie to you. Great strength true martial shook his head as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Father, because you cannot see the effort I put in, you misunderstood things. You cannot understand the amount of effort I put in to walk this upslope road. Actually, the result of my effort is below my feet. Every step, I move higher and further. There are many good things on the upslope road. Humans cannot obtain them without effort. Is that really the case? Renzu was half convinced and suspicious. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial continued on their journey. Great Strength True Martial kept walking on the upslope road. He continued to move up higher. He obtained authority goo and fortitude goo. In the later part of the road, he found humility goo and forgiveness goo as well. These two goo worms took the initiative to follow Great Strength True Martial. Great Strength True Martial asked for the reason while they replied matter-of-factly. Because humility is the authority of an expert to begin with. Because Great Strength True Martial walked on the upslope road, an ability goo suddenly appeared within him. Great Strength True Martial held ability goo as he said to Renzu, "Look father, this is the result of effort goo. It awakened my potential, I have my own ability now." Renzu asked, "Then what is the use of this ability goo?" Great Strength True Martial shook his head. "I am not sure. People will only know their abilities and their strength after they use them. But it is definitely useful. It can last my entire lifetime." Renzu shook his head. He still felt that his son was deceived by the goo. Renzu and Great Strength True Martial continued walking. The situation on the road was getting worse. Downslope road was easier to walk on, but it was getting rarer. There were more and more segments of upslope road. Not only so, more and more predicaments appeared on the road. Isn't there an easier road to walk on? Renzu was helpless. Cognition goo flew towards Renzu. "Oh human, there is no other way. The more valuable thing you try to pursue, the more segments of the upslope road you need to walk on, and the more predicaments you need to overcome." Renzu and Great Strength True Martial had to continue on their way. Indeed, as Cognition goo had said, they encountered more and more predicaments. Their road was completely blocked. Renzu said, "Don't be afraid of the predicaments, we still have our hope. But hope alone cannot defeat the predicament. At this time, you will need me." Great Strength True Martial's ability goo spoke. Great Strength True Martial used his ability, defeating many predicaments. Renzu sighed at long last. "My son, your ability goo is too amazing, it can actually do this. It seems I have underestimated your effort and ability." Great Strength True Martial smiled. "Often, we humans do not lack abilities, we lack the opportunities to display them." Strong goo shouted in his heart with great ambition. "Kill them all, let's eat them all. That way, we can become even stronger." Great Strength True Martial killed many predicaments. He started to eat the predicament's head. "So this is a bitter head? It is really bitter. But I can feel myself getting stronger." He started to eat the predicament's loss. Great Strength True Martial immediately spat it out. Experts do not like to swallow losses. He also ate the predicament's flesh. Strong goo got bigger. Great Strength True Martial also became more muscular than before. Strong goo was very satisfied about this change. In this world, only by becoming stronger can one avoid getting bullied. Great strength true marshal gave some of the meat to Renzu. Oh father, eat something, you are too skinny. Renzu was so thin he looked like a rack of bones. Eventually, great strength true marshal tossed ability Gu into the tribulation. Ability Gu went through great hurdles and difficulties, but it got larger and stronger as well. All sorts of tribulations and difficulties were prime opportunities to train one's ability, to develop one's ability, and to increase one's ability. Several days later, in Eastern Sea, Fong Yuan looked at the two rank 8 immortal Gu in his hands. They were Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu. This time, my clone Zhan Budu did a great job. This is a great gain for us. Fong Yuan was very happy internally. It turned out that after the Fate War, Fong Yuan sent Zhan Budu into Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven immediately. Fong Yuan knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven long ago. There was information about it in the 500 years of his previous life. Ma Hongyun had once entered and walked on the heavenly road, obtaining Fortitude Gu in the end. Even though Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was secluded, there were ways to sneak in. Otherwise there would not be so many outsiders sacrificed during the Myriad Tribes ceremony. Before annexing Langya sect, Fong Yuan knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven but did not have ways to enter. But Langya sect could. Langya Land's spirit had once tried to recruit Chu Du. He even asked Fong Yuan to help in this matter. It was because Langya Land's spirit had this method. He wanted to send Chu Du inside to explore and gain benefits. The most popular paths in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven were Food Path, Strength Path, and Transformation Path, among which, Pure Strength Path cultivators were the most successful. After annexing Langya sect, Fong Yuan gained control of this method. He used it to send Zhan Budu inside. And his gains were much larger than expected. Fortitude Gu is useful to me. Ability Gu also has great prospects in the future. As for He Lu Lan, she went to Longevity Heaven and is receiving a lot of attention and help, it seems. It is a pity that Zhan Budu did not have the strength to kill her at that point in time. Fong Yuan did not feel much pity about this. He Lu Lan was not important. The key was Crazed Demon Cave and the impending conflict between venerables. Chapter 21:18. Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Meng Qiuzhen was exploring another dream realm. Deep in the mountains, Meng Qiuzhen sat cross-legged on a cliff with a torrential waterfall below him. Immortal! Immortal! A young man was covered in injuries. He crawled towards Fong Yuan and begged him to take him in as a disciple. You want me to be your master? Meng Qiuzhen smiled while feeling surprised internally. He tried to decipher the rules of this dream realm. In the past, Fong Yuan would need to test it himself, but now, Meng Qiuzhen had the Dream Path Immortal Gu, Dream Butterfly. He activated Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu secretly to investigate while stalling for time as he spoke. You are a mere mortal, but since you are able to find me after so many hurdles, this means we are fated. I have 3 cultivation paths, I will impart you one of them. The young man was overjoyed. He cowed out continuously on the hard ground. A dull sound was heard each time. Meng Qiuzhen said, The first path is Formation Path, it emphasizes on. Meng Qiuzhen continued to explain. He said the truth without any lies in his words. The young man nodded in hesitation. Lord Immortal, even though Formation Path is very complex, I am willing to work hard. Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, saying, No hurry, my second path is Strength Path, it is powerful and direct, the advantage lies in. After Meng Qiuzhen finished his words, the young man became very excited. I want to learn Strength Path. Meng Qiuzhen smiled again. I have a third path, Wisdom Path. Strength Path is very common but Wisdom Path is rare, it can benefit you immensely. Among which, after a lengthy description, the young man was overwhelmed with excitement. Lord Immortal, I am most willing to learn Wisdom Path, please teach me. At this time, Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu finished investigating the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm was not small, it had 8 scenes. It turned out that the Immortal had once unknowingly destroyed a mortal village, causing the death of the young man's parents. The young man became all alone, he suffered greatly in the mortal world, not knowing who his enemy was. After much effort, he finally became the disciple of this Immortal. He had great aptitude and had the 10 extreme physique, he was very suited for Wisdom Path cultivation. When the young man found out that his enemy was his master, he started to exact revenge. In the final scene, the master and disciple turned on each other. This was a difficult dream. No matter what I impart, this disciple will learn it completely and even innovate to surpass the master. Furthermore, he will cultivate wisdom path secondarily and have incredible wisdom path methods. Thus, this first scene is the most important chance to weaken this disciple. Meng Qiuzhen realized internally. Without Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, he had to test it himself. He definitely could not pass with his first try. His soul would get injured. Meng Qiuzhen would need to recuperate, wasting time and resources. After that, he would need to restart and explore the dream realm again. But with Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, he had the initiative. He was not in such a passive spot. Even though Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could only investigate the situation, the value of information was simply priceless. Looking at the young man, Meng Qiuzhen thought about it and smiled. Then I will impart you my wisdom path cultivation. This method was not created by me, but I modified it personally. I named it 99 Multiplication Table. 99 Multiplication Table? The young man's eyes shined. Just from the name, he felt that it was grand and impressive. It had an immortal flair. Meng Qiuzhen continued to spout nonsense. 9 is the perfect number. 9 times 9 represents the concept of countless and boundless. The multiplication method is the rule of all beings, the extreme profundity of the natural order. Those who lack aptitude cannot comprehend it. Come, let me teach you the first killer move. 1 times 1 is 1. The young man held his breath. He listened attentively and muttered to himself. 1 times 1 is 1. 1 times 1 is 1. 1 times 1 is 1. Not long after, at the final scene. Master, this is my final. Shut up. Don't call me master, you traitorous disciple. I am not your master. No, even so, I will call you my. Shut up. I worked so hard to nurture you. I imparted my strongest method, the 99 multiplication table to you, but yet you repaid my kindness with enmity. No, master. No matter how angry you are, it is a fact you killed my parents. There is no resolving that grudge. For the last time, I will call you my. Meng Qiuzhen did not care. He directly used his killer move on his disciple. The disciple was constantly interrupted. He could not call him master for the last time. Meng Qiuzhen wanted to see this. Because he understood this disciple, who had created his own raging emotion killer move, it was incredible. It could use wisdom path to allow all sorts of emotions to surge in power. If he managed to say it, he would feel a sense of freedom. He would be able to use the killer move freely. Once he activated the killer move raging emotion, he would gain a huge advantage in this dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen would face great difficulty in trying to pass it. The battle progressed like how Meng Qiuzhen predicted. He kept attacking and did not give his disciple a chance to talk. His disciple was constantly suppressed. Without a choice, he had to give up on his strongest raging emotion killer move and use the 99 multiplication table method instead. Immortal killer move, 8 times 8 is 88. After a long time of fighting, his disciple finally used his killer move. Cough. He had just activated the killer move when it failed immediately. He suffered a backlash and became gravely injured. This killer move is wrong. Master, don't tell me you. The disciple looked at Meng Qiuzhen in disbelief. Oh, my foolish little disciple, I'll tell you the real name of this killer move. 8 times 8 is 66. Meng Qiuzhen snickered coldly as he attacked viciously. The disciple lasted only a few rounds before his head was taken. He died with grievance. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan's main body was comprehending killer moves now. Using goo worms alone often had all sorts of demerits, or side effects. To fix this or to reduce the side effects, goo cultivators started to use multiple goo worms together in cooperation. Killer moves were naturally developed on this basis. Killer moves involved the use of multiple goo worms. Among the 3 aspects of nurture, use, and refinement, they came under use. When cultivators developed killer moves, they were surprised to find that natural killer moves existed in nature all along. From the bodies of desolate beasts or desolate plants, these cultivators found that they had many innate abilities. These abilities were all profound and mystical, like the upper extreme heavenly eagle's ability to enter and exit blessed lands and grotto heavens. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had dense space path down marks on its body. These down marks were distributed in a certain pattern, following the rules of space path to grant it the innate ability to enter and leave blessed lands and grotto heavens. Thus, the essence of killer moves was down marks. In this aspect, totem killer moves are the closest to the original form of killer moves. Fong Yuan praised internally. Totem killer moves were developed in myriad beast fusion color heaven. They did not exist elsewhere. Totem killer moves had very high status. They could complement ordinary killer moves and battlefield killer moves, being on the same level as them. With regard to using goo, other than using single goo worms, there were ordinary killer moves, battlefield killer moves, ancient battle formations, current generation goo formations, as well as mortal and immortal goo houses. But now, on this foundation, there was a new type, totem killer moves. Compared to other ways of using goo, totem killer moves had a clear advantage. The most obvious one was that activating them was easy and quick, even a fool could control them. Totem killer moves needed very few thoughts, they were reliant on primeval essence or immortal essence instead. Unlike ordinary killer moves which needed to activate every single goo worm, the processes were very different. Secondly, totem killer moves were easy to assemble, the maintenance cost was also low. The goo worms of ordinary killer moves needed constant feeding. The cultivator would also need a lot of time to find appropriate goo worms. As for totem killer moves, they only needed the corresponding food ingredients. Goo materials were much easier to find than goo worms. The cost of feeding goo worms was very high, but once totem killer moves were created, they would exist on the user's body, not requiring further food. Of course, if they were damaged, they would need to be repaired. By then, the cultivator would need to eat the respective food ingredients. Thirdly, totem killer moves were very easy to publicize, many people could use them at the same time. Also, totem killer moves were suited for all paths. Of course, there were disadvantages as well. For example, the cost of creating a totem was not low. Also, with the creation of a totem, it would greatly affect the goo cultivator's future cultivation, after all, it contained down marks. And finally, totems were powerful but they had fixed methods, they were easy to counter. This was quite similar to goo houses. Fong Yuan thought about it, he felt that the totem killer moves had some similarity to beast strength phantoms. These demon venerables and immortal venerables have unimaginable talent. Even though reckless savage demon venerable's personality was quite unexpected, his scheming abilities are top-notch. Originally, reckless savage demon venerable's grotto heaven only had strength path and transformation path down marks. But from what Fong Yuan learned from old eccentric Tian Nan's true inheritance, he used the beastman's method against them, fusing his own immortal aperture into the gluttonous demon frog's body. This was simply akin to the action of a deity. It could not be described in plain words. The gluttonous demon frog was a food path legendary immemorial beast, with it encompassing the immortal aperture, and along with reckless savage demon venerable's method, myriad beast fusion color heaven started to develop a food path environment. This food path environment was crucial. It was because of the food path down marks that myriad beast fusion color heaven's cultivators could use refinement path methods to cook while having low food path attainment, creating the food that could allow them to cultivate totem killer moves. In the outside world, without the help of a food path environment, goo cultivators could not create such foods so easily. This is actually food path cultivation. Fong Yuan thought about Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. In this true inheritance, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable developed food path, allowing tea recipes to become food path recipes. Using goo materials to create tea, the cultivator could drink it to gain down marks. The essence of the totem killer moves in myriad beast fusion color heaven was the same. Goo cultivators could absorb the down marks of goo materials into their own bodies, and create totem killer moves gradually. Totem killer moves were very suitable for their own cultivator, because during the process, their bodies would choose to absorb whatever it could absorb as nutrients. Fong Yuan's expression changed slightly, his thoughts were interrupted for a moment. My wisdom path reached great grandmaster attainment level. He could feel this change immediately, but his expression remained tranquil and peaceful. Note: 8 times 8 is 66. This is the author's idea of a joke, possibly regarding readers talking about his mathematics skills. Chapter 21:19. Li Xiao Bai's Immortal Ascension. Soon, Fong Yuan placed the matter of his wisdom path attainment level aside as he continued his comprehension. Be they reckless savage demon venerable or paradise earth immortal venerable, they have a deep understanding of food path. In this aspect, reckless savage demon venerable is inferior to paradise earth immortal venerable. He only made use of the gluttonous demon frog. But the way he used the food path environment to create the totem killer move archetype is truly too amazing. Even Fong Yuan could not stint on the praise towards such a move. If one truly cultivated totem killer moves purely, they would need to undergo continuous deductions. But in myriad beast fusion color heaven, Goo cultivators only had to devour food ingredients and use the food path environment to naturally select the most suitable nutrition by their bodies themselves. Those Dao marks would develop into all sorts of totems on their own. This was like using food path to make up for any deficiency in wisdom path, allowing countless totem killer moves to be born. As for the goo materials that the goo cultivators devoured, where did those come from? They were naturally produced by Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven itself. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven had bountiful transformation path Dao marks. There were many mutated beasts and plants here. They had mutated and developed forms that far surpassed the 5 regions in diversity. The wild beasts or plants living in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven were all unique existences in the Grotto Heaven. They could not be found elsewhere. When goo cultivators devour the mutated goo materials, their totems would also continue to change and elevate. From this perspective, the goo cultivator was making use of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven's natural development to allow the totem killer moves to develop as well. Eventually, they would produce stunning results. Just what John Budu heard when he lurked in there was that there were over 9,000 basic totems in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Dark Capital Strength Tiger, Rain Eagle Totem, Thunderfish Totem, and Golden Bell Totem were just part of them. Not to mention that aside from these basic totems, there were also unique totems that belonged to certain individuals. These totem killer moves are not very helpful to me, but there is high reference value in all the recipes that exist here. Fong Yuan originally had a food path true inheritance. It came from Shadow Sect and was the original food path inheritance in the world. Not long ago, Fong Yuan also obtained Southern Borders Paradise Earth true inheritance, obtaining all sorts of food path killer moves. There were tea recipes that could increase the number of Dao marks on a goo cultivator's body. And now, Fong Yuan obtained all sorts of recipes to create totem killer moves. Combining all of his accumulations, food path had developed to a certain degree. Fong Yuan was starting to see its true profundity and depth. All along, I thought that food path most excelled in feeding goo and reducing the burden on the goo cultivator. But the truth is, this is only one advantage of food path. The true power of food path is to help the goo cultivator gain extra Dao marks and raise their foundation. The advantage of food path was to sustain the livelihood of the goo cultivator and goo worms, while also using specific methods to make the target even stronger than before. Fong Yuan had Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. His Wisdom Path deductions were elevated to a new level. Thus, Fong Yuan could deduce all sorts of food path killer moves from just these recipes alone. Food path had a huge difference compared to other paths. Most food path killer moves were used on the user themselves. Fong Yuan had a lot of immortal materials. If he expended them to form food path killer moves that were used on the sovereign immortal body, he would gain a vast number of Dao marks. Fong Yuan estimated, if I compare the benefits, annexing Grotto Heavens gives me the most Dao marks. Each time, I will gain millions of them. But now that the sovereign immortal aperture is reaching its peak capacity, the balance of the habitat is already close to toppling. If I continue with that, I will start to experience unfavorable losses instead. Using these food path killer moves to increase my Dao marks might have small gains each time, but with enough attempts, I can also accumulate a huge amount of Dao marks. Additionally, to prepare for Crazed Demon Cave, I need to create some defensive food path methods against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul's killer moves, Bitter Taste and Swallow Loss, left a huge impression on Fong Yuan. He could not ignore them. At the same time, because food path was not popularized, ordinary goo immortals could not effectively defend against it. Thus, if Fong Yuan developed some food path offensive methods, there might be great results too. Fong Yuan held expectations towards food path, but the extent was not big. Because his enemies in Crazed Demon Cave were either Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The latter's proficiency at food path was definitely higher than Fong Yuan, while the former had Wisdom Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment. The former leader of Heavenly Court, how could she falter so easily against food path? The enemies are too strong. Food path is only a minor method, it cannot be used on that stage. But development is still necessary. I need to have defense against it at least. When I fight against Spectral Soul again, I will not be disadvantaged in food path anymore. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan gave his Time Path clone new missions to refine another batch of immortal goo. During this period of time, the Time Path clone had been using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine rank 8 immortal goo without pausing. A large number of immortal goo that Fong Yuan possessed had already been elevated to rank 8. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had a terrifying success rate for refining rank 8 immortal goo. Together with his huge stock of immortal materials and rank 8 heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus immortal essence, there was nothing that could stop Fong Yuan from refining rank 8 goo in bulk. Most of his immortal goo were rank 8 already. The time path clone started to have free time. He refined some rank 6 or 7 immortal goo as well. Fong Yuan had a vast number of immortal goo recipes. These immortal goo recipes mostly came from Langya's sect, while a portion came from his various inheritances. Even without immortal goo recipe, with Fong Yuan's increasingly powerful wisdom path methods and quasi-supreme grandmaster refinement path attainment level, he could also create his own with some casual deductions. Earlier, the time path clone had already refined a batch of theft path immortal goo. Most of these immortal goo were rank 6, a few were elevated to rank 7. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool could refine rank 8 immortal goo in bulk. Those rank 6 and 7 immortal goo were simply too easy in comparison. The only thing stopping Fong Yuan was the fact that immortal goo were unique. In this world, goo immortals had to make immense preparations until they reached their limit to refine immortal goo. After all that hardship and difficulty, they might not even succeed. The success rate was just too low. If anyone found out that Fong Yuan was refining goo like this, they would be in disbelief and shock. The truth was, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was something that surpassed the limits of any goo immortal's imagination. As for the theft path immortal goo that he refined, Fong Yuan used them to reconstruct Thieves' Denver. The previous Thieves' Den immortal goo house had been used too many times. It was the original version made by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was no longer suited for Fong Yuan. Thus, Fong Yuan used it as the foundation to modify and make adjustments. Even so, he was mainly focusing on repairing and replenishing lacking goo worms. He made few modifications. After all, this immortal goo house came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Be it structure or killer moves, it was close to being perfect. Fong Yuan could modify it because the eras had changed. New goo worms were developed that suited Thieves' Den even more. Cooking Luck Pot, Thieves' Den, and Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. These were the 3 main immortal goo houses that Fong Yuan focused on. With Fong Yuan's current refinement ability, he could definitely reconstruct Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. But thinking about it, Fong Yuan wisely chose to give up on them. These 2 immortal goo houses had been used too many times. Everyone knew about their information. They were also peak creations that had little room for modification. If Fong Yuan rebuilt them and used them in battle, they would definitely be countered. Ordinary enemies were still fine, but Crazed Demon Cave had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. There could even be Limitless Demon Venerable. If Di Zhangxing were still enslaved under Fong Yuan, there was still a bit of value in Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, Di Zhangxing was sealed by Heavenly Court. If Fong Yuan attacked Heavenly Court for it, he would waste a lot of effort and time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have more opportunities to make her moves. Rather than rebuilding immortal goo houses, I should design new ones. And the new immortal goo houses that I conceptualize should revolve around my combat system as well. Qixi Ancestor had already been preparing his own combat system. Fong Yuan was also facing the same difficult question. Against Venerables, I need to have an outstanding combat system. It is a pity that Duke Long is dead while Demon Immortal Qi Ju is sealed. Without them as my grindstones, I will have a lack of experience in creating my combat system. Fong Yuan had always been considering his own combat systems. He actually wanted some people with equivalent battle strength to show up so that he could have the inspiration to make a mature combat system. Currently, Fong Yuan's most mature combat systems were Sword Path and Time Path. He used them during the Fate War. Now that he gained rank 8 Fortitude Goo and Ability Goo, he might be able to create a combat system around Strength Path as well. Bzzz. Cooking Luck Pot started to vibrate. Oh? Fong Yuan raised his head and observed his own luck as well as those of his clones. Soon, his expression became quite peculiar. On the surface of his silver-white pillar of light, many small gray clouds formed. Fong Yuan observed them carefully. He soon found that these external clouds came from Xiao Bai. The luck of other clones was tranquil, but Xiao Bai's luck was changing intensely. Fong Yuan deduced internally. So Xiao Bai is undergoing immortal ascension. Looking at how his luck is changing, he is going to have a small problem. But why does this problem involve my main body? And looking at this, it has a huge relationship with me. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The sky was covered in dark tribulation clouds. Li Xiaobai was dressed in white and he floated in the air. A thick cocoon of triple chi layers covered his entire body. Li Xiaobai was at the crucial moment of his immortal ascension. "Xiaobai, you must persevere." Su Qihan was very worried. She stared at him with a fixed gaze, at the person whom she loved dearly. Boom! A pale green lightning ball shot down from the dark clouds with a trail behind it, approaching Li Xiaobai. Su Qihan shouted in shock. At the crucial moment, Li Xiaobai used his killer move and created a poem wall that blocked the lightning ball. This Li Xiaobai is actually able to balance the 3 chi while blocking the tribulation with relative ease. Far away, a young-looking man stared with eerie eyes, gritting his teeth. "If you really become an immortal, then I, Du Ji Xiao, will never be able to make it big. Oh Li Xiaobai, blame yourself for being too outstanding. Being born in the same era as you is truly the misfortune of everyone who is forced to be a side character," the young man Du Ji Xiao said while shooting out a wave of gray smoke. The gray smoke floated up and entered the tribulation cloud, causing it to become turbulent as the clouds rumbled intensely, shooting out 3 pale green lightning balls in response. "What is happening? Someone made a move!" Su Qihan watched as her eyes turned red. "Xiao Bai is in danger." Chapter 21:20. From today onwards, you are the poet immortal. Seeing that the tribulation lightning was about to hit Li Xiaobai, Su Qihan flew into the sky. She charged up relentlessly, wanting to sacrifice herself to block the lightning. Sigh, this foolish daughter. A figure suddenly appeared, stopping Su Qihan. Su Qihan saw the person who came and became joyful and surprised, shouting, "Father!" He was the current dynasty's imperial minister Su, a rank 7 Gu immortal of profound literature Grotto Heaven. "Li Xiaobai is my son-in-law, why would I let him die on his own? Just be patient and watch, don't create trouble." Imperial Minister Su consoled Su Qihan while sighing internally. Truly, daughters would leave the parents to be with their husbands eventually. Even though Imperial Minister Su appreciated Li Xiaobai's aptitude, he was against Li Xiaobai's actions. Originally, Imperial Minister Su wanted Li Xiaobai to marry into his family and to impart him Su clan's inheritance, so that Li Xiaobai could undergo immortal ascension and become an official in the imperial court. He would progress smoothly and become a support pillar of Su clan. But Li Xiaobai continued to wander outside and gather more knowledge. He did not want to become an official. This action made Imperial Minister Su very unhappy. Minister Su had made his attempts to recruit him in the past, but Li Xiaobai's vision was too broad. Why would he care about the small imperial court within profound literature Grotto Heaven? He was Gu Yu Fong Yuan's clone. He had grand ambitions. This profound literature Grotto Heaven could not hold him down. Even though this lad does not know what's good for him, he is still a Su clan member, the man that my daughter loves. Even though he is too rash in undergoing tribulation this time and does not know fear, I need to protect him. Imperial Minister Su sighed deeply. Waving his robe, a bright rainbow shot out, blocking the 3 pale green lightning balls. Damn it, damn it! Imperial Minister Su came after all! Du Jixiao watched with and shuddered in anger. He screamed internally with indignance. Li Xiaobai, you are simply too lucky. Such a great person actually defended you. I hate it. I hate everything about you. Du Jixiao watched as his plans were about to fail. Right at this moment, a figure appeared on his left. This figure appeared from the sky. It was clearly a Gu immortal. The masked Gu immortal charged towards Imperial Minister Su. Imperial Minister Su had to fight against him. He showed anger on his face. Come! I have many political enemies. Which one of them are you? You have such methods! The masked Gu immortal spoke in a hoarse voice. Imperial Minister Su, you understand it as well. Your son-in-law is exceptional, but he is simply too dazzling. It is better if your Su clan is not so strong. Don't even think of helping him now. Someone is helping me? Ha ha ha, great, wonderful. Du Jixiao was slightly stunned before becoming extremely happy. He started to jump around in joy. Father! Su Qihan shouted from the ground. Help Xiao Bai! Boom! The tribulation lightning struck again. Li Xiaobai had to use his killer move and create a poem wall. Du Jixiao screamed wildly. Don't even think of blocking it! Gray smoke appeared from his body again, raising the power of the tribulation. The poem wall was broken by the tribulation lightning, but most of its might was blocked. Only the pale green fire was left on Li Xiaobai's body, burning him. Xiao Bai! Su Qihan was deeply shocked. She charged towards him without second thoughts. Since she could not resolve this problem, she would rather die together with Xiao Bai. But at the crucial moment, Xiao Bai's hand pushed out of the cocoon. He waved at Su Qihan. Don't be rash. In this situation, in this danger, I gained a surge of inspiration. I have a feeling, I have the urge to recite a poem. What? Su Qihan was stunned. Imperial Minister Su and the masked Gu Immortal also froze halfway through their fight. Imperial Minister Su could not help but turn to look. The reason was that in the current dynasty and mortal world, there were many rumors of Xiao Bai surviving fatal danger by creating and reciting poems spontaneously. Again? I want to see if you have the ability to surpass the might of heaven itself. Du Zhixiao had an extremely grim and dark expression. In the past, he had an overwhelming advantage with victory in sight. In the end, because of Xiao Bai's poem, he turned the situation around and won. This experience became the great psychological trauma of Du Zhixiao's life. Everyone listened attentively as Xiao Bai recited. Under the pine trees I ask of a disciple, he replies. His master had gone to gather herbs. Somewhere in the mountain he was for certain, within the dense clouds, his figure is hidden. A chain of black characters flew out of Xiao Bai's mouth, becoming 4 segments that revolved around him. A few breaths later, the poem turned into dense smoke that moved turbulently around him. The pale green fire on Xiao Bai's body got completely absorbed into the smoke. With a soft sound, the white clouds vanished while the pale green fire was extinguished, no longer able to obstruct Xiao Bai. Du Zhixiao was dumbfounded. Imperial Minister Su praised immediately. Good poem, good poem. The diction is concise and straightforward, the words used can stir deep emotions, there is profundity in its plainness. To describe complex feelings with simple words, yet the sentiments are sincere and exciting. Su Qihan raised her hands to her chest and looked up at Xiao Bai, her eyes shining with adoration. Xiao Bai is truly a genius. The poem is free of flashy descriptions and feels very natural, but has vivid descriptions and appropriate intensity. Green pines and white clouds. The green and lush pines contain unparalleled vitality. The vast white clouds are thick and dense, remote and elusive. It makes one think of the autumn waters and beautiful women that remain as figures within the fog. It's so beautiful. This poem and its meaning is really too beautiful. The masked Gu Immortal laughed. I understand now. Xiao Bai, you are a true secluded genius. The white clouds in the poem show your high purity, the pines represent your upright attitude. You want to get away from the mundane mortal realm and go to the world of pines and clouds that is beyond. I was simply worrying for nothing. How can a person like you lower yourself to the imperial court? Forget it, I'm leaving. With talent like yours, if you die, it is the loss of the entire world in terms of poetry development. I don't want to be a sinner whose rotten reputation goes down in history. As the masked Gu Immortal said that, he turned around and left. Imperial Minister Su, who had a complex expression, was left behind. He left? He let him go just like that. Du Zhixiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He stumbled backwards for a few steps, barely controlling himself and not falling over. This happened again. Another person was convinced by Xiao Bai's literary talent once again. I am indignant. I am not convinced. This is the treatment that I should receive instead. Oh! Du Zhixiao screamed madly as gray smoke appeared from his body again. At the same time, Du Zhixiao's appearance turned old. He went from a young man to a middle-aged man. The gray smoke floated to the air and was discovered by Imperial Minister Su. You are the one causing trouble? Du Zhixiao, the former #1 scholar in the world, to think you would act so despicably. Du Zhixiao smiled bitterly. #1 scholar in the world? I am no longer #1. I will reclaim this title personally. Imperial Minister Su called out. It seems that I am forced to kill you today. Wishful thinking. Another person flew over from the right of Du Zhixiao. This Gu Immortal was also masked. Another person is helping me? Du Zhixiao was overjoyed. The masked Gu Immortal fought against Imperial Minister Su, who was helpless to intervene anymore, watching as the gray smoke flew into the tribulation cloud. The tribulation's power rose again. 3 pale lightning balls shot towards Xiao Bai. Imperial Minister Su was very angry. I have many political enemies. Which one of them are you? The masked Gu Immortal smiled coldly. So what if you manage to guess it? Your son-in-law cannot block this tribulation cloud. He is dead meat. Xiao Bai! Su Qihan shouted again. Her voice was filled with agony. Her expression was of despair. But Xiao Bai waved his hand again. In this situation, in this danger, I gained a surge of inspiration. I have a feeling, I have the urge to recite a poem again. What? Again? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Du Jishao shook his head in madness. Imperial Minister Su was still worried. Stimulation from danger can allow a Gu cultivator to gain a burst of inspiration and create a work that is divine and change his situation for the better. This has happened many times in the history of the current dynasty, but such situations often use up the Gu cultivator's potential. It cannot be forced. Li Xiao Bai is in danger. Xiao Bai, I believe you, quickly recited. Su Qihan was filled with confidence. Li Xiao Bai coughed once, sighing internally. He did not want to keep a high profile, but there was no helping it. His methods could not resist the tribulation alone. He had to rely on profound literature Grotto Heaven's killer move, assisting literary talents. This killer move was used by profound literature Grotto Heaven's original owner. As long as the Grotto Heaven existed, it would be effective. As long as a purebred human created or recited outstanding poems or writings of any kind, they would obtain recognition and reward from this Grotto Heaven. Earlier, because of Li Xiao Bai's poem, he was rewarded and the pale green fire was extinguished. Thus, Li Xiao Bai recited again, over 1,000 hills with no birds in flight, the myriad paths had not one footprint in sight. A straw hat man sits in a small lone boat, fishing alone in the cold frozen moat. Once the poem was recited, the tribulation lightning dispersed, the effect was simply too good. Good poem, this is a divine poem. Fishing alone in the frozen water, it is eerily quiet and chilly cold. Comparing 1,000 hills and a lone fishing boat, the absolute contrast produces absolutely breathtaking effects. In this backdrop, the intense yin produces yang instead, a reverse reaction occurs and the fishing action becomes full of vitality and vivid movement. Everything becomes crystal clear, showing the poet's clean inner heart, surpassing the mortal realm and having pride that is transcendent to all. I get it now, I really understand now. Li Xiao Bai, you never wanted to be an official from the start. You have such incredible talent, I really cannot bring myself to kill you, I am leaving. The second masked Gu immortal sighed with deep emotions, he praised intensely before leaving. Cough. Du Jishao coughed out another mouthful of blood, falling to the ground. This again, this again. I know his poems are good, really good, but that makes my heart hurt even more. I am really sick of such praises, it is disgustingly sickening, I want you to die, I want you to die. Du Jishao summoned the grey smoke again, turning from a middle-aged man to an old man. Li Xiao Bai was faced with a crisis again. Is there really a point in this? Li Xiao Bai was really troubled. I need to recite another poem now? He did not want to do that, it was too flashy and outstanding. It would cause suspicions. Thus, before he became renowned in the world, Li Xiao Bai controlled himself and only recited 2 poems. During the tribulation now, he recited another 2 new poems. It seemed that he was about to recite yet another new poem now. I really can't do anything about you, fine, I'll recite it. Li Xiao Bai looked at Du Jishao who was lying on the ground, he felt very helpless about this situation too. Li Xiao Bai recited loudly, the sun beyond the mountain glows, the yellow river seawards flows. One can enjoy a grander sight, by climbing to a greater height. Li Xiao Bai's crisis was alleviated, the tribulation clouds dispersed, his 3 chi exploded into a new immortal aperture, he became an information path Gu immortal. Oh heavens, since I was born, why did you create Li Xiao Bai? Du Jishao shouted loudly in incomparable grief, he had a look of sadness, anger, helplessness, and hatred as he took his last breath. From today onwards, you are poet immortal Li Xiao Bai. Imperial Minister Su flew to Li Xiao Bai with a complex expression. He sighed. The younger generations will surpass us in time, I had underestimated you all along. I wanted to make you an official of the imperial court, but your aspirations are too grand compared to you, I am a mere commoner. It is truly laughable, from today onwards, go ahead and roam the world as you please, just don't let down my daughter. What? Li Xiao Bai opened his mouth, he wanted to say that being an official was a good idea. He could have resources and a larger network. But his poem had already been recited, his aspirations were shown. Thus, Li Xiao Bai had to say, Father-in-law, don't worry, I will protect Han Air. Li Xiao Bai and Imperial Minister Su descended to the ground. My husband, you are too amazing. Your talent is vast as the sea, it cannot be estimated through logic anymore. Su Qihan sprinted towards Li Xiao Bai. Imperial Minister Su heard his daughter's words and felt a little uncomfortable internally. But he could not refute these words. After all, he had just witnessed the situation earlier with his own eyes. Li Xiao Bai rubbed his nose, thinking that he had created too big of a commotion this time. He had to go along with the flow. To speak the truth, ever since I was born, I had always felt that I was different from the rest. Chapter 21-21. Heavens and the Immortal Gu. From Du Zhizhao's corpse, an immortal gu floated up and appeared on his chest. This immortal gu seemed like it was made of crystals. It looked like a flea and was as large as a fist, curling up into a ball and staying completely silent. This immortal gu allowed a mortal like Du Zhizhao to exert influence on the tribulation? Li Xiao Bai cleaned the battlefield of loot. He naturally found this immortal gu. To activate immortal gu, immortal essence was normally needed. But there were exceptions that did not face such a limitation. It seems that this peculiar immortal gu can be activated by a mortal, Su Qihan said. This immortal gu is very uncommon, let me check. Imperial Minister Su looked at this immortal gu with a peculiar expression and used his information path methods. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven. It focused on collecting and accumulating information. Even though Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was physically secluded, it had not dared to isolate itself from the world. It still maintained contact with the outside world. And Imperial Minister Su was an important person of the Imperial Court. With his authority, he could gain access to much of the Imperial Court's secret information. Soon he got the answer. This is Heaven's and the Immortal Gu. Heaven's and the Immortal Gu? This was the first time that Su Qihan had heard of this. Imperial Minister Su explained. Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu is a Heaven Path Immortal Gu. There are other similar Gu like Heaven's Rage Immortal Gu, Heaven's Sorrow Immortal Gu, and others. This type of Heaven Path Immortal Gu cannot be activated even by a rank 9 Venerable. Father, you must be wrong? We saw Du Zhizhao activate this Immortal Gu with our own eyes to create trouble for husband. Su Qihan retorted. Imperial Minister Su shook his head. I'm not done yet. Immortal Gu like Heaven's Envy is quite special. It can resonate with emotions of envy and jealousy to activate itself. But the price to use it is huge, often requiring lifespan. Thus, Du Zhizhao turned from a young man to a middle-aged man, before becoming an old man. Su Qihan was dazed. She could not help but think of the legends of Renzu, saying, I remember that in the legends of Renzu, there are similar records. Don't tell me Strength Gu and Wisdom Gu are also Heaven Path Gu worms? Imperial Minister Su smiled faintly. I am not sure about that either, even though the legends of Renzu states that Heaven Path Gu worms cannot be used by any Gu cultivator. The most famous example is Fate Gu. You've both seen the fight during the Fate War yourselves. Su Qihan pouted unhappily, thinking, I thought that this Immortal Gu would be useful to Xiao Bai, but to think that it is a Heaven Path Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu requires envy and jealousy to activate on its own, but my husband is someone with great personality. A noble and special individual in this world, how can he have such emotions? And the price of using it is too high as well, the lifespan needed is too much. Imperial Minister Su saw his daughter's disappointment. He smiled and said, Xiao Bai, this Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu is yours. As for how to deal with it, that is your matter. If you offer this Gu to the Imperial Court, according to the rules, you will be compensated. Su Qihan's eyes shined with bright light. Li Xiao Bai pondered. Can I exchange for an information path Immortal Gu? Imperial Minister Su had a difficult expression. That. Su Qihan coyly grabbed Imperial Minister Su's sleeves. Father! Our Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu is rank 7. We will take the loss and just exchange for some rank 6 information path Immortal Gu. Imperial Minister Su flicked his daughter's forehead as he said jokingly. You silly lass, you're looking down on the Imperial Court. Do you think Gu Immortals are so stupid? Even if a Heaven Path Immortal Gu is rank 8, it has little actual value. It is far inferior to a rank 6 Information Path Immortal Gu. For her lover's sake, Su Qihan did not give up. Father! You are the current Imperial Minister. Imperial Minister Su sighed. What else could he do? This was his beloved daughter. I'll think of a way and find a chance for Xiao Bai, he answered. Su Qihan smiled brightly, pressuring. Father, I am sure that you can succeed. Imperial Minister Su smiled bitterly. Little girl, I've never seen you so confident in your father before. Li Xiao Bai was calm all along, he thought. Father-in-law has many political rivals and enemies. If I asked him to get an Immortal Gu exchange from the Imperial Court, he would face many obstructions. The chance of success is low. Even if he succeeds, he will lose a lot of his political power and bargaining chips. That is not a wise act. Thinking of this, Li Xiaobai said, Father-in-law, Hanair, no hurry in giving it up. I'll try to put this Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo up in Treasure Yellow Heaven and see if anyone wants to buy it. Imperial Minister Su nodded. That is a good idea, but Xiao Bai, don't be too optimistic about it. Even though Heaven Path Immortal Goo are rare, nobody can directly use them. This is a well-known fact. Who would use their own useful Immortal Goo to exchange for an unusable Heaven Path Immortal Goo? Su Qihan sighed. That is true. Li Xiaobai nodded. I'll just give it a try. Imperial Minister Su advised. Don't dwell on it. Putting an Immortal Goo up on Treasure Yellow Heaven requires a continuous fee. Li Xiaobai's expression suddenly changed. Someone bought Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. What? Imperial Minister Su was stunned. Su Qihan called out in joy. What price did they pay? Li Xiaobai said with uncontainable excitement. I already made the transaction. They are offering me rank 7 Poem Wall Immortal Goo. This is an offer I cannot reject. Li Xiaobai's immortal ascension did not have excess heaven and earth chi to refine his vital goo into an immortal goo. A large part of the reason was due to Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. Li Xiaobai did not have the 10 extreme physiques, he only obtained a high-grade blessed land. But in this transaction, Li Xiaobai obtained his first Immortal Goo, and it was rank 7 at that. Imperial Minister Su looked at the Poem Wall Immortal Goo in Li Xiaobai's hands. He stared in disbelief. Someone actually bought this Heaven Path Immortal Goo. They even offered an Information Path Immortal Goo of the same rank? Which fool is this? The fool that Imperial Minister Su spoke of was none other than Guyu Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had always been paying attention to Li Xiaobai's situation. Even though Du Ji Xiao and Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo were out of his expectations, Fong Yuan had also not thought of interfering with Li Xiaobai's development, but having an Immortal Goo was simply too important to Li Xiaobai. He had to help in this aspect. Treasure Yellow Heaven was a safe place. Nobody would be able to investigate the identities of the people undergoing this transaction. With 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, Fong Yuan had a high success rate in refining rank 8 Immortal Goo, not to mention rank 6 or 7. The Time Path clone directly refined Poem Wall Immortal Goo and raised it to rank 7. He wanted to create some opportunity to hand this Immortal Goo to Li Xiaobai, but to think that he would appear in Treasure Yellow Heaven and sell Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. With such a great opportunity, Fong Yuan immediately grabbed onto it. The transaction ended quickly. Li Xiaobai obtained rank 7 Poem Wall Immortal Goo, even though he was only rank 6 and had insufficient cultivation level. This rank 7 Poem Wall Immortal Goo was good enough to be his core Immortal Goo. On the way back, Imperial Minister Su sighed to himself internally. This Li Xiaobai's luck was simply unrivaled. So this Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is the thing that caused my luck resonance. Fong Yuan obtained Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo and found that cooking luck pot was vibrating slightly. After inspecting it, he realized the truth of the matter. Looking at his silver light pillar again, the clouds on the surface had gathered into one, giving one a feeling of congruity. The clouds revolved around the pillar as they moved slowly. Not only were they clearly defending it, they were rising up too, clashing with the clouds that were at the peak of the pillar of light. Fong Yuan was deeply shaken. It seems that this Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo is the key to dealing with those venerables. Fong Yuan started to use wisdom path methods for deductions. Sharp light flickered in his eyes for a long time. Afterwards, he started to instill immortal essence into Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo shook intensely, resisting him stubbornly. But it could not stop Fong Yuan's powerful invasion. It started to falter. A moment later, Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo absorbed a portion of the immortal essence, and spat out a lump of gray smoke. Fong Yuan's eyes shined with immense brilliance. I actually refined a part of Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. Furthermore, I can actually activate a Heaven Path Immortal Goo. Is it because of my unrestrained heavenly marks? Fong Yuan's unrestrained heavenly marks had already passed 10,000 in number. Every grotto heaven that he annexed would provide the sovereign immortal aperture with a number of Heaven Path Dao marks, which would be refined by Fong Yuan into unrestrained heavenly marks. Earlier, he used his rank 8 immortal essence to forcefully refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. He actually succeeded partially. Afterwards, he successfully activated Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. Fong Yuan did not lose any lifespan. Fong Yuan calmed down and inspected it carefully. He found out new information. Even though I can activate Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo, I cannot fully utilize it. I have only partially refined heavens and the immortal goo, I've only barely managed to gain its recognition. Thus, I cannot exert its full strength yet. Fong Yuan's thoughts clashed rapidly. This should be the result of having unrestrained heavenly marks. I am different from everyone else. If I continue gaining unrestrained heavenly marks, will I be able to further refine heavens and the immortal goo, or even completely refine it? Wait! Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Fong Yuan's mind. It was like lightning that pierced the darkness, creating a huge commotion in his mind. At this moment, Fong Yuan's lips became a bit dry. Heavens and the immortal goo is a heaven path immortal goo, fate goo is too. Since I can refine heavens and the immortal goo, does that mean that I can refine fate goo and control fate as well? Southern border. Tribulations were raging, while Wu Clan's goo immortal Wu Jin controlled the situation. He focused his attention on that chi cocoon. Suddenly, a person shouted from within the cocoon, breaking out of it and creating an immortal aperture, becoming an immortal. It was Wu Ji. In this immortal ascension, not only did she obtain a super-grade blessed land, her vital goo even became an immortal goo. Wu Jin could feel Wu Ji's aura. He sighed. Wu Ji, you chose strength path after all. Wu Ji had no regret. She laughed. This is precisely the path I seek. And on Shangliang Mountain, Shang Yan Fei gathered his children in the same hall. He had died on Etian Mountain, but because of Fate Goo's destruction, he was revived by Shang Clan's Goo Immortals. Right now, he sat on the main seat with blood-red light surrounding his body. Congratulations to Father for succeeding in the immortal ascension. You have surpassed the mortal realm, and become a blood path immortal. Shang Qiu was the eldest son. He was the first to speak. After that, the rest of his children also congratulated him, including Shang Xianci. Shang Yan Fei waved his hand. Blood path has a poor reputation. Keep the fact that I am now a blood path Goo immortal as a secret. I gathered you here today because I want to distribute the family assets now, before I enter closed cultivation. The great era has arrived. I want you all to become immortals too and lead the new tides of this great era. Chapter 21-22. 9 Children Dragon Drawings. In the hall, Shang Yan Fei sat on the main seat. He wore a black robe, his hair was red like blood, his face was that of a handsome young man. His children were all seated in the hall, gathered together. Under their gazes, Shang Yan Fei took out a stack of beast skins. Each beast skin had markings on it, vividly drawing a certain dragon-like beast. At the corner of the skin, there was text written in ink, giving off the dense aura of primitive civilization. These are the 9 children dragon drawings. I had obtained them from a Goo immortal's corpse in my younger days by chance. It is a pity this immortal opportunity is not suitable for me. Even after asking Shang Clan's supreme elders, I could not unravel it. Now I will pass these 9 children dragon drawings to all of you. I hope you can unravel the mystery and gain your own immortal opportunities. Saying this, Shang Yan Fei diverted his gaze from the beast skin, looking at Shang Qiu. Qiu, come here. He called. Father. Shang Qiu left his seat, walking towards Shang Yan Fei. Shang Yan Fei passed him the first beast skin. This is the Qiu drawing. I gave you this name because of it as well. You are the eldest son, you have a dependable nature, I am very assured. This revival is the greatest opportunity in your life, don't let me down. Shang Qiu stretched out both hands and received the beast skin. Father, I will do my best and not disappoint you. Ye Zi, come over as well. Shang Yan Fei waved his hand and called his son. From today onwards, broaden your horizon and don't dwell on petty matters, it will benefit you. Yes, I will remember Father's teachings. Shang Ye Zi took the beast skin and returned to his seat. Shang Yan Fei called for his children one by one, distributing the 9 children dragon drawings while saying words of encouragement. Shang Xianci remained seated, she was not called. She observed carefully, realizing that the 9 children dragon drawings had varying beast drawings. For example, the Chao Feng drawing had a divine beast with a noble aura that could not be sullied. The Pu Lao drawing resembled a coiling dragon. The Bai Shi drawing looked like a giant tortoise that could carry mountains and rivers. There was also the Baiyan drawing, it was like a fierce tiger with ferocious aura. There were only 9 beast skin drawings, they were soon distributed, but he had more than 9 children. Shang Yan Fei called for Shang Tuahai as well. You have been managing the merchant caravan well. I will give you this entire caravan then. Other than that, I have a water path inheritance. It is the inheritance of a water path immortal. Even though it is largely incomplete, the contents are still worth a lot. I hope you can still continue to work hard in the future. After that, he called for Shang Yifan. This is a rank 5 Gu Master inheritance, but it has clues to an immortal inheritance. It will be up to you in the future if you try to find it. And finally, Shang Yanfei called for Shang Xianci. Father. Shang Xianci walked towards her father. Shang Yanfei sighed. I've already distributed all my wealth, only this house is left. O Xianci, among my children, you are the one who most surpassed my expectations. If you do not mind it, take this house. Once he said that, the hall went into a commotion. His other children looked at Shang Yanfei and Shang Xianci. They wanted to speak but found that they could not. It was clearly Shang Yanfei's doing. Under everyone's gazes, Shang Xianci replied with a calm expression. I will thank Father for this gift. After the gathering ended, most of Shang Yanfei's children came together secretly. Father actually gave the house to Shang Xianci. He did not even let us voice our objections. It seems that Father really wants Shang Xianci to be the clan leader. What should we do? This is too unfair. What did we all get? Some absurd things or broken inheritances. As for that Shang Xianci, she is going to become the clan leader. She will definitely be nurtured by the clan and become a Gu immortal seed. Initially, Shang Yanfei was still a young master. He was suppressed by an alliance of other young masters. He took a step back and abandoned the position of young master of his own accord, becoming an ordinary clansman. During that fallen period, he stayed in this house. Afterwards, when he became the clan leader, he maintained this place as a reminder to himself and later generations. The clan banquets were always held here as a result. Afterwards, when Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing left Qingmao Mountain to roam the world, when they escorted Shang Xianci to Shangliang Mountain, they were also attended to in this house. Shang Yanfei gave this house to Shang Xianci. There was deep meaning behind it. It meant that he was giving the position of clan leader to her. Even though Shang Xianci was already the clan leader for some time, according to rules and customs, she had to be appointed by the previous clan leader. That would leave no flaws for others to criticize. Father is too biased. That's right, he loves Shang Xianci the most. What can we do? Everyone, are we going to watch this happen? She is merely an illegitimate daughter. After I died, all of you are so useless, you actually let her become the clan leader. I did not decide the clan leader, there were instructions from the higher-ups. What can we do? In my opinion, our Shang clan's supreme elders are too muddle-headed. Shang Xianci and Fong Yuan have a mysterious relationship. I'm afraid the higher-ups are thinking about that too. Everyone's discussions came to a halt. After a moment of silence, Shang Yifan said, Fong Yuan lived on Shangliang Mountain for some time in the past, but what sort of person is he? He is someone who can influence the entire world. Why would he care about ants like us? Shang Clan's supreme elders are overthinking it. Can't they see that even after so many years, Fong Yuan has not helped Shang Xianci even once? These words injected life into the stale discussion. The remaining children brightened up again. They agreed in unison that Fong Yuan had already forgotten about Shangliang Mountain and everything that happened here. They were simply unwilling to give up on the position of clan leader. Shang Yifan continued to speak. Shang Xianci has a huge force, but it is not impossible to fight her. We need to work together to win. We can go ahead and split her forces. Shang Yazi snickered. We need to use a multi-pronged approach so Shang Xianci cannot deal with everything at once. I met with an expert some time ago. If we can get his help, Shang Xianci will definitely face a lot of problems. Her reputation will fall. Days later. The study room's atmosphere was tense. Shang Xianci frowned as she listened to Shang Buli's report, sighing deeply. To think that the situation is so severe, in just a few days, those budding issues have already swept through the entire market of Shangliang Mountain. A few days ago, counterfeit goods started to appear in Shangliang Mountain's Gu worm market. These fake Gu were identical to the real ones. Even if they were used, the effects would be the same. But after some time, they would expose themselves and self-detonate. The buyer would suffer huge losses. These fake Gu appeared in Shang Clan's market. It greatly affected their prestige. The situation was very severe. Xiao Bai stood beside Shang Xianci as she said to Shang Buli in displeasure. Lord Shang Buli, you are in charge of the market. There has to be some time that passed for the situation to develop like this. Why did you hold back the information and not report it? Shang Buli snorted coldly in anger. I was too useless, I disappointed you, clan leader. The situation is too severe now, I cannot make any amendments, I will resign now, please don't stop me. You! Xiao Dai was dazed from shock, she said. Who are you trying to scare? Shan Buli looked at Xiao Dai coldly. You are just a servant, I am magnanimous and will not blame you. But clan leader, I am resigning now, please approve of it. Shang Xianci looked at Shang Buli deeply before replying calmly. In that case, I will approve your resignation. Goodbye. Shang Buli chuckled as he left. Is he really leaving things as it is? Xiao Dai was stunned. Clan leader, Lord Shang Tuahai seeks your audience. At this time, Xiao Lan reported. Shang Xianci's gaze flickered for a moment before answering. Let him in. Shang Tuahai came into the study room and saw Shang Xianci's expression, nodding. So you realized it? Shang Xianci asked. Because of the clan leader position? Shang Tuahai. Precisely. Shang Buli had control of the slave market and had great business, but after your rise, because you did not like such cruelty, you banned the slave trade, causing Shang Buli to manage Shangliang Mountain's goo worm market instead. He has already been convinced by them, he is involved in this fake goo conspiracy. This old fiend. Xiao Dai gritted her teeth in anger. Shang Tuahai added. This is not everything, Shang Buli is just the first to defect, more will appear soon. Shang Xianci nodded. And what do you want from this? Shang Tuahai replied plainly. We are both illegitimate children. Even if you fall, I will not become the clan leader. I will rarely return in the future. I will lead the merchant caravan and explore the world. I want to become immortal too. But I cannot rely on the clan. If you become immortal in the future, I hope my act of kindness now will be repaid. I'll remember this. Goodbye. Seeing Shang Tuahai leave, Shang Xianci had a complex emotion. After leading Shang Clan for so many years, Shang Xianci had developed many abilities and broadened her horizons. From her perspective, among Shang Yanfei's children, Shang Tuahai definitely was top 3 in terms of ability. He was a prime choice in both talent and personality. It was a pity that he lacked opportunities. He did not receive the favor of greater existences. Fate has been destroyed, the great era is here. Countless people are competing and fighting for that chance of immortality. Shang Xianci sighed to herself internally. Afterwards, like what Shang Tuahai reminded her about. Zhu Ba and Wan Qianshan resigned of their own accord. Xiao Yan got the news that some fire path goo materials he needed were far away, so he went to search for them. Xiong Tu, Xiong and Xiong Feng also received some information on how to save their ancestor Xiong Yanpa. Zhou Quan and Wei de Xian also became coincidentally ill. They were bedridden. At once, Shang Xianci was without her capable subordinates, she was alone without external help. Those goo masters who bought fake goo gathered together and started to create problems. Shang Xianci had to bring Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai to the scene and take control of the situation. These goo worms are all fake. Is Shang Clan selling fake goods now? Since Shang Clan's leader is here, tell us, what will you do? I spent most of my assets to buy a rank 4 goo worm from you, but it turned out to be a fake goo. Shang Clan's auspicious festival is held annually, but there are actually fake goods sold to harm us buyers. This is simply unacceptable. And more despicably, even though there are sales going on, the prices were actually adjusted upwards. It ended up being the same price as the market rate. Facing all of the intense rage, Shang Xianci was still calm as ice. Shang Clan will pay all of you back twice the amount of your losses. Just one sentence made the surroundings silent. Shan Yazi and the rest who were watching from the dark became anxious. They started to give instructions. From among the people, someone suddenly shouted, Compensation! We demand compensation on the spot! That's right, you give us open promises but use dirty tricks in the dark. This is all Shang Clan's ploy. Shang Clan is selling fake goods. Can we really trust your words? I don't care, your shop cheated us of our hard-earned money. I want to destroy it. The lurking experts within the crowd took action and attacked Shang Xianci. Shang Xianci stretched out her hand, using a killer move to protect the shop behind her. She managed to block all of the attacks. Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai were ready to strike, but Shang Xianci stopped them. Light flickered in her eyes as her aura erupted. She activated a battlefield killer move. The killer move pushed outwards, trapping all of the people who caused trouble. The noisy street instantly became silent all of a sudden. So powerful! To think that Shang Xianci has such hidden strength! Shang Yazi and the rest watched with intense shock. At that moment, they felt like they were looking at their father Shang Yanfei. She had the air of a peak rank 5 expert. Chapter 21-23. Xianci's Immortal Opportunity. Shang Xianci had a benevolent nature, but she showed an extremely strong stance now, suppressing the entire situation at the moment. This was the Gu cultivation world, experts reigned supreme. Even though Shang Xianci trapped everyone, she did not punish them. Instead, she upheld her promise of paying them twice the amount back. Even though she understood that people were intentionally causing this problem, she did not do anything to these people, she let them off. Shang Xianci actually released them. Humph, the excessive benevolence of a woman. To think that she did not make a move. If it were me, I would rather kill them all than let any possible culprit escape. Shang Yazi and the rest discussed in secret. They expressed their disdain to conceal the unease in their hearts. Shang Qiu had a complex expression. Maybe this is the difference between Shang Xianci and us. This might be the reason why father favors her to become clan leader. Shang Qiu, what are you saying? Someone immediately rebuked. Shang Qiu said plainly. You saw it yourselves, Shang Xianci had strength that surpasses all of us. When she took the role of clan leader, she also stabilized Shang Clan's position. All of our businesses made great profits. Even though she stopped the slave trade, our profits only fell for some time before rising again, far higher than before. We need to admit that Shang Xianci's capability surpasses us. Right now, her reputation of benevolence had already spread widely. Father noticed this and gave the position of clan leader to her. He is not being biased or showing favoritism. Shang Qiu revived from death. The experience was his precious wealth, allowing him to think more rationally and calmly when situations occurred. But immediately after, Shang Yifan smiled coldly. Brother Qiu, even if that is true, so what? Whoever becomes clan leader will be nurtured by the clan into an immortal. This is an immortal opportunity. So what if Shang Xianci surpasses us in ability and character, so what? Are you not going to vie for this opportunity? Shang Qiu was silent for a while before nodding as he said solemnly. I have to try. After Shang Xianci released the troublemakers, she went to pacify the shop owners. An elderly man walked to Shang Xianci shakily as he expressed his gratitude. If not for clan leader's appearance, I would have gotten into trouble. Sigh, it was because my vision was blurred and I lost my cool to greed. I believed in rumors and bought some cheap goods. To think that they were all fake. Xiao Dai pouted. You're an old man, you've been in Shangliang Mountain for so many years. This shop has been managed by you for so long, how can you be so short-sighted? The old man looked ashamed. Xiao Dai. Shang Xianci expressed her understanding. The Gu cultivators living here are also not having it easy. If it were me, I would want to earn more for my business, this is a logical thing. Xiao Dai snorted as she looked at the old man. Old fellow, you were lucky to have met my young miss. Make sure you use your vision in the future, don't go after cheap gains, do you understand? Yes, I understand. The old man quickly replied. Young miss, let's go, seeing these people makes me angry. If they were not after cheap gains, why would the market be flooded with fake goods? Xiao Dai turned around and looked at Shang Xianci. But the elderly man spoke. Clan leader, please wait. Shang Xianci asked. Is there anything else? The old man spoke in trepidation. I'm ashamed, I'm truly ashamed. I bought such a large batch of fake goods, they cannot be sold anymore. But if I destroy them, it would be a huge loss. Clan leader, didn't you say you will compensate us? What? Xiao Dai heard these words and exploded. She pointed at the old man's nose and shouted. Old fellow, do you know no shame? You made a mistake while our clan leader defended you, yet you know no gratitude and even want to extort us? Xiaolan was also disgusted by such behavior, she added. You are already so old, but your actions are truly despicable. Must all your losses be shouldered by our Shang clan? Even throughout this entire world, is there such a logic? But Shang Xianci stopped her 2 servants. She looked at the old man and the sellers behind him. Shang Xianci's tone was still calm as before. Old sir, thanks for reminding me. As the Shang clan leader, I will not go back on my promise. Since I agreed to double the compensation, I will do my best to follow it. You can get twice the compensation for the fake goods you imported. Thank you, clan leader. Clan leader, you are the kindest clan leader I've ever seen. Clan elder, you saved my entire family. Without this compensation, we would be forced out of our homes. All of the Gu masters spoke, some teared up, some knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Shang Xianci. Let's go. Shang Xianci brought her 2 servants away, arriving at the entrance of the street. The 2 servants were very indignant. Xiao Bai grumbled, "Young miss, you are just too kind. Not only did you release those troublemakers, you even compensated them twice the amount." Xiao Lan also said, "Young miss, I know you are kind-hearted and pity those people. But be it buyers or sellers, there are bad people among them. By compensating them all together, we have fallen into the culprits' schemes. They want to expend our primeval stone reserves." Shang Xianci nodded. "Those are just primeval stones. We can still earn them back in the future even if we lose them now. But if Shang Clan's reputation is ruined, then we will need to spend a lot of effort and time to rebuild it. If I mined these primeval stones instead, I would fall into the culprit's trap. The loss of primeval stones is not important. Shang Clan's reputation is a bigger problem. I will not be a proper clan leader after all. They can use this excuse to take me down from the position of clan leader." Shang Xianci spoke warmly and calmly. She showed no anxiety, giving people a feeling of peace. The 2 servants understood after this. Xiao Lan said in admiration, "So that is it. Young miss, you are really amazing, you see things so clearly." Xiao Bai pouted. "Young miss is right, but this matter is too infuriating. That old man might not be a bad person, but he is taking advantage of us to earn a profit now. Why are they not going after the culprit who caused them a loss, instead trying to bully us good people? If Lord Fong Yuan were here, he would beat these people till they pissed themselves. They would not dare to get up from the ground. Who would dare to bully us?" Xiao Lan stared at Xiao Bai, stomping on Xiao Dai's foot. Xiao Bai jumped from the pain, sticking out her tongue and apologizing to Shang Xianci. "Sorry, young miss, I spoke out of line. Ever since Fong Yuan's and Lu Weiyin's battle when he was hit by the killer move, 3 lifetime dreams reform a chosen one. After Shang Xianci returned to Shangliang Mountain, each time she heard of Fong Yuan's name, she would fall into agony and sadness uncontrollably. Thus, the name Fong Yuan started to become taboo around Shang Xianci. On the way back, the 3 of them were silent. After reaching the end of the street, Xiao Lan said, "Young miss, Lord Zhou. Quan and Wei de Xian have been sick for a long time. Let's go visit them and see how they are feeling." Xiao Bai gave Xiao Lan a thumbs up secretly. They tried to divert Shang Xianci's attention to other matters instead. Shang Xianci nodded. "You are right, let's go visit them." The 3 of them arrived at Wei de Xian's accommodation. "Stop right there, who are you? Why are you acting so suspiciously?" Xiao Bai found someone suspicious at the entrance. The suspicious Gu cultivator looked at Shang Xianci and his expression turned grim, but he was relaxed internally, knowing that Shang Xianci was a benevolent person. He answered, "I am Wu Clan's Gu master. I am here to send a letter to Lady Wei de Xian." Xiao Dai's expression changed as she looked at Shang Xianci. "Young miss, so no. Lady Wei de Xian must have gone to Wu Clan after seeing this terrible situation." Shang Xianci knocked on Xiao Dai's head. "Don't spout nonsense, Sister Wei is not such a person. She is the sister of Wei Shenjing. It is not strange that they exchange letters. Come inside with me." Shang Xianci let that Wu Clan Gu master leave. She entered the house, seeing Wei de Xian who was bedridden. Wei de Xian had obviously found out about the conflict that occurred earlier. She handed an information path Gu worm to Shang Xianci the moment they entered, but Shang Xianci smiled and did not receive it. Wei de Xian explained, "Those people have outstanding methods. They schemed against Zhou Quan and I, causing us to be bedridden. But I will not falter so easily. I sent a letter to my brother and asked for his help." Xiao Lan was overjoyed. "That's great. Lord Wei Shenjing is known as the counterfeit master. His ability at creating counterfeit goods is well known in southern border. If he can help us, we will definitely be able to solve this predicament of the fake goods." Shang Xianci smiled. "Not long ago, in Sun Moon's sinkhole, I met with Wei Shenjing and we chased after the demon Kong Ri Tian." Wei de Xian sighed. "Back then, Wei Clan was plotted against by Shang Clan, who was the mastermind. My brother was forced to roam outside. He had to join Wu Clan to preserve his life. He bore hatred towards Shang Clan and did not understand why I chose to join you. But he sent this letter to praise your character and morals." He sighed in admiration and said he understood my action. It is a pity he is busy now. Wu Clan's clan leader Wu Ji has succeeded in her immortal ascension. She nominated my brother recently. Wu Clan is focusing on promoting external elders. They want to make outsiders their Wu Clan external Gu immortals. My brother is facing a test now. He can only explain the situation to us, but he cannot come personally. Ah. Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai looked at each other in deep disappointment. Shang Xianci continued to smile. It is truly a great fortuitous encounter for Brother Wei. If he loses this chance, he will regret it for life. Even though I am facing a problem, I cannot hold back Brother Wei from his great opportunity. After all, any competition to become immortal is filled with danger and difficulty. If Brother Wei needs help, we must lend him a hand. Clan leader, you are truly a great person. It is a pity I cannot help you. Wei de Xian sighed. Sister Wei, I still need to thank you. But you are currently injured, don't trouble yourself with this. Go ahead and recuperate, I have already gotten a solution for this problem. Shang Xian's smile expanded. Wei de Xian looked at her while sighing internally in her heart. She had a deep understanding of Shang Xianci. She knew that this expression meant that Shang Xianci had no countermeasure or solution currently. This situation was quite problematic. Shang Qiu and the rest had cooperated. If this problem was not properly resolved, it might really affect Shang Xian's position as clan leader. Shang Yanfei passed the clan leader position to Shang Xianci, but there were rules in the righteous path. If Shang Xianci was chased out of this position, Shang Yanfei, who had already exercised the role transfer, could not intervene to defend her anymore. Shang Xianci cannot save herself now, but she does not want to trouble me, so she said those words. Wei de Xian understood this, she smiled. Since clan leader has a solution, I will rest at ease, I am going to recuperate now. You should. Shang Xianci smiled and said. Leave now, don't disturb my recuperation. Wei de Xian waved her hand, she knew that Shang Xianc's time was pressing, she did not want to waste her time. The trio was chased out just like that. After leaving Wei de Xian's place, they went to visit Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan said, I've already learned of the matter that happened. Clan leader, you did the right thing. In the past, I would not be able to see it clearly. But after these years, I've learned much from Steward Zhou and Sister Wei. Shang Xianci said humbly. Zhou Quan looked at Shang Xianci. Initially, he was forced by Fong Yuan to become Shang Xianc's subordinate and help her. But gradually, he noticed Shang Xianc's nature and was shocked that there was such a person in the world. If Shang Xianci was mindlessly benevolent, Zhou Quan would look down on her and leave. But Shang Xianci had a perceptive nature despite her poor cultivation talent. She grew rapidly under Zhou Quan's and Wei de Xian's guidance, rising to the next level. Now, not only did she have strength, she could even manage the entirety of Shang Clan. Zhou Quan was pleased at her growth while also feeling admiration. Because Shang Xianci had a consistent demeanor, she had her own bottom line. Her kindness and benevolence had never wavered because of the darkness and cruelty of the world. In contrast, from the cruelty and sadness she had seen, she noticed the pity and agony behind them, affirming her heart of kindness. This was something that was very rare. Before leaving, Zhou Quan reminded them. Even if you pay them double, you can only lessen the problem, you cannot solve its root cause. The problem is the fake goods after all, you need to find the source and put a stop to it. You also need to find out the rest of the fake goods in the market and remove them. After these two problems are resolved, you will be able to truly get past the problem. At night. In the other room, Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai had fallen asleep. But Shang Xianci looked at the fake goo on the table as she showed an expression of worry. She smiled to herself soundlessly. To prevent the rest from worrying and because of her clan leader responsibilities, Shang Xianci had always acted confidently. Only when she was alone would she show her true emotions. At this moment, she was like a delicate flower facing an impending storm. It was truly heart-aching to see her expression. She was helpless against the fake goo in front of her. The truth was, she had already done her best to get this far. In the silent night, she let out a deep and helpless sigh. Clan leader, why are you sighing? From within the fake goo, light shined and gathered into the image of an old man. Shang Xianci had a surprised expression, because this old man was the shop owner who asked her for compensation earlier. Chapter 21-24. Admiring Fong Yuan. Seeing the old man's appearance, Shang Xianci thought of many things at this instant. The mysterious old man was so strong, Shang Xinci did not even detect his method to lurk within the goo worm. He came with unknown intentions. He could either be having kind or malicious intentions. He might even be the culprit behind this fake goo incident. This might even be one of Shang Yi's plans. But Shang Xinci was more willing to believe that the mysterious old man came with kind intentions. Shang Xinci said solemnly, I sighed earlier because Shang Yi and the rest chose to pull me down from the clan leader position in order to fight for that immortal opportunity. But they did not care that these schemes would bring great misery and losses to others. In fact, they completely disregarded Shang Clan's reputation. They only cared about themselves. But I can understand their choice. Who does not want to become a goo immortal and transcend the mortal realm, gaining great abilities? But does becoming a goo immortal mean one must treat the people as insects? Isn't there another way, a kinder and less damaging way for the weak? The old man heard this and sighed deeply. Shang Xinci, oh Shang Xinci, I've stayed in Shangliang Mountain for years. I believe that you mean this from the bottom of your heart, thus, I decided to help you. Shang Xinci bowed deeply, but her expression was still calm and tranquil. May I ask for Senior's name? The old man smiled bitterly. I am merely a pitiful person who is at his wit's end. I do not dare to expose myself. I know you are suspicious towards me, but I come with goodwill. You are someone worthy of my help. After becoming the clan leader for so many years, you know that to trust a person, what they say is not important. Only their actions speak louder than words. Shang Xinci nodded. Please teach me, Senior. I am willing to listen. The old man said. I know the person who created the fake goo as well as his residence. His name is Fong Tian Yu. Your brother Shang Yi befriended him and asked him to do this by offering huge benefits. Fong Tian Yu? Shang Xinci's gaze flickered. I know of this person. He is in the righteous path, once the young clan leader of a village. He has incredible refinement path attainment. He is a refinement path master, having rank 4 cultivation level. When he was rank 3, he refined a rank 5 goo worm. Although the rank 5 goo died after half a day, he achieved instant reputation from that. Regrettably, his clan lost in a conflict and faced extermination. He was no longer the young clan leader that had limitless prospects, becoming a lone cultivator instead. Shang Xinci was the leader of Shang Clan. She knew the information of Southern Border's expert goo masters very clearly. The old man nodded. Fong Tian Yu has already reached rank 5, but he keeps it a secret, and only shows rank 4 cultivation level. I have a method for you to convince him and turn him over to your side, becoming your loyal subordinate. Shang Xinci was very curious. Fong Tian Yu had rank 5 cultivation level now. Like Shang Xinci, he was also a refinement path master, extremely popular in Southern Border. Such a person would receive royal treatment anywhere he went. If he wanted to rebuild his clan and create Fong Clan again, he would become the clan leader, a righteous path leader in the goo master world. How could such a person submit easily? The old man did not conceal anything. He told the method to Shang Xinci immediately. Shang Xinci's expression changed. Senior wants me to lie to Fong Tian Yu? The old man smiled. That is not lying. It is true that you are acquainted with Fong Yuan. Of course, strictly speaking, it is still a lie. But Shang Xinci, if one lie can save countless people, will you do it? You have no other choice now. Fong Tian Yu is the culprit behind the fake goo after all. The old man's smile became wider. In this world, being a bad person is not easy, but being a good person is even tougher. Because a good person has to defeat the bad person while defending their own morals and beliefs. Oh Shang Xinci, I am only giving you a method. As for what you are going to do with it, that is entirely up to you. Shang Xinci did not hesitate. Thank you, Senior, the method is very good. I am going to give it a try. Very good. The old man laughed. This is why I like you. You have benevolence, but you are not blinded by it. You know how to use various methods to deal with evil. In this world, pure kindness is akin to suicide. It can even harm your friends and family. But you are not like that. You are realistic in your goals. You are a truly practical good person. At the end, the old man added, This goo worm contains a goo immortal true inheritance. I think this is the cultivation path most suited for you. Take a look. Whether you cultivate it or not is entirely up to you. Saying so, the old man's image vanished. At the same time, a goo worm flew up from the table, floating in the air, away from the pile. Shang Xinci held it and inspected the details. A moment later, joy flashed on her face as she muttered to herself. Good deeds, Gu? Shangliang Mountain had an outer city as well as the inner city. The inner city was split into first, second, third, fourth, and fifth inner city. The first inner city was called the Central Inner City, the political heart of Shang Clan, and also their military base. Shang Xianci stayed here. The second inner city was also known as the Clan City. Only Shang clansmen could stay here. Tokens were needed to enter. Fong Tian Yu stayed in the third inner city. The entire third inner city was extremely expensive and valuable. It used star stones everywhere. Not only buildings, but even the walking paths were made of star stones. At one glance, starlight could be seen in one's entire vision. The streets had few people, quiet and serene, like a star palace. There was no inn, there were only gardens. Small gardens were rented at 30 primeval stones per day, while large gardens were 100 primeval stones. Fong Tian Yu was staying in a large garden. He drank high-quality tea and sat in a half-inclined chair. His door was open as a breeze blew into the garden. He looked at the beautiful view of the bamboo forest. Brother Fong, you are truly enjoying yourself. Shang Xianci's voice resounded all of a sudden. Fong Tian Yu shook intensely. He was so shocked he almost fell from his chair. But at the next moment, he reacted and the goo worms in his aperture got ready to strike. He turned around and looked at Shang Xianci, calming himself forcefully. So Shang Clan's leader has visited me. I am truly honored beyond words. Clan leader, your method is really amazing. I set up 3 goo formations here after all. You actually managed to enter so stealthily. Is there anywhere in the world that can keep you out? Fong Tian Yu mocked Shang Xianci's action of being like a thief, but she was not upset. She retorted. How can my methods compare to you, Brother Fong? You caused a huge commotion in the market. The fake goo flooded the market and resulted in conflict. As the clan leader, I almost lost all my reputation. Fong Tian Yu was shook internally. He did not expect Shang Xianci to find him so quickly. How can this be? I am sure that my fake goo have no clues leading to me. Is there a problem over on Shang Yi's end? Fong Tian Yu thought while sitting up, denying it entirely. Clan leader, don't try to scare me. The blame of selling fake goo is not something a small fry like me can shoulder. Shang Xianci chuckled as she took a few steps, arriving at the door and looking outside, speaking with her back facing Fong Tian Yu. Brother Fong, do you still not understand? Whatever I claim as the truth, even without evidence whatsoever, is the truth. Fong Tian Yu could not help but feel shocked. This Shang Xianci has a reputation for benevolence. Everyone knows that, but after seeing her today, to think that she is such a domineering person. He felt immense pressure. Shang Xianci's sudden appearance threw Fong Tian Yu into an extremely passive spot. He was originally lying on the chair. He had a poor posture. He had to try to modify his posture while exchanging words with Shang Xianci, sitting upright gradually. But Shang Xianci seemingly did not notice. She went past him and walked to the door, facing the outside with her back facing Fong Tian Yu, not concerned with his petty actions. She even gave him a chance to sneak attack her. But Fong Tian Yu did not dare to move at all. The more confident Shang Xianci was, the more wary and nervous Fong Tian Yu felt. Even though they had the same cultivation level, he had already unconsciously placed himself at the lower position. Shang Xianci turned around, smiling. Brother Fong, come work for me. What? Fong Tian Yu stared with wide eyes. He was stunned, but soon he laughed. Shang Clan leader, do you know the price that Shang Yi paid to hire my service? Shang Xianci chuckled. No matter what price he offered, you will definitely not be able to reject my offer. Fong Tian Yu let out a breath of air. His eyes shined with brilliance as he stood up. The moment Shang Xianci tried to recruit him, he understood that she was not able to resolve the fake goo incident. Otherwise, she could create a commotion and lead Shang Clan's troops to kill him. So she still needs my help. Fong Tian Yu gained the psychological upper hand again. He assessed Shang Xianci while smiling. Then I will listen. I am sure that the great Shang Clan leader will give me an offer befitting your status. Shang Xianci raised her right index finger. Firstly, your life. Fong Tian Yu's expression changed. His voice turned more grave as he spoke coldly. Clan leader, do you think I am helpless against you? Shang Xianci smiled confidently. Don't worry, Brother Fong, you have rank 5 cultivation level, no need to be nervous. Fong Tian Yu was internally shaken. She knew his actual cultivation level. She came prepared. This situation was perilous. Shang Xinci added. Other than that, if you perform well, you might be able to receive Lord Fong Yuan's audience. What? Fong Tian Yu's expression changed again. Shang Xinci spoke without stopping. Don't be so shocked, Brother Fong. I know far more things than you can ever imagine. I'll tell you the truth, I'm sure you know about my relationship with Lord Fong Yuan. I was able to discern your identity because I got help from Lord Fong Yuan's hairy man Gu immortal subordinates. I handed up a fake Gu and that hairy man Gu immortal actually praised it. He said that you are a genius. If you are able to progress further, you might gain Lord Fong Yuan's recognition and become his subordinate. Seriously? Is this true? Fong Tian Yu was extremely excited. His face was flushed red. Shang Xinci smiled. Why would I lie to you? Since I can find you, I can easily take you down. What's the point of wasting my breath here? I am sure you know my situation. The reason I became clan leader was because of Lord Fong Yuan. To tell you the truth, Shang Clan has already cooperated with Lord Fong Yuan in secret. Fong Tian Yu chuckled. Shang Clan? Lord Fong Yuan is the #1 demon in the world. If Lord Fong Yuan wants to take something from Shang Clan, will you dare to say no? But I admire Lord Fong Yuan's refinement path talent the most. Back then on Three Kings Mountain, I was blessed to have watched the scene of Lord Fong Yuan refining fixed immortal travel personally. That was truly the greatest fortune of my life. I had once used rank 3 cultivation level to refine a rank 5 Gu worm that lived for half a day. But Lord Fong Yuan actually refined an immortal Gu as a mortal. And he did it in that dangerous situation. His talent, his aptitude, his strength, and his wisdom is #1 in the world. Since then, I believed wholeheartedly that Lord Fong Yuan would become renowned in the entire 5 regions and 2 heavens. As expected, Lord Fong Yuan defeated Heavenly Court in front of everyone in the world. He destroyed Fate Gu. And the greatest thing was that he used a refinement path method to destroy Fate Gu. From then on, Fate Gu can no longer exist in this world. From then on, all of us broke free of the restraints of fate. He is a warrior, a hero, a savior. He has made the greatest contribution for the whole of humanity in history. But no one understands him. They think he is in the demonic path. They are just too shallow, they are too ignorant. Lord Fong Yuan is an unprecedented existence. He is a great hero that only appears once in a billion years. But I understand those so-called righteous path people. They are petty figures who feel fear. These weaklings and cowards are shamelessly trying to slander Lord Fong Yuan after realizing they can no longer harm him. They are obstructing the rise of humanity. They are sinners that obstruct the development of the world. Lord Fong Yuan is too outstanding, he is too amazing, he is too noble. If I can follow him, if I can follow in the footsteps of such a noble figure, I do not know what else I can say. Huff, huff. Amazing, this is too unbelievable. Today is simply the happiest day of my life. Unbelievable, Lord Fong Yuan is actually taking me in as his subordinate. This is unbelievable, oh heaven! Fong Tian Yu got more and more excited as he spoke, his entire body was shuddering, he was almost about to burst out into spontaneous spasm. His eyes shined with such a bright light as they turned red and tears gathered in his eyes, even Shang Xinci was feeling a chill as she looked at him. That mysterious old man was not wrong at all. Fong Tian Yu was a most fanatical admirer of Fong Yuan. In fact, Fong Yuan's rise, his stories, the scene where he destroyed fate, all of them were widely spread. Most demonic cultivators saw Fong Yuan as their idol, they looked at him as their goal and inspiration. Even in the righteous path, there were many who admired him secretly. Looking up to his courage in challenging the experts of Heavenly Court, he had incredible wits and was able to scheme despite danger. Fong Tian Yu was not special, he was just one of them. But because he had once interacted with Fong Yuan, and because of their similarities in refinement path, he who had once been a blessed young master experienced his entire family being slaughtered. The terrible ordeal in his life made his personality even more twisted and extreme. Thus, because of his life experiences, he treated the strongest refinement path expert in the current world, the grand and legendary figure who he cannot surpass in this life, Fong Yuan, as his target for fanatical idolism. Even though Shang Xinci did not produce any solid evidence, as long as there was hope, as long as there was a chance for him to get close to his idol, the divine existence in his heart, it was enough for him to feel extreme excitement. He could not control himself. Chapter 21-25. Brother Fong Yu? Several days later. Second inner city of Shangliang Mountain. Shang Zi and the rest had gathered together for a discussion, but they were soon enraged to find out that they were encircled. Zhou Quan, Wei de Xian. You are too daring, you dared to gather a bunch of Gu cultivators in the second inner city. What are you trying to do? We are Shang Yanfei's children, the blood siblings of your master Shang Xianci. You outsiders dare to interfere and take action against Shang Clan members on this Shang Liang mountain? Shang Zi and the rest were furious. They screamed loudly, getting their voices to spread out around the entire second inner city. The second inner city was the residence of Shang Clan's members. The commotion attracted the attention of countless clansmen. Soon, hundreds of clansmen gathered here as they encircled Wei de Xian and Zhou Quan's group instead. What is going on? Commander Wei de Xian and Steward Zhou Quan, they are Shang Xianci's most loyal subordinates. They are encircling Shang Qiu, Shang Yazi, and the rest. These two are simply too daring. They are trying to take action against our Shang Clan's members openly. Don't be rash. Without Shang Xianci's instructions, why would these two dare to make a move? A good show is going to start. This is clearly a fight over authority. Shang Clan's members discussed. The matter was getting heated. More clansmen were arriving. Wei de Xian smiled coldly. Zhou Quan announced loudly. Recently, fake Gu have been rampantly spread in Shanliang Mountain. We have already investigated the truth. You are all the culprits behind this. Quickly surrender. Our leader is kind and merciful. She might let you off with a light sentence. Shang Yazi and the rest shook internally. Shang Yifan stepped out. Bullshit! You dare to accuse us without evidence. Shang Xianci was clearly the one without ability or morals. She could not handle this problem, so she wants to put the blame on us. She is simply too wicked. Don't worry, there is no need to deny it now. Wei de Xian interrupted. Since we are publicly arresting you, we have concrete evidence. What evidence? Where is Shang Xianci? Ask her to come out and speak. That's right, why is she letting you two handle this? You are merely Shang Xianci's two dogs. Shang Yazi and the rest screamed. Zhou Quan smiled coldly. Everyone, are you afraid now? We are descendants of Shang Clan, we fear nothing. But often, forceful courage is stupidity. If we leave with you, in your territory, we will be forced to submit. Even if we are innocent, we will be tortured and forced to accept this blame. We will become the culprits in the end. Since you have evidence, then tell us right here, right now, in front of everyone in the city. Shang Qiu and Shang Qiwen spoke. Shang Yazi and Shang Yifan frowned. That's right, speak clearly in front of everyone here. That's right. You are encircling the young clan leaders of our Shang Clan. Even if they are no longer the young clan leaders, they are not people that you outsiders can bully. The Shang Clan members at the periphery shouted. Zhou Quan laughed. Everything is within clan leaders' expectations. All right, since you want evidence, I will leave you speechless. This is the evidence. Zhou Quan waved his hand as a large pile of goo worms appeared on the ground. Wei de Xian added. Right now, all of Shangliang Mountain's fake goo are gathered here. Shang Yifan laughed. That's it. Taking a bunch of goo and framing it on us. Zhou Quan laughed. Of course not. We have solid facts that Fong Tian Yu is the person who refined these fake goo. Furthermore, he is among you right now. He is naturally instructed by you. Instantly, countless gazes gathered on Fong Tian Yu. Shang Yazi and the rest were scheming. As a crucial person, Fong Tian Yu was naturally involved. It is Fong Tian Yu indeed! Why is this refinement path master here? I only recognized him just now. It really is Master Fong. The surrounding talks became louder and rowdier. Shang Yazi could not endure it anymore. He stepped forward and shielded Fong Tian Yu as he shouted. Zhou Quan! You are framing us. This is a slander against a good friend of mine. We will not let this go. This matter is far more severe than you accusing us of this issue. If you do not have solid evidence that Brother Fong is the person who made these fake goo, I will seek an audience with Father. I will ask him to uphold justice. Zhou Quan laughed. Of course I have evidence. Tell me, Fong Tian Yu, are you the one who refined these fake goo? Shang Yazi and the rest were dazed. Next, the group heard Fong Tian Yu speak in a natural tone as he admitted. Steward Zhou is right. I was instructed by Shang Yazi's group to refine the fake goo and create problems in the market. They want to harm the current Shang Clan leader. What? What? Brother Fong Yu? At this moment, the scene went silent. Shang Yifan and the rest stared at Fong Tian Yu, their expressions were of disbelief and shock. Shang Yezi turned around abruptly, rage and shock prominently displayed on his face. Fong Tian Yu had actually betrayed them so suddenly? What was he after? How can this be? Did Shang Xianci offer him an even greater price? Impossible! In order to hire Fong Tian Yu, Shang Yezi and the rest had expended their own wealth. How could Shang Xianci gather so much resources in such a short period of time? But this actually happened to them. It was a fatal blow to Shang Yezi and the rest. No, you are not Brother Fong. Shang Yezi's expression was twisted, he struggled. You must be an imposter. No, even if you are real, I am sure that vicious woman Shang Xianci has you under her control. Shang Yezi's screams were so pale and weak at this moment. Zhou Quan spoke. Don't worry, Master Fong Tian Yu is not the only person I have as witness. The rest of you, what do you have to say? At the next moment, Shang Qiu sighed deeply. I admit, we committed this mistake. Shang Qiu, eldest brother Yu? Are you insane? However, Shang Qiu was not the only lunatic, there was also Shang Qiwen. She also stood up and agreed with Zhou Quan's accusations. Shang Yezi almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. Shang Yifan shook in anger. You too, you are going to be the death of us. Shang Qiwen smiled. Not just us. She had once managed the battle stage, she had a good relationship with Shang Xianci. Back then, Shang Xianci's information business also helped her. Shang Qiu waved his hands. Not long ago, Fong Tian Yu and Shang Xianci approached me. Since Master Fong Tian Yu has already joined her, what can we do? There is no chance of winning. Shang Xianci has amazing methods, we cannot upset her position as clan leader. We have lost, admit it. The crucial point was still Fong Tian Yu. Shang Yezi realized this, he stared at Fong Tian Yu with a gaze that could devour him whole. Fong Tian Yu, answer me. I know you are not someone who goes after beauties. You are such an aloof person, having only interest in refinement path. I do not believe that Shang Xianci has such charisma to win you over entirely. Tell me, why is this happening? Humph. Fong Tian Yu snickered coldly. How can mortals understand my pursuit? Quickly surrender. You guys can all die. Shang Yezi exploded entirely, he attacked. Shang Yifan and the rest followed after. Shang Qiu, Fong Tian Yu, Zhou Quan, and Wei de Xian were also prepared for this. Both sides burst into a chaotic battle. Shang Clan's members continued to watch, they did not interfere. The situation is quite clear now. To think that clan leader Shang Xianci is so amazing. This is a miracle, someone was actually able to win over Master Fong Tian Yu. Empress Wu Ji had also tried to recruit him with a high price in the past, she was very sincere but Master Fong paid her no heed. Shang Yifan's and Shang Yezi's groups soon fell into a disadvantage. Zhou Quan and the rest came prepared, Shang Qiu and Shang Qiwen even betrayed them. This happened too suddenly and peculiarly, Shang Yezi was caught unguarded. No! I cannot lose, I still have a trump card. You guys force me to do this, you guys force me. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Shang Yifan shouted as he threw out a mortal goo house. The mortal goo house was like a cage, it exploded, a mud monster was released. At first glance, this mud monster was obviously extraordinary. It had a vague human figure, mud moved along its body as countless faces surfaced. These human faces had twisted expressions, they were filled with extreme hatred, everyone felt a chill upon seeing them. You bastard! The mud monster suddenly shouted as it attacked Zhou Quan and the rest. Zhou Quan and the rest fought against it, they were heavily suppressed. The flow of the battle was instantly overturned. Let's go! Shang Yifan shouted loudly. The mud monster did not differentiate enemy and ally, it had great strength, rushing into the crowd and slaughtering innocent mortals, creating chaos. During the chaos, Shang Yezi and the rest escaped narrowly. They could no longer stay on Shangliang Mountain, they escaped and became demonic path Gu masters. The mud monster caused huge destruction and losses to Second Inner City. Not only did it have terrifying battle strength, it was even nearly unkillable, its regenerative ability was outstanding too. Eventually, Zhou Quan and Wei de Xian exerted all their effort. With the help of Shang Xianci, more than 10 Gu cultivators were sacrificed before this mud monster was sealed again. The fake Gu crisis was alleviated, Not only did Shang Xianci keep her clan leader position, she even took Fong Tian Yu in as a subordinate. Her reputation soared. But Shang Yifan's final struggle also left a huge problem for Shang Xianci to settle. After receiving the report, Shang Yanfei smiled. Shang Xianci's performance did not disappoint him. In fact, he was even pleasantly surprised. He did not think that Shang Xianci would be able to achieve this. The thing that satisfied him the most was that Shang Xianci did not really target Shang Yizi and the rest, she only dealt with the troublesome mud monster. As for Shang Yifan's and Shang Yizi's group, since they had failed entirely, it was a better end for them to become demonic path Gu masters. They all have my hidden blood path methods. They can be protected during critical danger. The chi tides are rampant, immortal opportunities are hidden everywhere. If they want to become immortal, they will need to work hard and find their own opportunities. Shang Yanfei had never overly doted on his children. He had forced his brother and sister to commit suicide when he first became clan leader. He had once ignored all objections and expended much resources to murder every single person in a village. He murdered all those who surrendered, and their skulls piled into a hill, in front of those elders who first objected to his decision to retaliate. He appointed people based on merits, even for his own children. There were 15 Shang Clan young master positions originally, but after his rule, he reduced it to 10. This matter has been settled. I need to set off and find the other Blood Sea true inheritances now. Blood Sea ancestor. The more I investigate it, the more mysterious I find this person. Shang Yanfei was finally at ease. His children had all grown up. They went on their own journeys now. They had their own destinies to follow. As for himself, he was going to find his own opportunities for development. Chapter 21-26. Ni Clan. In Shangliang Mountain's first inner city, Shang Xianci was handling the clan affairs. Second inner city's reparations are finished. The fake Gu incident has also been settled. Shang Xianci inspected an information path mortal Gu in her hand with a slight smile on her face. She then used her primeval essence to add new content into this information path Gu worm. She made a decision that all the items in Shang Clan's managed stores would be sold at a discount, with the reason being the losses to the Gu masters because of the fake Gu incident. Like this, we can greatly increase Shang Clan's reputation as well as earn primeval stones and make up for the losses caused by the double compensation. Shang Xianci's delicate fingers loosened, and this information path mortal Gu let out a light as it flew out of the study room. Shang Xianci picked up another information path mortal Gu on the desk. The mortal Gu's information came from Shang Qiwen. Ever since Shang Buli resigned, Shang Xianci handed the task of managing Shangliang Mountain's market to Shang Qiwen. The information in the mortal Gu said that there were a group of merchants who were hoarding goods to push up the prices. Shang Qiwen's suggestion was to kill them all. Sigh, for their own self-interests, these people have harmed countless ordinary people. Shang Xianci sighed in her head. She pondered and wrote a new message in the information path mortal Gu. Only kill the main culprit, let go of the others. After this information path Gu worm also flew out, she looked at the third information path Gu worm that contained a request for help. In the periphery of Shang Clan's territory, a village encountered a beast tide and was in danger of being exterminated. This village was a Shang Clan vassal, but they only had several rank 3 Gu masters and had little to no presence. Saving people is like quelling a fire. Such distress calls should have been delivered urgently. Why did it come through the regular affairs channel? Shang Xianci frowned. She understood the reason. Her subordinates knew that, with her nature, she would definitely spare no effort to rescue them. But the current situation was the opening stage of the Great Era. All kinds of inheritances were being fought over. Both mortals and immortals of Shang Clan were extremely busy. Taking out some of their manpower to do this arduous and fruitless rescue task was a huge loss of human resources, as well as a loss of future profits. Considering the time, it might be too late already. Sigh, the hearts of the people. Oftentimes, Shang Xianci felt her own insignificance. Like now, she could only sense her subordinates' thoughts but was unable to change them. The longer she held this Shang Clan leader position, the more she felt her powerlessness. Compared to Shang Clan or even the entire world, she was really nothing important. Maybe this is the reason why almost all Gu cultivators stake their lives on chasing strength. Shang Xianci pondered for a while, but still decided to assign a group of Gu masters to commence on the rescue. Even though it was very likely for that village to have already been destroyed by the beast tide by the time the rescue team set off. The fourth information path Mortal Gu mentioned good news. A new Chi Path resource point was discovered in the surroundings of Shangliang Mountain, and required Shangliang Mountain to station some force there or support the nearby village. Shang Xianci let go of the information path Mortal Gu one by one. Occasionally, Gu worms would fly into the study room. Unknowingly, night passed and dawn arrived. A dazzling information path Mortal Gu flew in front of Shang Xianci. Shang Xianci's mind jolted. A task from the higher-ups. Shang Xianci quickly took the Gu and looked into it. This information path Mortal Gu's content was indeed about a huge matter. The matter concerned the contest for Blessed Land. This Blessed Land was located at the central region of southern border and contained true inheritance. It was exposed because of the Qi tide. Because of its remote location, it did not belong to any one of southern border's super forces, so it was fought over by all the super clans. Righteous Path Gu Immortals discussed and decided to send out Gu Masters to determine the winner. Gu Immortals were not to interfere. The information path Mortal Gu also had some secret information regarding the owner of the Blessed Land, for Immortal. This Immortal was a dual cultivator in Wood Path and Transformation Path. But she did not have an excellent method and was only carelessly dual cultivating. It led to conflict between Wood Path and Transformation Path down marks. Her battle strength was low her whole life and she was the target of bullying in the Gu Immortal world. None of the super forces have an interest in such a true inheritance, except, the Blessed Land's location holds true value. It is not within our borders. In the event that our Shang Clan wins in this contest and obtains this Blessed Land, it is only an exclave which will be difficult to manage. But this territory can be transacted. I believe those super forces near the Blessed Land will definitely be willing to purchase it. The curtain to the Great Era was pulled upon. There would definitely be huge commotion and unrest in the future. At that time, this kind of Blessed Land would be a bridgehead for the super forces to expand their territories, or be an important frontline defense area. Its value was high. After all, these southern border super forces might not have any methods to relocate immortal apertures. Shang Xianci evaluated inwardly. Benefiting from the change in eras, she was exposed to even more information on Gu Immortals than Shang Yanfei when he had been a clan leader. Thus, even though Shang Xianci was only a rank 5 Gu master, she had a deep understanding of the Gu Immortal world's situation. This is the most important priority for Shang Clan. Time is pressing, it must be dealt with immediately. Shang Xianci felt troubled. Despite having recruited Shang Qiu, Shang Wen and the rest, at the crucial moment, she had too few subordinates. Fong Tian Yu is not only a refinement path master but has rank 5 cultivation as well. I can let him take on the role of the head this time. Shang Xianci summoned Fong Tian Yu as she thought this. Soon, Fong Tian Yu received the message and went up to the study room. Enter. Shang Xianci willed and the study room's door opened slowly. Her study room was a Mortal Gu house. Fong Tian Yu had an excited expression. Clan leader, I have good news to tell you. Oh, what news? Shang Xianci asked with a smile. Fong Tian Yu. I have been researching that strange mudman over these days, and I have discovered a shocking secret. This mudman might be crazy and disorientated in thoughts, but he responds properly as long as we ask one question at a time. I asked him question after question like this and learned of his origin. His name is Nijian. He had been a young clan leader of a village. One day, a demonic path expert appeared and slaughtered everyone in the village, including him. But after he died, he was revived by a Chi Path Gu Immortal. This Chi Path Gu Immortal inquired about the culprit, and after getting the answer, he was disregarded and left alone. This mudman Nijian was extremely strong, having near immortal level strength, but after such a long time, he has weakened to this state. I did not expect this mudman to have such an amazing history. Shang Xianci sighed. But how did such an ordinary village get connected to a Gu Immortal? Fong Tian Yu said with even more excitement. This is the point that I pursued. I found that Ni clan's people have a huge secret. Once in a while, a Gu master in Ni clan will awaken their bloodline. If they survive, an immortal Gu will grow inside their body. Immortal Gu? Shang Xianci's brows rose subconsciously. This immortal Gu was the reason for the Gu Immortal's attention. Fong Tian Yu's eyes shone. This is too strange. A mortal Gu master's body can actually give birth to an immortal Gu. More importantly, the slaughtered Ni clan village was only a separated branch. There are many other clan branches that are blood-related to him in several areas of southern border. Shang Xian asked. So you are thinking of? Fong Tian Yu nodded. Right, I want to request clan leader to allow me to investigate this huge secret. If we can grasp this kind of refinement path method, we can refine immortal goo while only being mortals. Shang Xian pondered before saying. Then, go ahead with it, I will send some people to help you. No need, no need. Fong Tian Yu shook his hand. I am a rank 5 goo master, even if rank 4 goo masters accompany me, they will only slow me down. Moreover, if such a contribution can be made, it will definitely be huge. I need to accumulate contribution points to have hope of seeing Lord Fong Yuan in the future. Shang Xian nodded, seeing that Fong Tian Yu's attitude was so resolute, she could only let him go. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, mini yellow heaven, a group of goo masters with the same surname arrived beside the gold fragment current. An old clan leader whose hair had gone white and had rank 5 cultivation, stood with his back facing the gold fragment current as he called out towards the group of people. It has been about a dozen years since we mysteriously arrived at this place from southern border. Although I don't know what the reason is, it is definitely the doing of a goo immortal level existence. Our Ni clan bloodline is all gathered in this place. Over this dozen years, our Ni clan has been developing and growing. The number of our goo masters has increased by 10 times. However, recently, the weather of this mysterious place has become uncertain with dangers emerging constantly. Right now, in front of us, we have a life and death crisis. The gold fragment current is continuing to rise in water level. We must create more channels for the current. Otherwise, when the water overflows and turns into a flood, the surrounding thousand li will be completely submerged. We will lose our home and will no longer be able to live here. Chapter 21-27 Sovereign's Commotion. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, mini western desert. An enormous pitch-black city occupied the desert. This was a large city with rigid structure. The entire city was a hexagon, and its walls had gone through the weathering of time. The city walls were more than 200 li long, they were 100 feet tall and tens of feet thick. If a person stood on the grassland, they would see what looked like a huge black beast sprawling. If they got closer, they would need to raise their heads to look up at the huge city gate and walls. Every edge of the city had defensive towers that were filled with countless holes that could shoot out arrows. Every few li apart, there would be a wide path for horse carriages to move on. There were even very secretive armories within the city walls. Passing the city walls, one would arrive at the vibrant world within. The city had many streets and shops. There were great numbers of houses and palaces. People and carriages were bustling. There was an endless flow of activity. Loud noises could be heard constantly. This was truly a lively city. This was Inkman City. It was created by the legendary Inkman Immortal Yen, and was a smaller version of Emperor City. Later, it was captured by Fong Yuan and moved to Mini Western Desert. At this time, 2 Inkman Gu Immortals, Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi, were floating in the air and looking at the surroundings with grave expressions. These toxic vines and windmill trees have spread over 10 li in just 3 days. They are only around 20 li from Inkman City. Mo Tan Sang said. Mo Chi frowned. We have already cleared them up over 10 times, but every time we exterminate them, they grow back rapidly. Are we going to have to relocate again? Right now, the surroundings of Inkman City were covered in vegetation. These vegetation were formed from purple-black toxic vines and huge azure-gold windmill trees. It was like a terrifying tsunami of plants engulfing everything in its path. Mo Chi sighed. These vegetation have already started producing desolate plants. It is even more difficult for us to clear them up now. If we are not able to get rid of the source, even if we clear them up for thousands of times, we won't be able to solve the root issue. I thought we had moved to a good place, but I did not expect the environment here to be dozens and even 100 times worse than northern plains. Mo Tan Sang patted Mo Chi's shoulder. Master has already sent people to help us. It is better if you speak less of such complaints. Mo Chi immediately kept quiet. His master was the #1 demon in the present world, a ruthless and vicious existence. Look, our reinforcements have arrived! Mo Tan Sang suddenly pointed towards the faraway horizon with joy. Mo Chi looked towards the direction and saw 4 Gu Immortals flying over. There were 2 Snowman Gu Immortals, 1 Hairy Man Gu Immortal, and 1 Mushroom Man Gu Immortal. Among them, 1 Snowman Female Immortal was tall and vibrant. She had blue eyes and hair, and looked pure and noble. she was Shui Er. Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi quickly went forward to greet them. Shui Er's identity was special. Back then, because of what happened with Fong Yuan and her, on the surface, Shui Er's identity was Fong Yuan's fiancée. Naturally, Fong Yuan had never acknowledged it, but he had not denied it either. The Snowman tribe, especially the Snowman Gu immortal behind Shui Er, Bing Yuan, was always trumpeting about this relationship, which led to every Gu immortal in the sovereign immortal aperture knowing of it. I did not expect Lady Shui Er to come personally. With your help, my Ingman city's crisis can be considered to be resolved. Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi flattered. Shui Er. Inkmen and snowmen might be of different races, but both sides have already cooperated back when we were in Northern Plains. I came this time to help you too, as well as to request for you to come back to help my Snowman tribe once this matter is resolved. The Snowman tribe was living in many Northern Plains and had also encountered trouble. The two Inkman immortals quickly expressed they would give full support. Bing Yuan. We have already investigated the situation on our way. I and Shui Er will activate ice and snow killer moves to freeze and slow down the growth of the vegetation to buy time for you. The Hairy Man Gu immortal. I brought a large number of Hairy Man Gu masters with me. We will modify Inkman City into one entity, forming a large Gu house. It will be extremely convenient for you to relocate in the future. The Mushroom Man Gu immortal. I can solve the issue of the toxic vines. These toxic vines are a disaster to you, but they are superior cultivation resources for my Mushroom Man tribe. Moreover, I have already found the source of the toxic vines. By fighting poison with poison, I can make use of the toxic vines to fix this area of vegetation and stabilize it for some time. The two Inkman Gu immortals showed both joy and new worries. Mo Tan Sang asked the Hairy Man Gu immortal. Back in Northern Plains, Inkman City had a population of over 800,000, it has already crossed 1,200,000 now. Modifying Inkman City will probably have some effect on the residents. Master had instructed me to preserve the lives of the residents and help them progress with all my strength. The Hairy Man Gu immortal raised his hand and interrupted Mo Tan Sang. You don't need to be too worried. Our Langius sect has already received Master's command to modify all the cities in the sovereign immortal aperture. Every city has a specific blueprint. Most of them will become mortal Gu houses, while several large cities will be raised to become immortal Gu houses. I need to congratulate you too. Inkman City is one of the cities chosen to become an immortal Gu house. Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi looked at each other, seeing the excitement on each other's faces. Mo Tan Sang was speechless and could not help asking, "Isn't this too big of an investment? Master is actually so resolute. I naturally hope for such things to happen more often, but if this delays Master's cultivation and uses up a lot of Master's immortal Gu, then wouldn't it be our fault?" The Hairy Man Gu immortal laughed loudly. You are underestimating Master. How can you estimate Master's might and plans? Master's refinement path attainment has already surpassed the predecessors, reaching a level that you and I are unable to speculate. This evaluation was not made by me, Langya Land's spirit personally said it. Currently it is extremely easy for Master to refine immortal Gu. You have not seen those blueprints, they are all different and ingenious. Just choose one of them. It will take those ordinary Gu immortals several years or even a dozen years to design them. But Master casually drew them within a few minutes. Master's attainment and wealth rivals the scale of mountains and seas. This investment you see is just an insignificant amount to Master. This Hairy Man Gu immortal's face was filled with fanatical reverence when he talked of Fong Yuan. I was wrong, I should be punished. Mo Tan Sang quickly apologized. That Mushroom Man Gu immortal added, although us mushroom men have moved to this world just recently, we were immediately certain of the boundless potential of this world. To create the sovereign immortal aperture, Shadow Sect used up all of their accumulations. The important thing is it is able to show infinite grandeur in the hands of a divine hero like Master. Every time Master annexes a grotto heaven or blessed land, there will be a huge surge of down marks in the sovereign grotto heaven and a large number of territories will be added out of nowhere. Just take these toxic vines. This species has never appeared in the 5 regions, and their toxicity is extremely strong. The Mushroom Man Gu immortal addressed Fong Yuan as Master. It was natural and without any hesitation. Although they had joined only recently, they were extremely optimistic and excited about their future. Mini southern border. At the base of Firebird Mountain, Shirshirching, Shirzone, and other Rockman Gu immortals were controlling an immortal Gu formation. As the immortal Gu formation started activating, The shaking Firebird Mountain reluctantly calmed down. Success. Shiching let out a breath of air and relaxed his mind. Shirzone said, Master annexed Fire Plane Grotto Heaven as well as immortal apertures of its immortals and Fire Plane Grotto Lord, causing a huge increase in Fire Path Dao marks in the sovereign immortal aperture. This Firebird Mountain is a volcano and almost erupted because of this. Fortunately, we discovered it in time and set up an immortal formation to suppress it. But from now on, someone needs to stay and preside over the immortal formation. Shiching nodded. We need to do that, but the number of Gu immortals we can mobilize are already few, and now we are going to have one fewer. Shirzone heaved a sigh. Yes. We are already hard-pressed to control these territories. It can be imagined how troublesome it is for Master to look after the whole sovereign immortal aperture. Shiching. Didn't Master take in many members of the Variant Human Alliance, and station them everywhere in the sovereign immortal aperture to salvage the situation? There is no choice. Master annexed too frequently in this period of time. There is a huge increase in Dao marks, and countless resources of every path. Shirzone shook his head. What kind of person is Master? He should have already known of these demerits beforehand. We don't need to be concerned for Master. It is better if we look after our territories properly. Like this Firebird Mountain, it is not feasible to suppress it with just the immortal formation. We must modify this Firebird Mountain and make it adapt to the changed environment. Shiching agreed. Yes, the resources in the past all developed naturally bit by bit over a long period of time. But here, there are huge increases in Dao marks. Even this volcano was at the point of erupting. We must modify and quicken the volcano's adaptation process artificially. It is just that fire path is not the specialty of us rockmen. We need to send a request to Star Collection City. Mini Blue Heaven, Star Collection City. This was managed by the previous generation's Combat Beast King. In the pursuit battle against Fong Yuan, this rank 8 Gu Immortal had made a great contribution by resisting the tribulation formed from 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. After that, Fong Yuan personally healed him. Fong Yuan had annexed too many apertures, causing instability in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fong Yuan then arranged Star Collection City as the main city and ordered the Combat Beast King to oversee the overall internal affairs of the sovereign immortal aperture. The issue of Inkman City at Mini Western Desert has been resolved. Mini Southern Borders Firebird Mountain was suppressed by using the formation. But they want Fire Path Gu Immortals to go modify the volcano? This needs to be coordinated. At this time, an information path Gu worm flew over while making loud sounds. Combat Beast King's expression changed. Where did the rank 8 disaster appear again? He quickly inspected the Gu worm and found that the source of the disaster was a huge fire rain formed in Mini Red Heaven. Fire rain often appeared in Mini Red Heaven, and after the increase in fire path Dao marks, its emergence had become much more frequent. But this wave of fire rain was different. It kept on growing and shot through a charcoal lake, forming rank 6 level killer move Meteor Rain. As the Meteor Rain entered Mini Orange Heaven, its strength increased to rank 7 level. As it entered Mini Yellow Heaven, it resonated with Metal Path Dao marks, and its might increased to rank 8. Damn it! Only I can deal with this disaster. But it is already too late to go and resolve it now. Combat Beast King's face was slightly pale. He came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The Gu Immortals there felt that it was their responsibility and glory to protect mortals. Combat Beast King's heart was in deep pain. I cannot salvage this. This disaster covers 1,000 li dozens of resource points as well as the human Ni clan and Rockman Metal Water Branch tribe will be annihilated. Chapter 21-28 Hulan Projection. Ni clan's Gu masters were using all their strength to deal with the gold fragment current. They first used mortal Gu to make a grand embankment, then they dug a canal to draw away a portion of the river. The rising gold fragment current was gradually receding. However, a large number of lifeforms lived in the gold fragment current. Ni clan's army had invaded the territory of the river fish, frightening these fish monsters. All kinds of river monsters swam to the surface and attacked. Some even charged to the shore and attacked Ni clan's Gu masters while letting out strange sounds. Ni clan specialized in Earth Path. Their basic Gu worm was rank 1 Mud Gu. Earth Path specialized in defense. Ni clan Gu masters had constructed lines of defense, and were prepared for the fight. But the number of river monsters was high, and they even had stronger myriad beast kings. Under the frantic offensive waves of the river monsters, the defensive lines of Ni clan's Gu masters broke one by one. Persevere! Kill. Avenge our clansmen. Hold on and carve the future of our clan. Mud and blood splattered everywhere. Groups of Gu masters rotated as they resisted the attacks of the river monsters. The Ni clansmen were brought into the sovereign immortal aperture, and had been secretly nurtured by Fong Yuan. The number of their Gu masters had increased by a lot. Adding on the strong survival pressure in mini yellow heaven, these Ni clansmen had to unite and foster a harmonious environment. In this defensive battle, Ni clan's army showed astonishing battle strength and resolute fighting spirit. Finally, there were fewer river monsters and Ni clan's army was able to hold on. They then began their counterattack. The river monsters did not have much internal organization from the start, and under this sudden change of situation, they began to collapse rapidly. The Ni clan Gu masters carved a path of blood, leaving behind countless river monster corpses in their way. These corpses were Gu materials, they were rich battle spoils. Ni clan Gu masters killed their way to the gold fragment current. Various kinds of Gu worms were activated, their attacks landed on the river, raising countless dazzling golden waves. We won! Quick, set up the Gu formation, it is not the time to rejoice yet. Yes, we must quickly set up the Gu formation, otherwise new waves of river monsters will come out. Ni clan Gu masters were setting up the formation with all their efforts. They had meticulously prepared for over half a year for this, making proper plans and arrangements. However, just as the Gu formation was about to finish setting up, the whole gold fragment current and the cloud soil they were on began to vibrate. What's going on? The river monsters are attacking again? Something is wrong! Something is wrong! Look up, oh heavens! Gu masters exclaimed in shock. When they looked towards the sky, they all stiffened like rocks. Because they saw the meteor rain falling from the sky. Some of these meteors were only the size of a small field, while some were as large as a mountain. And there were tens of thousands of them. The large number of meteors whistled through the air, leaving behind blazing trails in their path as they pressed through the atmosphere and rained down with an irresistible momentum. We're doomed! The faces of Ni clan's Gu masters were deathly pale. Does heaven want to exterminate my Ni clan? In the deathly silent battlefield, an elderly Ni clan Gu master howled with grief and fury. I am not ready to die like this! The current generation Ni clan leader, who was also the current generation Ni Xiang, clenched his fists. We were close to success. My clan sacrificed so much to curb the flood. The beautiful future was already in sight. But now, we are going to die. Everyone was hopeless. Nature's might was so horrifying that these Ni clan Gu masters did not even have the thought of resisting. They all felt their insignificance. This was the sorrow and helplessness of the weak. But right at this time, the sky that was lit by the meteor rain dimmed suddenly. Howl, howl, howl. Ni clan Gu masters heard waves of cries which seemed to have come from the 9 layers of hell. Temperature began to fall down rapidly, and the countless Gu masters felt their hearts shaking. What? What is that? O lords in heaven! A black giant? The Ni clan Gu masters were horrified and in despair as they watched the scene before them with wide eyes. They saw a giant appearing slowly. It was pitch black like the abyss. Its body was so large that when it bent its leg, a huge shadow was cast on the ground. As the giant stood up, its height was even more horrifying, directly reaching the sky with clouds floating beside its shoulders. The black giant had 2 heads, its terrifying 4 eyes let out a dark, malevolent light that seemed to shoot through the sky. Its hundreds of hands were raised high with their claws opened, forming a scene like that of an extremely ferocious and strange forest. One of the pitch-black giant's head opened and breathed out a dark soul river. The soul river was tumultuous, whipping up astonishing waves that drowned a large number of meteors. The giant's other head opened and sucked in. Many small meteors were directly absorbed into its stomach. Bam, bam, bam. Its ghostly claws and giant arms moved through the air, catching the hill-sized meteors. Waves surged up and down in the Ni clansmen's hearts. It is truly capable of holding up heaven and earth, picking moon and stars at will. This world was actually concealing such a terrifying monster. Compared to this giant, our Ni clan cannot even be considered as ants. Almost the entire meteor rain was stopped by the giant. Only some fragments fell to the ground. Some of these fragments fell on the gold fragment current, and some fell on the cloud soil. They would definitely bring unknown influences to the original ecology. The meteor rain died down, and the giant also left, the enormous body slowly disappearing from the Ni clansmen's sight. After a long while, the surviving Ni clan Gu masters erupted with cheers. And the greatest contributor to this, the Black Giant, turned into a ray of soul light that entered Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Indeed, this black soul giant was the soul of Fong Yuan's main body. After Fong Yuan inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance, he had gained the supreme cultivation method of soul path. This method divided soul cultivation to 2 layers. First layer was human soul, the cultivation starting from single man soul to 100-man soul, 1,000-man soul, until the highest 100 million-man soul. 100 million-man soul was the limit of human soul, where it turned from phantom to solid and could interfere with the material world. The second layer was desolate soul. Because Fate Gu was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable found a way to break through the limit of human soul. Once the soul broke through to desolate soul, the soul's essence would transform, the soul alone possessing desolate beast level battle strength. Fong Yuan's soul had already reached desolate soul level. His soul cultivation had never stopped, and now had already reached 60 million desolate soul. 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 1,000 desolate soul, 10,000 desolate soul, 100,000 desolate soul, million desolate soul, 10 million desolate soul, and 100 million desolate soul. Reaching 100 million desolate soul meant the 3-headed 1,000-arms demon soul which possessed quasi-rank 9 battle strength. The soul could directly resist calamities and tribulations, defying the heavens and stamping the earth, slaughtering deities and ghosts, shocking the world with unmatched might. This was the peak level of soul foundation, and also the limit that the world could contain. 100 million desolate soul had 3 heads and 1,000 arms. Fong Yuan had not reached that level yet. Fong Yuan's soul cultivation was similar to the previous spectral souls. They both had 2 heads and over 600 arms. Soul cultivation is really amazing. Just the soul itself has pseudo-venerable battle strength. If it uses immortal essence, it can even activate killer moves. More importantly, such killer moves aren't used through goo worms, but through the arrangements of down marks like a natural ability. Fong Yuan ruminated. His soul manifestation had breathed out a tumultuous soul river, which was referenced from Spectral Soul's ability during the pursuit against Fong Yuan. According to Spectral Soul's techniques, Fong Yuan transformed the referenced soul path killer move into soul path down marks and engraved them on his soul. Thereupon, this soul river killer move became an innate ability of Fong Yuan's soul. As long as the related arrangement of down marks was not destroyed, Fong Yuan could quickly activate this killer move without a need for goo worms. This was an extremely simple, convenient, and quick method. Soul cultivation innate abilities, totem killer moves, as well as formation path great grandmaster that can use natural down marks to set up the formation. They are all the same in the end. With the supply from Fong Clan, I don't lack soul cores, and it is not difficult to cultivate to the peak 100 million desolate soul. This method can be one of my trump cards. It cannot be revealed casually. The 5 regions and 2 heavens were monitored by Heaven's Will at all times. If Fong Yuan used this method in the outside world, it would be known by Heaven's Will. There was no such threat inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Let's look at the situation now. Fong Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot and observed his luck. Fong Yuan frowned. His luck did not look good. At this time, his silver light pillar had become increasingly loose and was actually showing a sign of collapse. Those 3 clouds above the silver light pillar had also changed. The starlight cloud occupied the highest position. This signified star constellation Immortal Venerable was the greatest threat. Below this was Spectral Soul's pitch black luck cloud. Although it was suppressed by the starlight cloud, it had spread some darkness that penetrated into Fong Yuan's silver light pillar-like roots, showing signs of taking root and sprouting. And the golden cloud that represented Giant Sun had become much thicker. Although it was below the other 2 clouds, it showed signs of accumulating energy and biding its time. And besides the previous clouds, an anomaly had also appeared around the silver light pillar. The indistinct shadow of a raised hill was projected on the surface of the silver light pillar. Southern border. The travel-worn Fong Tian Yu stopped his footsteps. He was gasping for air. I have finally arrived. Fong Tian Yu's journey was arduous. He wanted to find other branch villages of Ni clan, but found nothing. That went without saying. Fong Yuan had already moved all the Ni clansmen into his aperture long ago. Fong Tian Yu was not able to make any contribution and was extremely disappointed. But on his way, he found that this mud monster Ni could devour mud goo materials to increase its strength. All the Ni clansmen have disappeared mysteriously. If I return in disgrace like this, I won't be able to give any explanation, and it is also not my style. I might as well raise this mud monster's battle strength, and when Shang Xianci questions me after I return, I can give a proper reply. Therefore, Fong Tian Yu moved around until he arrived at Rotten Mud Mountain. Rotten Mud Mountain might not be too famous, but it was still considered a famous mountain. Although there were poison path down marks, it mostly contained earth path down marks. These mud goo materials were everywhere on the mountain and were suitable for feeding Nign. It seems like a beast tide occurred here. The goo master village down the mountain is also destroyed. Alright, let me explore it alone. Fong Tian Yu had rank 5 cultivation and also had Nign with him. He moved up the mountain and gave the suitable mud goo materials to Nign to devour. After several days and nights in the mountain, Fong Tian Yu arrived in an area. Suddenly, Nign spat out the mud goo materials. What's going on? The mud here actually contains Chi Path Dao marks? Fong Tian Yu was astonished after investigating the reason. Chapter 21-29. Golden Red Armor. This luck. Fong Yuan frowned slightly. Over this period of development, his luck had some growth, but the suppression from the 3 venerables had become even more clear now. I am growing day by day, but the 3 venerables are indeed beyond ordinary. They have stabilized the situation again. There may be some changes if my luck manages to solidify. Fong Yuan sighed inwardly. At present, he needed to stabilize the sovereign immortal aperture. The troubles in the sovereign immortal aperture were continuing to increase, unlike Fong Yuan's previous expectations where he thought the abnormal changes would decrease with time. With no choice, Fong Yuan placed many of the variant human alliance's goo immortals inside. With these goo immortals working day and night along with himself taking frequent action, they managed to stabilize the unrest in the sovereign immortal aperture for the time being. Moreover, he still needed to create a suitable combat system. And the most important thing was to become venerable in refinement path. Becoming a venerable would produce qualitative change. Refinement path was divided into 2 major goo refinement styles, Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style and Human Isolation style. Fong Yuan's Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style had already reached the peak and he could not improve anymore. Currently, he was exploring the peak of Human Isolation style. He gained a huge insight from Qing Chao's style and the Accumulate Virtue Goo refinement technique of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. And the Ni clansmen could condense immortal goo in their bodies. It was the result of Ni clan goo immortal Ni Ren using a human path goo refinement technique back then. In fact, this was very similar to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's method of destroying fate goo and preventing it from emerging again. If I can reverse deduce Ni Ren's goo refinement technique from Ni clan, I will be able to fill a huge gap in refinement path. Maybe I can even ascend to refinement path Supreme Grand Master. The best situation was if Fong Yuan could ascend to Venerable before entering Crazed Demon Cave. That would be the most stable. If he could not become a refinement path Venerable before then, the second best would be to raise his strength to the limits. One was to get rid of the problems in the sovereign immortal aperture and annex all the 2 heavens grotto heavens, reaching the maximum accumulation. Second was to form his own combat system. Crazed Demon Cave was the greatest challenge Fong Yuan would face. Because he was not facing just one immortal venerable, but several. Currently it looked like there was only Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, and Limitless. But almost all the other venerables had entered Crazed Demon Cave and explored it. When the time arrived, who would decide to jump out would be really uncertain. Especially when the River of Time was so chaotic, even if Fong Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada was raised to rank 8, it could not be used. Fong Yuan only had one chance. Finally, Fong Yuan's gaze moved to the surface of the pillar of silver light. The previous clouds represented heaven's and the immortal goo. Fong Yuan already knew of it. But what was this indistinct projection of a protruding hill? Fong Yuan was not sure. Southern border, Rotten Mud Mountain. Nature is really amazing. There are actually Chi Path goo materials in this Rotten Mud Mountain. Fong Tian Yu praised. These goo materials had no value to Nign, because Nign could only recover his strength by increasing his earth path Dao marks. What Fong Tian Yu did not know was that these mud-containing Chi Path Dao marks were not a natural creation. It was the result of Kong Xingtian's will activating his killer move with the help of Huland. Kong Ri Tian, Central Continent's 4 great obscenities, and Wang Xiao Er were able to escape because of this. It was unknown where they were now. This is strange, this amount of Chi Path mud is quite a lot. Is there a chi path immortal material buried deep under the ground? How could there be so much chi path mud with no rhyme or reason? Fong Tian Yu moved around, feeling increasingly odd. He was a refinement path master, and had a lot of knowledge and experience. He searched around before finally stopping at one area and ordered Nijian to dig. However, even after digging for 2 days and nights, Fong Tian Yu did not discover any good loot. After Wu Clan's Gu Immortals secretly took away Hu Land, they had naturally cleaned up the scene. Even Gu Immortals would not be able to find out anything from just this Chi Path mud. After all, Chi tides had swept the world before, and Chi Path Gu materials emerged everywhere. Western Desert. Sandheap Blessed Land was exposed because of Chi tides, and Gu masters continued to enter and explore it. However, the environment here was extremely treacherous. Wind raged and carried rough sand that cut like knives. On the ground, sand waves rose and fell. If one was even a little careless, they would be buried under sand waves tens of feet high. The only areas where one could stay in were the sand heaps that appeared inside the sand waves. The sand heaps were of all sizes, even the smallest ones were the size of a hill. There was space inside the sand heaps. Not only was it tranquil, there were also a large number of cultivation resources. At this time, inside a sand heap, a group of Gu masters were surrounding a rank 5 Gu material. The atmosphere was solemn. I saw this wisdom bead grass first. Bullshit. We were clearly the ones who discovered it first. Everyone deserves a share. What is the use in talking about who discovered it first? While the Gu masters were arguing, someone suddenly attacked. The others were caught unprepared, and the person who got sneak attacked was heavily injured, shouting furiously. Emoli, you have such guts, you dared to attack me! Other Gu masters immediately split up and stared at the attacker, while also being vigilant of one another. This Gu master was a middle-aged bearded man. He was wearing a white scarf on his head, and his triangular eyes let out a sinister light. He sneered. I was most wary of you. Now that you are heavily injured, my greatest obstacle is gone. Ha ha ha, all of you die! The Gu masters were stunned before erupting with fury. Emoli, you have lost your mind. All right, let me see what ability you have to speak such words. Hee hee, you have angered all of us. Everyone, attack together, let's get rid of this bastard first. Facing the group attack, Emoli felt even more thirst to battle. Come, I will let you know my true strength. His whole body began shining with blue electricity. He slowly rose to the air. The chaotic and disorderly electric arcs became clear electric threads that covered Emoli like they were clothes. The killer move was activated successfully. Emoli shouted. Golden red armor! Crack, crack. Pieces of armor floated out from his body. The 100 or so pieces followed the electric circuit and pieced together into one complete armor. In an instant, Emoli was dressed in full-body armor. This armor let out metallic light. The golden and red lights emitted a domineering aura. The armored Emoli charged at the Gu masters like an eagle. At first, the Gu masters attacked wildly, but the golden red armor did not suffer any damage. There was only some soot left on its surface. The Gu masters were pale with shock as they began to evade and defend. The armored Emoli only charged around like a brute, and many Gu masters immediately died from the collision. The remaining Gu masters lost their will to fight and began to run everywhere. Emoli laughed coldly inside the armor. He then activated the armor's killer move. At the next moment, the golden red armor stretched out both hands. A circular marking shone on both his palms before several electric arrows flew out abruptly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The electric arrows flew with extreme speed, killing all the fleeing Gu masters. The battlefield became quiet immediately. Emoli slowly landed on the ground. The golden red armor separated into pieces and disappeared. After that, the electricity-weaved clothing also dissipated slowly. Emoli half knelt on the ground. His breathing was rough and his face was sweating profusely. Although this golden red armor has absolute might, the expenditure is too high. In just tens of breaths of time, my primeval essence, stamina, mental energy, and thoughts have been emptied. If not for your complete support, I would have only lasted half the time. Emoli mumbled. Panda's soul floated out. Don't we have wisdom bead grass now? We can refine electric brain goo with it. With its addition, the consumption of golden red armor will reduce by more than half and the time it can be maintained will increase by at least double. Yes. Emoli smiled and picked up the wisdom bead grass. After Emoli killed Pingda and seized his thieving heaven true inheritance, he had been cultivating painstakingly. The killer move golden red armor was his greatest achievement. With this killer move, Mo Li's battle strength was able to surpass rank 5 Gu masters for a short period of time. And the reason Ping De was cooperating with Mo Li was because Mo Li had encountered a life and death crisis before this. If Mo Li died, Ping Da's soul would also disappear. Mo Li promised Ping De that as long as he helped, Mo Li would help resurrect Ping De and Mo Li reached an agreement. Let's go, we have ransacked this place already. Mo Li came out of the sand heap and arrived outside. The strong wind almost blew him into the sand waves. Mo Li activated his defensive method to endure the devastating sandstorm as he observed the surroundings. He could not see other sand heaps and could only sand waves crashing down loudly. Mo Li endured for about 7 minutes before he finally saw a new sand heap. Such a large sand heap! This is the largest sand heap I have seen! There must be a lot of resources inside. Mo Li was exulted and was just about to jump into it. Suddenly, the sand heap exploded. Several figures flew out of it. Gu Immortals! Mo Li's heart shook, he immediately retreated. The Gu Immortals were fighting in the air, their fight seemed to shake heaven and earth, and even dispelled the large sandstorm. This is the power of a Gu Immortal, so frightening. Even if I have gold red armor, I cannot endure the collateral damage of their confrontation. Mo Li watched secretly, his heart jumped wildly and his mouth was dry. Mo Li observed carefully and gradually saw the actual battle situation. Several Gu Immortals were attacking one person. This besieged Gu Immortal provoked them while laughing wildly without any worries. Amidst the chaotic battle, a shadow suddenly intruded. This intruding Gu Immortal left shortly afterwards, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Gu Immortal, who was sneak attacked by this figure, roared, "Ling Hu Su, you dared to steal my Fong clan's possessions!" Ling Hu Su laughed loudly. "Who asked you to be the nearest person to me? I didn't expect you to actually carry so many soul cores. Looks like Fong Clan's plans in Green Ghost Desert were quite successful." The Fong Clan Gu Immortal was restless and furious. "Ling Hu Su, I will advise you to leave those soul cores alone. You are provoking a huge trouble." "Haha, will I be intimidated so easily? Goodbye." Chapter 2130. Pighead Land Spirit. Ling Hu Su was a Western Desert demonic immortal who cultivated theft path. Gu Immortal Fong Dongxi of Fong Clan could not restrain his anger. Sandheap Blessed Land appeared too suddenly. Fong Clan was unable to take out manpower within a short period, and could only mobilize him, who was the nearest to the Blessed Land. He had not expected that the batch of soul cores he harvested in Green Ghost Desert would be stolen by Ling Hu Su during the chaotic battle. These soul cores are to be handed to Fong Yuan. I cannot lose them. Fong Dongxi was quite unlucky. He had a lot of resources in his immortal aperture, but what was stolen was the stuff that could not be lost. Fong Clan and Fong Yuan's cooperation could not be exposed. Fong Dongxi could not announce it and could only give chase. Ling Hu Su's cultivation had recently advanced to rank 7 and his speed was extremely fast. Fong Dongxi had already decided to chase him without resting. But just as he was about to leave, he was obstructed by Shi Kang's killer move. "Shi Kang, what are you trying to do?" Fong Dongxi shouted. Shi Kang smiled coldly. "Fong Dongxi, you and these people attacked me for so long, and you want to leave just like this?" Fong Dongxi's eyelids twitched in anger. "Shi Kang, you should rejoice that I am not going to attack you. Did you make some agreement with Ling Hu Su in secret? The Grand Shi Clan is actually cooperating with a demonic bastard." The moment Fong Dongxi spoke, he immediately made false charges. But because of this disturbance, Ling Hu Su had already disappeared. Shi Kang laughed madly. "I have been in closed cultivation for several years. This is my first battle after coming out. It must be famous throughout the world. Don't even think of fleeing, come fight! All of you are the stepping stones for my name to spread far and wide." The other Gu Immortals' faces darkened upon hearing that. Fong Dongxi said through gritted teeth, "Shi Kang, you are the one who spoke insolently and provoked us, which was why we encircled you. But because we are all from the righteous path, we did not use our full strength. Now you have not only allied with Ling Hu Su, you are showing so much contempt towards us, you are really looking for death. Everyone attack. Good, I also want to see what methods Shi Kang has gained over these years. Shi Kang, I have not seen you for several years and your guts have become so big. You think only you made progress?" This time, Fong Dongxi took the initiative to attack first, Other Gu immortals also attacked seriously from the sides. Fan Dong she fought for a while before swapping with another Gu immortal. Several Gu immortals fought Shirkang in turns. Shirkang did not get any breather, the pressure on him was several times higher than before. The battle was rapidly becoming disadvantageous to him, but he was laughing with excitement. Come, come! The Gu immortals continued to battle intensely, and having observed the battle for a long while, Emoli flew to that largest sand heap while clenching his teeth. The Gu immortals had flown out of this sand heap, they must have left many resources which had no importance to them. Fortune is found within danger. Emoli was originally a merchant. Right now, his spirit of taking risks was stimulated. Emoli entered the sand heap, he could still hear the sounds of the Gu immortals' battle. Shortly afterwards he found that his choice was correct. As he moved deeper, he collected a large number of Gu materials on the way. Previously, there were many wild beasts and vicious plants inside the sand heap. But because the Gu immortals had already explored it, the beasts and plants were already killed off. There were corpses of wild beasts everywhere, from 1,000 beast kings to even myriad beast kings. These resources were insignificant to Gu immortals who tossed them aside casually, but they were incomparably abundant gains to Emoli. It was like he had picked countless battle spoils for free. I have struck it rich, we've struck rich! Emoli was extremely excited. He also saw many giant craters as well as terrifying poisonous blood. It was obvious that the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts were taken away by the Gu immortals, but the huge ruins quietly displayed the horror of immortal fight. If I were exploring it, I might have become food for these ferocious beasts. Thanks to the Gu immortals who explored it already, Emoli entered the core area of the sand heap. Originally, this was the place with the most valuable resources, but Emoli did not make any gains. This place was already ransacked by the Gu immortals. If an immortal material was left out, even if it was only a leaf, it would be an enormous fortune. Emoli was not resigned, he was going to search this area completely. He really ended up discovering a large rock buried under the ground. This is a rank 4 Gu material, flying rock, it contains Chi path and earth path down marks. Emoli sighed, this gain was far below his expectations, but it was better than nothing at least. Emoli was just about to lift this flying rock when the rock split apart. A young man fell out from the split rock. What is this? Emoli was shocked before being curious. This youngster was clearly immortal. How could he appear here sealed in the flying rock? Emoli woke up this mortal young man. The young man stated his identity. I am Wang Xiao'er, from Central Continent. Uncle, thanks for saving me. Where is this? Emoli gave a malevolent laugh as he grabbed Wang Xiao'er's clothes. Speak, how did you appear here? Wang Xiao'er stammered. I don't know. Back then at southern borders Rotten Mud Mountain, Kong Xingtian's had activated the immortal move using Hu Land and transported everyone. But he had forewarned that the killer move would transport them to random locations. Like that, Wang Xiao'er was sent to Western Desert and coincidentally fell here. And for some unknown reason, he was sealed by the flying rock and fell into deep sleep. Although Wang Xiao'er knew some reasons, he wanted to preserve the secret of the whereabouts of the 4 great obscenities. Emoli had plenty of worldly experiences, he could tell from Wang Xiao'er's expression that he was lying. Bam! Emoli punched Wang Xiao'er so hard that Wang Xiao'er's nose bled. Tell the truth, tell me everything you know, otherwise I am going to make you wish for death. Peng Da's soul suddenly came out and stopped Emoli. Stop! Emoli stared at Peng Da's soul with an ominous gaze. Brat, what are you trying to do? Peng Da's soul said through clenched teeth. Uncle Emoli, you are a rank 5 Gu master, and he is only a child, a mortal. Why do you need to resort to cruel means against him? The Uncle Emoli that I met was a person who saved me in the desert, and told me about living outside and helping each other. Uncle, don't deceive your conscience because of hatred. You are not this kind of person. Shut up! Emoli shouted and smacked Peng Da's soul to the side. How do you know that I am not this kind of person? Even if I was not like this before. Humans change. Emoli walked towards the frightened Wang Xiao'er. Since you don't want to speak, I can only soul search. Wang Xiao'er suddenly screamed, pointing towards Peng Da's soul. Ghost, there is a ghost, a ghost. Peng Da's soul. Stop making a fuss. Do you think that I will turn you into a ghost as well? Emoli punched Wang Xiao'er to the ground. He had just finished speaking when a strange existence appeared while laughing. Good, amazing. Young man, I have a high opinion of you. Mo Li, Wang Xiao'er, and Ping Da's soul turned solemn. The three pairs of eyes stared at this existence that had appeared all of a sudden. Wang Xiao'er shouted, "A talking pig? But why is there only the head and no body?" Mo Li, however, shook with excitement. "Idiot, this is Sand Heap Blessed Land's land spirit." Mo Li walked towards the land spirit. "Speak, land spirit, what is your condition for acknowledging a new master?" The pig-head land spirit floated above Wang Xiao'er and looked down. "My condition is simple. The person who can take the most beatings will be my master." It then laughed towards Wang Xiao'er. "Young man, I think highly of you." Ping Da's soul realized at once. "I understand. No wonder the Gu immortal named Shikong was so rampant outside. He is trying to be beaten up through all means." The pig-head land spirit smiled. "That Gu immortal took a beating from ancient desolate beasts for a while, so he saw me and learned of the conditions to be my master. But he doesn't realize that it is not the one who can take more fierce beatings who will become the blessed land's master. Taking a beating is a grand cause. Not only do you need the ability to resist the beatings, you also need to have a firm and indomitable spirit to take the beatings. Look at this youngster, he is obviously lying, but even if he is beaten and is facing someone he cannot defy, he is still stubborn. This spirit to take a beating is worthy of admiration. So there is this way." Mo Li's eyes shone brightly as he saw hope of contending for the ownership of the blessed land. The battle in the sky was still continuing, but the attacking Gu immortals had started to feel something amiss. "Shikong, is this your strength after closed cultivation? You have been beaten to the point where it is difficult for you to even speak. If not for us holding back, you would have already died." A Gu immortal scoffed. Shikong's face was already swollen and blue from the beating. His vision was blurry, but he still laughed. "Nonsense! I few grat. P. Conditon, fight 500 rounds, no problem." Another Gu immortal said. "On account of our two clans' close relationship, Shikong, just retreat. How much blood have you coughed from the beatings? Any more and you might not have any left." Shikong opened his mouth to retort but coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Bullshit! I half lot o' blood, can cough couple o' fools." Fong Dong, she sneered. "Shikong, even if you are most specialized in defensive killer moves and can turn into a rockman, you cannot hold out for long. You have already become the laughing stock of Western Desert's Gu immortal world in this battle. If we fight any longer, you will be crippled. If you are sensible, then take out some resources to compensate for our losses. My Fong clan will let bygones be bygones. Western Desert's righteous path had rules, they did not go overboard in their contest over the inheritances. These resources in Sand Heap Blessed Land were not worth it to stake their lives." Shikong was beaten so miserably that it had already surpassed the usual standard of contending. Could they kill him and attract the retaliation of Shang Clan, causing this dispute to escalate? This was something that all the Gu immortals including Fong Clan did not want to see. Shikong raised his head and was about to speak, but the slight exertion caused his right leg to crack in a crisp sound. Shikong held his right leg and pressed it on the broken area while activating a killer move. Rocks filled the gap and his Rockman transformation was back in one piece for the moment. Shikong still did not want to show weakness. He shouted at Fong Dongshi. "CME, I Cian still fight." Chapter 2131. Fong Yuan, who land? With the situation in this state, Fong Dongshi and the rest stopped attacking. Strange. This is really odd. Something does not make any sense. Shikong is not a suicidal person, there might be great benefits involved for him to push himself this hard. As for what benefits, the Gu immortals had a similar guess. Shikong entered with us and had only gone into that sand heap earlier. Could it be? The Gu immortals suddenly flew down and entered the sand heap again. Shikong was really anxious this time as he gave chase. He yelled and cursed but no one cared. The immortals arrived at the center of the sand heap within moments, and witnessed a painful scene. They saw Mo Li lying on the ground with his legs spread open. He was gnashing his teeth while his body shook from the intense pain. Wang Xiao'er was standing in front of him and fiercely kicking the part between Mo Li's legs, the most vital area of a man. On the other side, Ping Da's soul was also attacking Mo Li. What attracted the Gu immortals' attention was the pighead land spirit. The pighead land spirit was cheering loudly. "Good, this way of taking a beating really makes people marvel. What moves me even more is this spirit. What kind of spirit to take a beating is this? Exposing your vital area openly and allowing such fierce attacks. And you, Mo Li, have persevered without a thought of giving up. What fearless courage! Your dazzling spirit continues to move me. Ah. Then you. Are you moved? Will you recognize me? As your master? Emoli's tears fell from the pain as he shouted. The pighead land spirit said with a solemn expression. Soon. You have already surpassed that Shirkong. Emoli wanted to cry. You. You said that just before. Stop them. Fong Dong, she shouted first. A mere mortal wants to obtain a blessed land? The Gu immortals made their moves. Shirkong was also among them. His head was soaked with cold sweat as he rejoiced. The other Gu immortals discovered this secret. If not for that, he might have been defeated by this audacious mortal. Immortal moves shrouded the entire place. They descended like a tsunami. Emoli's group was deathly pale. Mother! Wang Xiao'er held his head and tried to run. Land spirit, save me! Emoli was lying on the ground, his legs trembling intensely. The pighead land spirit shook its head and flew away. I cannot save you. To become my master, you need to have the spirit to take a beating, but even more than that, you need to have the strength to take the beatings. But right as Emoli was about to die miserably, there was a loud sound, and all the killer moves were destroyed. Who? Come out! 3 mysterious figures appeared from the corner. Their bodies were shrouded in a layer of profound light, hiding their appearance and gender. They stood silently, but their auras were closely connected and actually suppressed the side of Western Desert's righteous path. Fong Dongxi and the rest became solemn like they were facing a huge enemy. This profound light and this kind of image. You are the legendary E-Clan! Western Desert's E-Clan? There really is this super clan? There existed a hidden super clan in Western Desert, with powerful strength and a long history, seemingly existing since ancient times. But this was only a rumor between Western Desert super forces, and there had never been clear evidence. Since you know of our E-Clan, then retreat. One of the 3 mysterious figures spoke. Their voice was also modified, gender-neutral and hoarse. Fong Dong, she snorted coldly. Cowardly people who dare not show themselves. Who knows if you are really from E-Clan? You want us to retreat just like this? Aren't you too arrogant? You are even more arrogant than Shirkong. Shirkong rubbed his nose and was about to speak when another person said, Look at the price of Shirkang's arrogance. Your outcome will be the same. Shirkong. A chaotic battle broke out. E-Clan's 3 Gu immortals had tacit cooperation. They had clearly trained together for years. They immediately gained the upper hand. Western Desert righteous path might have been suppressed, but they had superiority in their numbers. The pighead land spirit floated near the edge of the battlefield and watched the battle excitedly. Gu immortals prioritized defense to become the blessed land's master. They did not dodge the attacks they could dodge, and even move towards the attacks. They were also fighting for Emoli. After all, he was the person who was thought highly of by the land spirit. If they could help him get the ownership, they would win this battle. Finally, after a strange, fierce battle, Emoli was taken away by E-Clan. Wang Xiao'er was captured by Fong Dongxi. And the person who became the blessed land's owner was Gu immortal Shirkong. He had not wasted his efforts after all. Fong Dongxi returned to Fong Clan and reported the outcome of the battle. The matter concerned Fong Yuan. Fong Clan's first supreme elder Fong Gong immediately convened the clan's Gu immortals to discuss about it. We should kill Ling Hu Su. The issue now is, how do we explain this to Fong Yuan? We will tell the truth and let Fong Yuan kill Ling Hu Su. But we need to hide our transaction with Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan is the #1 demon in the world who cultivates all paths. We are unable to deal with Ling Hu Su because he cultivates Death Path and is proficient in escaping. If Fong Yuan were to take action, Ling Hu Su would definitely die an extremely miserable death. That is not appropriate. Fan Dichang shook his head, rejecting this suggestion. His soul was traded to Fong Clan by Fong Yuan, and he obtained freedom once again. Right now, he had possessed a rank 5 Gu master's body and was preparing to undergo a mortal ascension again. He was part of this discussion right now. Fan Dichang continued to analyze. Do you think that possibility is likely, or is it more probable for Fong Yuan to find trouble with us instead? What is the reason for Fong Yuan's transaction with our clan? It is because our clan is the closest to Green Ghost Desert, and he needs countless soul cores to cultivate his soul. After all, he inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance. If my Grand Fong clan cannot even handle this properly, we will no doubt lose our value in Fong Yuan's eyes. At that time, what do you think he will do? Fong Clan's immortals felt their hearts turning cold from this analysis. Fong Gong nodded. I approve of Fong Dichang's words. Fong Yuan could step on Heavenly Court. It is very easy for him to deal with Fong Clan. We cannot fight him. Besides this, our clan also benefited plenty from transacting with Fong Yuan. The numerous immortal materials in Fong Yuan's hands are the most important transaction gains for our clan. Fong Dong, she was troubled. But this time soul core quantity cannot meet the requirement. Tomorrow is the day to hand over the goods. What reason will we use to delay it? If Fong Yuan wants to investigate this, he can easily realize the truth. But if we don't lie and say the truth, won't our value fall greatly in Fong Yuan's eyes? Fong Dichang said, we must tell the truth. But since the soul cores are not enough, we will use other things to compensate for them. Won't it be okay as long as Fong Yuan is satisfied? Fong Huaxing was worried. Fong Yuan has a large number of venerable true inheritances. His standards are extremely high. Our Fong clan does have some items that can satisfy Fong Yuan, but every one of these items is a foundation of our Fong clan. We cannot hand over our foundation because of Ling Hu's Su, can we? Fong Dichang laughed. You are thinking too deeply. In my opinion, this matter is easy to resolve. Fong Gong asked, what plan do you have? Fong Dichang, didn't we already soul search one Xiao? Although he is only immortal, his body is mysterious and his experiences are also quite amazing. We know about Hu Land. This secluded domain of heaven and earth should already be in Wu Clan's hands now. We will hand this information to Fong Yuan, it should satisfy him. Is that going to work? Some were doubtful. Fong Dichang shook his head. Don't treat Fong Yuan like us normal people. Spectral Soul and Qing Chou are already dead, demon immortal Qi Ju is suppressed, Qi Si ancestor was defeated by him. He is now the number one person in the world. Even if Wu Clan is the number one superforce of southern border. They still won't be able to protect Hu Land. Fong Gong nodded. Then, let's do that. If Fong Yuan is not satisfied, we can only incur a greater loss once again. He then sighed. Such a pity about Hu Land. If only my clan knew of it, we would definitely conceal it and dig it up secretly. Now, we can only give it to Fong Yuan. Fong Dichang said in a heavy tone. Fong Yuan should be satisfied. This person is terrifying. The most terrifying thing is not his strength, but his broad-mindedness instead. He doesn't bother about trifling matters in order to accomplish the major goal. His broad-mindedness and shrewdness are unfathomably deep and vast like mountains and seas. What gives me chills is that even though he is the strongest person in the world, he is still willing to trade with us and will not resort to brute force if he can. This kind of person is not someone our Fong clan or Heavenly Court can deal with. I am afraid that only the rumored venerable revival can curb such a terrifying demon. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini yellow heaven. At some corner of Ni clan, a Gu master who had been unconscious for several days woke up dazedly from his bed. An immortal Gu condensed inside my body. The Gu master looked weak and pale, but he could barely hide his joy. From today onwards, am I going to rise up towards the peak of my life? The Gu master was extremely excited. He had rank 4 cultivation and knew of Ni clan's secret. In the whole of Ni clan, there are 3 Gu masters who have passed the difficulty of bloodline condensation and survived, and with me now, there are 4 who possess immortal Gu. Now that I have an immortal Gu, I will be Ni clan's 4th elder even though my cultivation has not reached rank 5. The Gu master's mind was filled with plans for his beautiful future. Little did he know that his condition over the past few days as well as the thoughts going through his mind right now were all seen by Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan fell into thoughts. Ren's method is indeed an ingenious human isolation style refinement technique. After the event of the gold fragment current, although Ni clan lost a lot of Gu masters, the surviving Gu masters passed the cruel trial. After they returned to the clan, the phenomenon of bloodline condensation appeared successively. Over 40 people got a fever and fell unconscious, but only 2 woke up successfully and refined immortal Gu inside their body. Right at this time, a message disturbed his thoughts. Hu Land. Chapter 2132. Nurturing Gu Immortals. Southern Border, Wu Clan. Over 50 Gu masters were gathered in the hall. First Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder Wu Qiao, Supreme Elder Mountain Moving. Gu masters greeted together with solemn expressions and hardly concealable excitement. Wei Xinjing was among them. He had finally emerged from the cruel competition and obtained the opportunity to become an immortal. Besides him, there was Divine Dr. Xing Shou and Wu Shintong. These two had been revived through the Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation. There was also Zhong Yi, the Western Desert Gu Master who had inherited Fire Thunder True Inheritance. These 50 or so people were geniuses of their generation and were Gu Master elites selected by Wu Clan. You may stand. Wu Yong was sitting on the main seat. To his left was Mountain Moving Old Monster, and to his right was Wu Clan's Rank 7 Gu Immortal Wu Qiao. The information on Immortal Ascension and the matters to pay attention to regarding Immortal Ascension have already been given to you. Over the following period of time, you should start closed cultivation and come out only when you feel you have the certainty to ascend to Immortal. Our Wu Clan's Gu Immortals will help you resist the Immortal Ascension tribulations with all their strength. You may leave now. Wu Yong raised his hand. The group of around 50 Gu Masters retreated. Wu Yong smiled towards Mountain Moving Old Monster. Supreme Elder Mountain Moving, I shall hand the matter of these Gu Masters' Immortal Ascension to you. Mountain Moving Old Monster was not a Gu Immortal originating from Wu Clan. His surname was Qin and his name was Jingxing. He was previously a lone immortal. When Fong Yuan was disguised as Wu Yihai, there was the issue of Mount Snail where he reached an agreement with Mountain Moving Old Monster. Mountain Moving Old Monster obtained most of the benefits of Mount Snail, but this immemorial desolate beast still belonged to Wu Clan in name. But in the end, Fong Yuan's identity was exposed, and Wu Yong went after him. Mountain Moving Old Monster's situation immediately became awkward. Wu Yong was a formidable character, why would he let go of this opportunity? He immediately exerted pressure on Mountain Moving Old Monster. Using both forceful and persuasive measures, he made Mountain Moving Old Monster become Wu Clan's external Supreme Elder. Back to the present, Mountain Moving Old Monster quickly agreed to Wu Yong's command. I am in deep admiration of First Supreme Elder's broad-mindedness. I will stake all my strength to make sure the tribulations cannot harm anyone. Good. Wu Yong laughed. I, Wu Yong, guarantee that the Wu Clan I govern is fair with rewards and punishments. I shall take my leave and make preparations. Mountain Moving Old Monster left. He knew the meaning behind Wu Yong's action. He was an external elder of Wu Clan. External elders were usually ostracized. But Wu Yong's move was too revolutionary. He actually supported so many Gu Immortal seeds at once. What raised Mountain Moving Old Monster's attention the most was that these 50 or so Gu Masters were mostly outsiders. Wu Yong ordered Mountain Moving Old Monster to be in charge of this matter. On one hand, he was worried of Wu Clan's Gu Immortals being biased towards the clan members if they were put in charge. On the other hand, it was to reassure Mountain Moving Old Monster, using action to tell him, I, Wu Yong, am different from ordinary leaders. When Mountain Moving Old Monster left, Wu Yong's gaze moved towards Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao had been keeping silent, and was feeling uneasy under Wu Yong's gaze. Wu Qiao had been Wu Clan's third Supreme Elder with high authority and status. But he was enticed by Xiao Clan and had supported Fong Yuan, who had disguised as Wu Yihai. This action was the same as betraying Wu Clan's benefits. Later, Wu Qiao was in charge of guarding Corpse Emperor Yu Dingtian but lost it to the enemies. This was a great stain to his reputation. After Wu Yong took the position, he suppressed Wu Qiao to the limit. Wu Qiao's situation declined day by day, and he was even stripped of his third elder position. Wu Qiao. Wu Yong spoke. What do you think of my decision to support so many Gu Immortal seeds? Under Wu Yong's gaze, Wu Qiao's forehead became covered in sweat. He took a deep breath before standing and bowing, saying in a sincere manner, Lord Wu Yong, I think this action has far more benefits in long term. I give my full support to it. Wu Yong laughed. He raised his teacup and took a sip, before asking leisurely, Then tell me how you will give full support. Wu Qiao took a deep breath and said what he had already prepared before. Wu Yong did not comment and only nodded as he put down the cup. Do it. Wu Qiao was exulted. He quickly requested for leave. He did not leave directly like Mountain Moving Old Monster. Instead he stood at the door and bowed deeply towards Wu Yong before leaving slowly. This attitude was extremely respectful. Only Wu Yong remained in the discussion hall. He was expressionless, but was sighing inwardly. This time, he invested all the resources of the clan to support the immortal ascensions of over 50 Gu Masters. This move could be considered crazy. His move had caused dissatisfaction in many Wu Clan Gu Immortals. The main reason was that among these over 50 Gu Masters, less than half were Wu Clansmen, while the rest were outsiders. Many Wu Clan Supreme Elders including Wu Ba Chong thought Wu Yong's action was shaking Wu Clan's foundation. These short-sighted people. As Wu Yong recalled the recent times, when these people admonished his actions openly or secretly, he could not help but snort coldly. Wu Clan's greatest issue was the lack of Gu immortals. There was not enough manpower to guard their territories, let alone when they were planning to expand in the future. However, Wu Clan had few Gu immortal seeds as well. Even when they lowered the standard and revived some Wu Clan Gu Master elites, the number of Gu immortal candidates was only 18. Although Gu immortals could deal with the tribulations, the crucial point in immortal ascension was the balancing of 3 chi. Outsiders could not help in this. The Gu Master had to rely on themselves. 18 Wu Clan Gu immortal seeds, according to history, only 1 or 2 among them might succeed in immortal ascension. That would not do. What use was there in gaining 1 or 2 rank 6 Gu immortals for Wu Clan? This simply could not satisfy Wu Yong's ambition. Thus, Wu Yong disregarded his subordinates' opposition and recruited outsider Gu Masters to be Gu immortal candidates. Moreover, Wu Clan treated them fairly and gave them full support. It is not that these people cannot see the situation, but they raised opposition because it threatened their own benefits. They have really disappointed me. Their vision is too narrow. Without the 5 regional walls now, our Wu Clan's enemies are not just southern border forces, but the entire 5 regions. And among the 5 regions, the most terrifying enemies are in Central Continent. Central Continent's sex system. Wu Yong sighed. With his foresight and wisdom, he was already clear of the superiority of the sex system. That was the reason he gave full support to outsider Gu immortal candidates, and recruited outsiders to become Wu Clan's external supreme elders. But even with his prestige, he encountered such opposition and resistance. It could be imagined what the situation in other super forces would be like. Wu Yong had excellent political skills. He dealt with this situation by deploying Mountain Moving Old Monster and supporting Wu Qiao. Mountain Moving Old Monster was an external supreme elder. For the sake of his own future in Wu Clan, he would definitely do his best to support those outsider Gu immortal seeds in their ascension. And Wu Qiao was an astute person. He saw Wu Clan's situation and Wu Yong's plan. To get back onto Wu Clan's political stage, even if he did not approve of Wu Yong's move, he had to grab this opportunity, becoming Wu Yong's dog and standing against those opposing supreme elders. Like this, Wu Clan's internal disorder was quickly resolved by Wu Yong. There will be 5 or 6 among these seeds who will succeed in immortal ascension. I hope one of my Wu Clansmen becomes a Chi Path Gu immortal. Hu Lan can be used then. In the future, if I am lucky enough to refine 8-face prestige wind, my strength will rise by another level. Adding on Hu Lan, my Wu Clan will be among the top super forces in all 5 regions. Wu Yong's mood turned much better when he thought of Hu Lan. He thought very highly of Hu Lan. If not for him cultivating Wind Path primarily and having accumulated a lot of Wind Path Dao marks, he might have converted to Chi Path for Hu Lan. Wu Ji did not choose Chi Path and persisted on Strength Path, which had actually disappointed Wu Yong. Hu Lan's value was extremely high. This could be seen from Demon Immortal Chi Ju. As long as a set of killer moves involving this kind of secluded domain of heaven and earth was created, the Gu Immortal would have near pseudo-venerable battle strength. Hu Lan could be taken as a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu, while it would be extremely difficult for Wu Clan to obtain a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Even refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu was a huge trial to Wu Clan. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, be it Mini Blue Heaven Star Collection City, Mini Western Desert Zinkman City, Mini Northern Plains Triple Sacred Mountain, or other areas, Gu Immortals were cheering in excitement. Just the previous moment, Fong Yuan had issued the latest contribution board, mission board, and exchange list. The contribution board and mission board were issued long before, but it was the first appearance of the exchange list. It was this exchange list that made all the Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture excited. The exchange list contained a large number of rank 6 and rank 7 Immortal Gu, a dazzling lineup of immortal moves, Immortal Gu recipes, and countless immortal materials. The Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture only needed to spend their accumulated contribution points to exchange for any cultivation resource on the exchange list. I have never seen such a rich list of immortal materials, and such enormous immortal material reserves. Even Lang Yilan's spirit, who was extremely knowledgeable, was dumbstruck when he saw the exchange list. There are rank 6 to rank 9 immortal killer moves, including common killer moves, battlefield killer moves, the present age Gu formations and Gu houses, and even ancient battle formations. Eh? What is this totem killer move? I have never heard of it before. Many Gu immortals exclaimed in shock. The Gu immortals who came from the Varian Human Alliance cared much more about the immortal Gu in the exchange list. Even these immortal Gu can be exchanged? Am I dreaming? How difficult is it to refine immortal Gu, but here, we only need to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points to exchange for an immortal Gu. All of the Gu immortals were moved. They suddenly realized that becoming subordinates of Fong Yuan was a really fortunate thing. Our future is so bright after following Master. This is too good. Looks like Lord Fong Yuan wants to nurture us. I have never seen a force have such wealth. Master's foundation is truly inestimable. The Gu immortals' eyes shined with excitement, their faces reddened, and some even cried in joy. Some quick ones immediately looked at the mission board. Previously, the tasks they completed were mandatory, and they did not have much enthusiasm. But it was completely different now. Eh? The first task is so strange. Request for Lord Fong Yuan to protect us from tribulations, and we also get such rich contribution points in return. Chapter 2133. Shizong's Tribulation. Fong Yuan was secretly observing his subordinates' reactions. He had issued the exchange list after careful consideration. Previously, Fong Yuan had thought the sovereign immortal aperture's chaotic phenomena would pass with time. But they were instead becoming more severe. Sometimes, some strange situations occurred, which were so serious that Fong Yuan's main body had to deal with them. If he could increase the strength of the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortals by a level or two, the chaotic state of the sovereign immortal aperture would be dealt with much more properly. Fong Yuan had no way to completely resolve the issues in the sovereign immortal aperture, so he could only alleviate them. Naturally, regardless of how he strengthened them, these subordinates would not have the ability to take part in the contest within Crazed Demon Cave. Fong Yuan also did not have such extravagant hopes. Nurturing these subordinates required a large amount of resources. Fong Yuan had devoured many of the two heavens grotto heavens, and plundered the countless years of accumulations of these grotto heavens. He naturally did not lack the resources to nurture them. On the basis of cultivation resources, Fong Yuan had already surpassed most of the super forces in the world. Even if Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven had much more accumulation than Fong Yuan, they could not copy his action. Fong Yuan possessed 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. It was extremely easy for him to refine rank 6 and rank 7 immortal Gu. That was why he could domineeringly place all kinds of immortal Gu on the exchange list and let his subordinates exchange for them. If Fong Yuan needed to use some immortal Gu that they exchanged for in the future, he could just throw a compulsory mission at the person. Who would dare to go against Fong Yuan's decree? At that time, Fong Yuan would give even more contribution points in exchange. The subordinate whose immortal Gu was seized might even be quite happy. The heated reactions of his subordinates was within Fong Yuan's expectations. These Gu immortals who were stimulated by the exchange list began to crazily accept the tasks, and took the initiative to go to various areas of the sovereign immortal aperture to work like bees. As for the first task on the mission board, the Gu immortals were discussing if Lord Fong Yuan had made a mistake. But even after a few days, the task content had not changed. The Gu immortals became increasingly covetous. The contribution point reward of this task was sizable. Shirzone was the person to study the new exchange list for the longest time. Recently, Shirzone had been distressed over a huge issue. He was the first Supreme Elder of Northern Plains Rockman tribe. He was rank 7 and was about to face his 3rd Grand Tribulation. Rank 7 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a Grand Tribulation every 100 years. Earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations were not big issues to Shirzone. But a Grand Tribulation was huge trouble. The previous 2 Grand Tribulations had almost destroyed Shirzone's confidence. The 3rd Grand Tribulation was imminent. Shirzone was thinking of ways to delay the Grand Tribulation. But he had turned the whole exchange list inside out, and was still unable to find a trace of hope. The exchange list doesn't have any methods to delay calamities and tribulations. Shirzone frowned. Does Master not have such methods? Obviously not. Shirzone's gaze locked on the first task in the mission board. Looks like Master is encouraging us to accept this task. Shirzone was enticed. His Rockman tribe came from Northern Plains' northern icy plain. Fong Yuan had forced them on his ship. But by now, Shirzone found that this ship had already become a warship with a bright future and unimaginable fortune. Since ancient times, the main criteria of a leader was, making use of both benevolence and authority. Fong Yuan had no lack of authority, so when the exchange list appeared, it changed many people's hearts. Shizong did not dare to betray Fong Yuan and had seen the benefits of following Fong Yuan. He thought for a long while and decided to take the risk, accepting that task. He accepted the task openly and did not conceal it. And soon, the news regarding him accepting the first task spread throughout the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortal world. Shizong is a veteran rank 7 Gu immortal. If he can pass the tribulation successfully, he will become a rank 8. Let's see what's going on with this task. Sigh, I also wanted to accept this task. I did not expect Shizong to seize the initiative. This is a good opportunity to express loyalty to Master. Not long after Shizong accepted the task, he was summoned by Fong Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone was going to manage Shizong's immortal aperture and make preparations for the tribulation. Shizong opened his immortal aperture. Fong Yuan's Time Path clone personally took control and stuffed Earth Path immortal materials inside his immortal aperture. Worry soil, green pond rotten soil, diamond soil, Great Lake soil, concealing heaven dust, grand soil, region sand, impermanence rock, smoky warm jade, thousand-year frost jade essence, dark inkstone, marrow-sucking stone, regret water rock, round kun stone, hibiscus stalactite, stone heart liquid, 8 parts jade, and so on. The large number of Earth Path immortal material made Shizong speechless. After coming to his senses, Shizong's heart jumped in fright. Gu immortal calamities and tribulations are the result of heavenly Tao seeking balance. Right now, my Earth Path foundation has increased to such an astonishing amount. My grand tribulation will become even more terrifying. Ordinary Gu immortals want their calamities and tribulations to be as weak as possible, but Master is completely the opposite. It is as if he wants the grand tribulation to become a myriad tribulation. Several days later, the time to undergo tribulation was here. Fong Yuan's main body arrived at an ordinary sea area of Eastern Sea and opened his immortal aperture, letting Shizong out. Shizong greeted Fong Yuan first before placing his aperture in the outside world. The Blessed Land's door was opened and started absorbing a large amount of the outside world's heaven and earth chi. Fong Yuan stood outside the entrance. He could not go in. He had too many Tao marks. Previously, when he attacked Fire Plane Grot Heaven, he was unable to go in as well, let alone this tiny rank 7 blessed land. The Grand Tribulation was on time. First was the arrival of Heaven Path Tao marks, then these Heaven Path Tao marks transformed into Tao marks of other paths based on the state of Shizong's blessed land. Most of these Tao marks were of Earth Path. The transformed Tao marks used and expended heaven and earth chi to turn into calamities and tribulations. If Fong Yuan used Big Family Chi Gu right now, he could absorb the tribulation chi and weaken the Grand Tribulation. Right now, Fong Yuan was looking forward to the Grand Tribulation becoming even stronger. Soon the Grand Tribulation took shape. Shizong's face turned pale. Yellow sky dust cloud! Heavens, it saw my immortal aperture was very prosperous, and I had too many Earth Path resources, so this is specially targeting them. Yellow sky dust cloud would gain increasingly powerful suction force along with time and absorb the immortal aperture's Earth Path resources. The more Earth Path resources it absorbed, the stronger it would become, its range would increase and it would become denser with much more powerful suction force. Among all the Grand Tribulations, Yellow Sky Dust Cloud was absolutely among the top few hated Grand Tribulations. Shizong tried several killer moves. Although they were effective, the effect was very little on such a large yellow sky dust cloud. I can only rely on Master now. Shizong's expression was dismal. Right at this time, Shizong saw multicolored and dazzling totems fly out of Fong Yuan's body and enter the blessed land, before charging into the yellow sky dust cloud. These totems were of various types and shapes. There existed ferocious tiger and leopard, agile deer and rabbit, lush trees, as well as spinning flying rocks. But no matter which one, they all emitted rank 8 aura. Shizong's body and mind shook together. Oh heavens! More than 20 killer moves, all at rank 8 level. Master actually has such terrifying strength. These were all totem killer moves. Ever since Fong Yuan obtained the cultivation method of thousands of basic totems from Zhan Budu, he would cultivate this move whenever he had some free time. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was the sacred land for cultivating totem killer moves. It was very difficult to cultivate totems outside of this place. Because there was no such food path environment, almost all the food recipes would lose their effect when placed in the outside world. Fong Yuan, however, was different. He had deep food path attainment. He modified these food recipes and turned them into killer moves. With the help of these food path killer moves and countless goo materials, Fong Yuan was able to cultivate over 20 totems. These totems were all at rank 8 level and were carefully selected by Fong Yuan. Their power naturally would not be low. What was even more amazing was once these totem killer moves were formed, they were extremely easy and convenient to activate. Fong Yuan willed, activating over 20 totems at once. In other words, he activated over 20 rank 8 killer moves in an instant. It was because he possessed the sovereign immortal body that he could fearlessly cultivate totems of so many paths. If it were other goo immortals, they would never be able to accomplish this. Shirzone watched with a stupefied expression. Because at that moment, the extremely thick yellow sky dust cloud that covered the sky was shredded by these totems. Too vicious, too terrifying. Shirzone's thoughts fluctuated intensely. But although the Grand Tribulation was destroyed violently, it did not stop. Instead, it was trying hard to condense again. However, the moment a trace of yellow sky dust cloud condensed, it was instantly torn into pieces by the totems. Heaven's will did not give up, but the totems were even fiercer. Inexplicably, Shirzone suddenly felt that the Grand Tribulation was somewhat pitiful. Immortal killer move, Heaven human sensation. Immortal killer move, human executing Heaven's work. Immortal killer move, unrestrained heavenly mark. Fong Yuan made his move from outside the entrance, refining all the heaven path down marks from the Grand Tribulation. But the unrestrained heavenly marks fell on Shirzone's blessed land. But it was not a problem. Fong Yuan took out an immortal goo house. It was the repaired Thieves' Den's killer move, Steel Dao. The Theft Path killer move's working principle was to use Theft Path immortal materials as a catalyst. The Theft Path Dao marks in the immortal materials would be consumed instantly, and the Dao marks in the outside world would be stolen. The stolen Dao marks must be attached to these Theft Path immortal materials. So, if the stolen Dao marks were disorderly, the immortal materials would have no value, like those immortal materials found everywhere in Crazed Demon Cave. In short, Thieves' Den had the ability to steal the outside world's Dao marks but did not have a method to use them. Moreover, Thieves' Den was already a peak-level creation and could not be modified. It had no room or potential for improvement. These stolen unrestrained heavenly marks formed a Heaven Path immortal material. Fong Yuan took this Heaven Path immortal material and activated a Food Path killer move, Devour Heaven and Earth. This killer move was Fong Yuan's gain from his recent cultivation. Fong Yuan's Food Path attainment level was Grandmaster. He had countless Food Path killer moves and deep Wisdom Path attainment. It was not difficult for him to create a killer move to devour Heaven Path immortal materials. Chapter 2134. Fong Yuan, just you wait. After consuming this Heaven Path immortal material, Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture gained 9 more Heaven Path Dao marks. The Grand Tribulation that sent Shirzone into despair, when turned into Heaven Path Dao marks, merely amounted to 9. Moreover, this Grand Tribulation strength was much higher than normal. A normal Grand Tribulation would give less than 9 Heaven Path Dao marks when transformed. Probably around 7. Fong Yuan estimated. This could not compare to the gains from annexing the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. Each of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens gave Fong Yuan several thousand Heaven Path Dao marks. Fong Yuan devoured Grotto Heavens one after the other. His sovereign immortal aperture's development had already reached 80%. At present, his Heaven Path Dao marks numbered over 200,000. Fong Yuan wanted to become venerable through Refinement Path, so he prioritized annexing Refinement Path Grotto Heavens, which increased his Refinement Path Dao marks to over 6 million. Currently, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture cannot annex any more Grotto Heavens. So I can only use this method to gain Heaven Path Dao marks. Although the increase each time is small, Goo Immortals undergoing tribulations is a process that will never stop. Little droplets of water make a mighty ocean. I can accumulate a substantial amount with this method. In the long run, this path of helping Goo Immortals undergo tribulation was quite bright. The 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens accumulated for 1 million or so years to have such foundations. But if Fong Yuan annexed one, there would be one less. There was, however, an unending stream of Goo Immortals. Shirzone's tribulation succeeded and he advanced to rank 8. When he returned to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he immediately received the congratulations of many people and was asked about the exact details. Shirzone was already prepared. He had used goo worms to record the complete video of his tribulation. When this video was spread, It brought a strong impact to the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortal world. Master is so strong! He used over 20 rank 8 killer moves in an instant. Is he still human? These are totem killer moves? They look quite convenient. From the start, the Gu immortals were attracted by the totem killer moves. When thieves then appeared, they exclaimed in shock again. When the video reached the end and the yellow sky dust cloud was completely destroyed by Fong Yuan, the Gu immortals sighed, deeply moved. Master's methods are unimaginable. He can really destroy calamities and tribulations beforehand. In history, these calamities and tribulations will calm down only after they have vented everything. But Lord Fong Yuan has unfathomable powers. He can get rid of calamities and tribulations ahead of time. It can be inferred that this task is a huge fortune. Not only can we increase our cultivation level, we can also get a sizable amount of contribution points. Didn't you hear what Shizong said? Although he passed the tribulation and became a rank 8 Gu immortal, he did not gain any new Dao marks. Ah? There was such a thing. No wonder this task compensated us with contribution points. Shizong did not hide this. He was somewhat hesitant at first, but after the tribulation, Fong Yuan personally ordered him to publicize the truth. No gain in Dao marks. This news was like a bucket of cold water that poured on these excited Gu immortals. The Gu immortals began to calm down. This result needed to be properly considered. No gain of Dao marks was a huge loss to Gu immortals. After all, undergoing tribulation was the main way of gaining Dao marks. Over the next few days, there was no movement. But when Shizong used these contribution points to exchange for 2 rank 7 Earth Path Immortal Gu and 3 Earth Path Killer moves, another person accepted the task of undergoing tribulation. After that, more and more Gu immortals began to imitate this, and it soon formed a wave in the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortal world. These Gu immortals were shrewd. They had calculated the gains and losses. Although they would lose a batch of Dao marks, the value of the gained contribution points was far higher than the losses. The Gu immortals' battle strength and immortal aperture's environment would indeed weaken from the loss of these Dao marks, but Dao marks was only one of the factors. There were many factors which determined a Gu immortal's battle strength. For instance, immortal Gu was a main factor. Immortal killer moves as well were much more important than some thousands of Dao marks. The immortal aperture's environment would be influenced, but the Gu immortals could exchange for all kinds of immortal materials to create even more resource points to fill this gap. What made the Gu immortals choose this path was that there was a special entry in the exchange list that allowed the Gu immortals to supply the immortal materials and expend some contribution points, to ask for Fong Yuan's clone to use food path killer moves to increase their corresponding Dao marks. These various reasons created an unending supply of Gu immortals who underwent tribulation. Fong Yuan's heaven path Dao marks continued to increase. Southern border. Ko Xianhong was flying through the clouds. He was communicating with his friend. You don't know that all the Gu immortals are accepting the assisted tribulation task. Some Gu immortals whose tribulations are still far away will choose an option in the exchange list. It requests Master's time path clone to accelerate their immortal aperture's time flow. They are using every means possible to accept this task. Ko Xianhong read up to here before replying with the information path immortal Gu. It is because the contribution points for this task are sizable. Moreover, whoever obtains the contribution points first will be able to move a step ahead and do more missions, entering a beneficial feedback loop. Look at that Shizong, he has been thriving recently. His strength has surged, he can do and take on more difficult tasks, obtaining even more contribution points much faster. Unfortunately, I received a mandatory task now and have to go on a diplomatic mission to Wu Clan. Otherwise, I would have been the first to accept this task. His friend replied soon. You need to be careful. You are going to Wu Clan's headquarters to demand Hu land. That is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, and Wu Yong is the Southern Alliance's leader. Ko Xianhong, however, was confident. I am quite hopeful for this trip. Even if it fails, Wu Yong won't do anything to me. You have not personally realized and witnessed Master's power and influence. All right, I have arrived. I will contact you later. Ko Xianhong slowly flew down. Below him was Wu Yi Mountain. Wu Clan's headquarters was located here. Seeing Ko Xianhong, 2 Gu immortals immediately flew up from Wu Yi Mountain. At the front was Wu Clan's second supreme elder Wu Bachong. Ko Xianhong had already notified them before coming here. Wu Clan's earnestness could be seen. They had sent Wu Bachong to welcome him. Envoy, please come in. Wu Bachong led Ko Xianhong to Wu Clan's headquarters. You came from afar and must be tired. How about resting for a while? Wu Bachong was polite. Xian shook his hand. Let's get down to business first. All right. Please wait a while, our first Supreme Elder is handling some clan affairs. Xian nodded and waited patiently. He could understand that the leader of the Great Wu clan could not be available so casually. Whether he was really busy or not, they had to put up this show. After 5 minutes, Wu Bachong came again and led Xian towards the guest hall. Xian saw Wu Yong there. Xian did not speak nonsense and said directly, Lord Wu Yong, I come with master sincerity to have another transaction with your noble clan. Wu Yong and Wu Bachong looked at each other. They had profited a lot in the previous transaction. Wu Yong asked with a smile. I wonder what transaction it is. Xian smiled. Master is willing to pay a price to buy the Hu land in your possession. Instantly, Wu Yong's pupils shrank and killing intent surged in his heart. What? Wu Bachong could not sit still, he stood. What Hu land? How could my Wu clan have this secluded domain of heaven and earth? Fong Yuan is definitely mistaken. Xian smiled and did not refute. Wu Yong's expression was dark as he interrupted Wu Bachong. All right, Bachong. Wu Bachong immediately stopped denying it, but there was indignance and anger on his face. Veins popped up on his clenched fists as he stared rigidly at Xian. If gazes could kill, at this moment, Wu Bachong would have already killed Xian 100 times with his gaze. Xian only looked at Wu Yong, turning a deaf ear to Wu Bachong. He bowed. Lord Wu Yong, what is your reply? Wu Yong suddenly showed a smile. Since Fong Yuan wants to trade, of course we can. I believe he will definitely pay a satisfying price. Xian could not help but feel a chill when he saw Wu Yong's attitude. Wu Yong was really terrifying. In such a short period of time, he accepted this fact and made the most sensible choice. Xian took a deep breath and said the price. Master is aware that Lord Wu Yong desires rank 8 Immortal Gu, 8-face prestige wind. Master is willing to personally refine this rank 8 Immortal Gu. What? Wu Bachong's expression changed again as he bellowed furiously. Hu land can be seen as a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu. Fong Yuan is not taking out even one rank 8 Immortal Gu and wants to exchange with such conditions. You are too insincere. Wu Yong said through clenched teeth. This is indeed somewhat too overboard. Xian smiled. Wu clan excels in Wind Path. Your only Chi Path foundation is in Xingtian True Inheritance. Although Hu land is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it doesn't have much value for Wu clan. Wu Bachong immediately refuted. You can't say that. Any path's attainment can be developed. Although my Wu clan excels in Wind Path, could it be that we cannot excel in Chi Path in the future? With Hu land, I would rather change to Chi Path and replace my vital Gu. With such huge prospects, which super force would be willing to give it up? Xian glanced at Wu Bachong. Second Supreme Elder, you are spot on, quite insightful. It is indeed correct, with Hu land, the prospect of Chi Path is highly favorable. But, as he said this, Xian intentionally paused before saying deeply, the prerequisite is, you need to possess Hu land. You. Wu Bachong's killing intent erupted and he looked ready to attack. Xian's hidden meaning was that Wu clan could not keep Hu land. Since they could not keep Hu land, it was useless to mention any Chi Path prospects. Xian looked towards Wu Yong and bowed again, saying respectfully, Lord Wu Yong, I will be frank. If your noble clan is not satisfied with this price, we are willing to refine 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu for your clan. He then continued with a bitter smile. This is my side's bottom line and there won't be any concession. Lord Wu Yong, please understand. I am only a messenger, I cannot make decisions. Wu Yong was silent for a while before smiling. You are an excellent messenger. I agree to your conditions. Wu Bachong, bring Xian to take Hu land and send the rank 7 Fan Wind Gu as well. First Supreme Elder. Wu Bachong was indignant. Go. Wu Yong was solemn. Sigh. Wu Bachong heaved a deep sigh as he looked at Xian with hatred. Follow me. Wu Bachong quickly moved past Xian and walked out of the hall. Wu Yong sat on his seat without moving. The guest hall had bright lighting, but Wu Yong's face was dark and heavy. Losing Hu land had a huge impact on him. How did Fong Yuan know about Hu land? Did he capture Kong Ritian? Wu Yong had a lot of doubts, but he did not want to investigate it. Since the matter had already reached this stage, there was no meaning in talking about this. After a long while, Wu Ba Chong returned to report. Xian Hong has left. Lord, should we send some people in disguise and ambush him? Wu Yong shook his head. With Fong Yuan's wisdom, how could he not have expected such a loophole? Don't do unnecessary things, Wu Ba Chong said through clenched teeth. Damn it! Our Grand Wu clan cannot protect Wu land, Wu Yong said with a heavy voice. We need to remember this. In here, in Wu clan's headquarters, we were forced to sell the secluded domain of heaven and earth. This is my disgrace, and also Wu clan's disgrace. In the future, if there is a chance, I will clear this humiliation and pay it back 1,000-fold. Fong Yuan, just you wait. Chapter 2135. Liver Life Formation. Fong Yuan was holding Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo in his hand. Under the continuous supply of rank 8 white lychee immortal essence, Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo let out a light, crystal-like radiance. This immortal goo seemed like a flea made of crystal. It was as large as a fist and was curled up like a ball. Suddenly, the crystal radiance from Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo burst, turning into countless broken crystal lights that shone dazzlingly. Success. Fong Yuan was shocked. At that moment just now, he had actually refined this rank 7 Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. The curled-up crystal flea stretched its body and meekly lay on Fong Yuan's palm. I am probably the first person in history to completely refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. At this moment, Fong Yuan had created history. But within an instant, his excited emotions calmed down. He already had many unprecedented achievements. In this recent period of time, I have repeatedly helped my subordinates undergo tribulations. Although the Heaven Path Dao marks gained each time are small in quantity, the numbers accumulate eventually. Adding these Heaven Path Dao marks, I am finally able to refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo completely, breaking the previous limit. My guess was right. The fact was proved in front of him. As long as the unrestrained heavenly marks reached a certain number, Heaven Path Immortal Goo could be refined. In the long river of history, there were countless Goo cultivators with geniuses as numerous as stars in the sky, and the 10 venerables like 10 large suns. But none of them truly cultivated Heaven Path. Limitless Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable might have grasp of the killer move Unrestrained Heavenly Mark, but from what Fong Yuan knew, they had not delved deeply into Heaven Path. The former cultivated Rule Path, and the latter cultivated Earth Path. Maybe Limitless Demon Venerable researched Unrestrained Heavenly Mark to cultivate Heaven Path, but he had already become a Rule Path Demon Venerable at that time, and could not turn back anymore. From this, the advantage of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture could be seen again. Cultivate every path. A brand new unknown path emerged before Fong Yuan. Heaven Path. Unrestrained Heavenly Mark was the key to starting Heaven Path cultivation. This path had huge prospects, and terrifying advantages. Even mortals could understand a thing or two. Heaven Path comprises everything and balances everything. All living beings, be they immortals or mortals, powerful or weak, are included in Heaven Path. All kinds of immortal goo, secluded domains of heaven and earth, are also under the restrictions of Heaven Path. Heaven Path controls calamities and tribulations, it controls lifespan goo. Venerables were powerful for an era, but when compared to Heaven Path, they are like a burning torch. If I walk this path, Fong Yuan could not help but daydream. Apart from anything else, just lifespan goo and fate goo, these two factors made him feel a trace of excitement. Every venerable in history was troubled by lifespan goo, and fate goo had never been directly controlled by Heavenly Court. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have any solution. She could only become one with the Tao to interfere with Heaven's will and distort the power of fate goo. Among all the paths, the starting threshold of Heaven Path is the highest. One must grasp the killer move Unrestrained Heavenly Mark first. I have only stepped on the road of Heaven Path. I still need to walk a long distance before I can touch the deeper profundities like lifespan goo and fate goo. The battle of Crazed Demon Cave is imminent. I won't be able to accomplish this before the battle. Although he had officially stepped on the cultivation path of Heaven Path, and its prospects were bright and huge, Fong Yuan did not intend to fully delve into it. The situation did not allow him to do so. At most, I can invest once more in Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo. Cooking Luck Pot brought enormous convenience to Fong Yuan, letting him know that Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo might be the key in the battle of Crazed Demon Cave. Heaven Path's cultivation road was going to be long, and Fong Yuan had just taken the initial step. But Heaven's Envy Immortal Goo could be developed further. I have completely refined Heavens and the Immortal Goo, but it is only at rank 7. If I create its corresponding killer moves, it might be quite impressive at rank 8 level. However, in my battle with Venerables, rank 7 will not be enough. I need to raise Heavens and the Immortal Goo to rank 8. Fong Yuan possessed 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, but this was slightly troublesome. Fong Yuan had a batch of Heaven Path Immortal materials. It might not be enough if he were to try to refine many Heaven Path Immortal Goo, but it was enough to use on just Heavens and the Immortal Goo. However, Fong Yuan's Heaven Path attainment was ordinary, he was not even at master level. Although his refinement path was as high as Quasa Supreme, it would be quite difficult to research Heavens and the Immortal Goo's rank 8 recipe. It was not that there was no chance of success, but it would take too much time and energy. In his initial estimation, it was going to require 2 to 3 years of deductions at the very least. This was undoubtedly not feasible for Fong Yuan. Looks like I need to copy Wu Yong and raise some Goo Immortal Seeds, before helping them undergo the Ascension Tribulation. Fong Yuan quickly found a way. Fong Yuan did not care about the minimal gains in Heaven Path Dao marks from Immortal Ascension of rank 5 Goo Masters. But when Goo Masters undergo Immortal Ascension, they would have a one-time opportunity to experience natural inspiration. With this opportunity, the Goo Master questioned Heaven and Earth, and almost all their questions would be answered. Since Heaven and Earth could produce Heavens and the Immortal Goo naturally, it definitely had Heavens and the Immortal Goo's recipe. Fong Yuan did not demand much, he only needed a correct version of the Immortal Goo recipe of Heavens and the Goo. He could rely on his refinement path attainment to modify it to suit himself. Moreover, Fong Yuan could also ask for some insights when asking Heaven and Earth. For instance, on the basis of certain kinds of Heaven Path Immortal materials and the current situation, which Heavens and the Immortal Goo recipe is the easiest to refine? As he thought of this, he put a new task on the mission board and listed it at number 1. Search for loyal and devoted Goo Immortal Seeds who are suitable to undergo Immortal Ascension. Almost at the next instant, all the Goo Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture knew of this task. Ever since the establishment of the exchange list, these Goo Immortals had gone crazy. Many of them had not even slept for months, using Goo Worms to forcibly maintain their conditions, to complete tasks and earn contribution points. Fong Yuan offered them the most suitable environment, reducing the difficulty of these Goo Immortals' cultivation to the minimum. Almost every day, they could feel their strength increasing. Even if this increase was only a little progress every day would accumulate to a terrifying amount after several days. It was this euphoric feeling of experiencing the increase in their cultivation and strength that made these Goo Immortals unable to stop. What gave Fong Yuan a pleasant surprise was that one of the human Goo Immortals developed an incomplete transformation path Immortal Goo recipe because of this, hard liver Goo. This human Goo Immortal primarily cultivated transformation path, he was Solid Rock Warrior, who came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Hard liver Goo strengthened the Goo Immortals' liver, giving them lasting and vigorous energy which then allowed them to complete all kinds of laborious tasks without needing to rest. But if it was used excessively, the liver would harden to the limit and trigger a terrifying explosion, inflicting heavy injuries and even death. After Fong Yuan got familiar with the Goo, he modified and completed it, and even created rank 6 to rank 8 Goo recipes. After using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine it, rank 8 hard liver Immortal Goo was used as the core of a Goo formation. Fong Yuan named this Goo formation as Liver Life Formation. It operated all year round and collected a fee for every use. If the Goo Immortals were interested, they could hand over some contribution points to enter. After they come out, they will be full of energy and motivation. Did you liver today? How much longer can you liver for? I feel like my liver is about to explode. Such conversations had already become a common daily topic between the Goo Immortals. So, when Fong Yuan put up this task, the Goo Immortals were like red-eyed sharks that had smelled blood. Great task! It was published by Master himself. The reward is extremely abundant. I have not slept in 3 months. I want to rest a little. What rest? Go and liver. The great era is in front of us, we must grasp this excellent cultivation opportunity. The Goo Immortals moved out towards all kinds of places to gather Goo Immortal seeds. In just a short while, this task was completely taken. The Goo Immortals who could not take it were extremely vexed. Some shouted regretfully, "Oh, this task was quite excellent, but I missed it." Every task on the mission board had a limited quota to prevent Goo Immortals from taking just the tasks with the highest rewards, which would result in unreasonable and wasteful distribution of manpower. Fong Yuan handed the task of gathering Gu immortal seeds to his subordinates. He estimated there would be quite a lot of Gu immortal seeds. It was going to surpass superforces like Wu Clan. It was because Fong Yuan had annexed many forces like Langya's sect and the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens, which had extremely deep foundations and long history. They definitely did not lack Gu immortal seeds. Using the little spare time he had, Fong Yuan personally went to strengthen Ni Clan. He quietly set up a year essence subpool in Ni Clan's territory, forming a time path zone. Ni Clan's time would pass much faster, which would increase the rate of immortal Gu production. It would become much more convenient for Fong Yuan to comprehend Gu refinement profundities of human isolation style. The sovereign immortal aperture has a huge number of variant humans, but not many humans. Most of the humans are from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, but it can be foreseen that in the future, Mini Yellow Heaven's Ni Clan will probably become the top human force. Fong Yuan thought to himself. He had just finished setting up the time path zone when Xian Hong's message arrived. The latter's diplomatic mission to Wu Clan was successful and had obtained Hu Land. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven and Earth Travel. At the next moment, Fong Yuan moved from Eastern Sea to Southern Border, appearing in front of Xian Hong. After putting Xing Hong in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fong Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. He secretly arrived in a nameless sea area and toyed around with Hu Land as he waited for Qixi Ancestor. For you. Fong Yuan handed Hu Land to Qixi Ancestor. The Qixi clone quickly received it, and said excitedly, Good, good, I have a premonition. With Hu Land, my combat system will be completed. I will wait in anticipation. Fong Yuan's main body left shortly after. He was also pondering about his combat system and had made much progress, but was still far away from completing it. Note, in Chinese medicine, the liver gets damaged if one does not sleep properly at night. In this case, liver torture is a common Chinese internet term for staying up all night to game, etc. Chapter 2136. Fong Yuan's secluded domains of heaven and earth. Immortal Killer Move, Landscape as before. Fong Yuan activated the Killer Move. The previous landscape as before Immortal Gu was only at rank 6. But 2 months ago, Fong Yuan had successfully raised it to rank 8. Rank 8 was the limit of landscape as before Immortal Gu. The limit of most Immortal Gu was at rank 8. After advancing to rank 8, they would have arrived at their peak and could not be advanced anymore. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, fragments of the Great Tao. These fragments had their respective limits. Those with higher limits could accumulate slowly and reach rank 9, while those with lower limits might even be forced to stay at rank 6. There were many Immortal Gu, although they were unique, they covered almost all aspects imaginable. For instance, Fong Yuan used the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, which gave birth to 2 Immortal Gu, Red Copper Immortal Ant Gu and White Noodle Immortal Ant Gu. If there was a slight change, there might be another kind of Immortal Gu. For instance, Dark Gold Immortal Ant, Black Noodle Immortal Ant, and so on. Among all the Immortal Gu, only a small portion could truly advance to rank 9. Rank 8 landscape as before Immortal Gu was still a time path Immortal Gu. But the killer move Fong Yuan was using right now was a compound killer move. It contained profundities of not only time path, but also earth path, water path, rural path, soul path, and other paths. Under the effect of this compound killer move, Reverse Flow River let out soft gushing sounds as it started expanding at a rapid pace. After Fong Yuan's nurturing over this period of time, the compound killer move that was used dozens of times showed great effects. Reverse Flow River, which previously only had a little trace left of it, had become a long narrow river. Fong Yuan had all along been trying to restore Reverse Flow River, and he finally got a good result now. He had previously thought of using Orderly Well. This killer move was a rank 9 killer move and came from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. This move used City Well as the core. It could modify secluded domains of heaven and earth, removing the conflict between Tao marks, which made it convenient to restore them. Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Minuscule Mountain had experienced this move. But Fong Yuan had never been able to grasp this killer move. Because he lacked its crucial core Immortal Gu was unique, that core Immortal Gu was already in someone else's possession. Fong Yuan had thought of modifying this killer move, but it was extremely difficult. This was a rank 9 rule path killer move. It had already reached a peak level where it had no room for improvement. At least, Fong Yuan was unable to see any. His rule path attainment level was at Great Grand Master, and not Quasi Supreme. he was still some distance away from seeing through this kind of rank 9 killer move. Reverse Flow River is recovering faster right now, but at the later stage of its recovery, Landscape as Before's compound killer move will experience a fall in effectiveness continually, until it becomes negligible. Landscape as Before's compound killer move was at rank 8 level, while the complete Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, which was equivalent to rank 9 in terms of quantity of down marks. Because of the huge amount of down marks, they could sometimes be used as quasi-rank 9 immortal goo. Naturally, this depended on the goo cultivator's ability. Conceptualizing killer moves with the secluded domain of heaven and earth as the core was only the start. The crucial point was how exceptional the created killer moves were, and if they could fully use the secluded domain of heaven and earth or not. For instance, Fong Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal made use of Reverse Flow River only at the intermediate level. His Luo Pa Seal was only at the elementary level of secluded domain usage. Orderly Well killer move was different. It made use of City Well to the highest degree, and was at the advanced level. There was no killer move that completely used secluded domains of heaven and earth. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were not immortal goo, after all. Immortal goo was alive and could be used fully as long as immortal essence was transferred into them. But secluded domains of heaven and earth were non-living, their usage was limited. An immortal goo was a connected body of fragments of down marks. A secluded domain of heaven and earth was an amalgamation of countless down marks. These down marks were piled together, some were straight or bent, some were continuous threads, some were entirely different, and some were intertwined. There was no way to make use of all the down marks. Even venerables were not an exception. This could be seen from the killer move Orderly Well. I have gathered quite a lot of secluded domains of heaven and earth. Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, Reverse Flow River, City Well, Hu Land, as well as the Incomplete Refinement Sea, Human Sea, and Xiankuan Crystal Wall. Dang Hun Mountain was the first secluded domain obtained by Fong Yuan. He even entered Northern Plains to find a way to repair it. Luo Pa Seal, which used Luo Pa Valley as the core, had once helped Fong Yuan kill goo immortal experts. There was no need to talk about Reverse Flow River. In that event of old ancestors Shui Hu refining fortune rivaling heaven goo, Fong Yuan had relied on Reverse Flow Protection Seal to shock the world while being hunted by Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. City Well was obtained from the Turbulent Flow Sea area. Fong Yuan had used it as a trap to kill many Eastern Sea goo immortals. Hu Land was the easiest to obtain. He bought it forcefully from Wu Yong. Naturally, it was possible because of Fong Yuan's strength and reputation. These things had been accumulated since his rebirth, while being on the verge of life and death, and going through countless large battles. The Incomplete Refinement Sea came from Langya Blessed Land. It showed long-hair ancestors' ambition. Unfortunately, although Fong Yuan obtained it, he did not have enough spare effort, time, and resources to complete it. Currently, the Incomplete Refinement Sea was being intensely consumed by 4 elements Swear Regret Blood Refinement Pool. The Incomplete Human Sea came from Eastern Sea Xiao Clan. Wu Shui led the Variant Human Alliance to invade Xiao Clan's territory, killing or driving Xiao Clansmen away, and looting this Incomplete Human Sea. The last was Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Put simply, it was a bunch of gray-white stone slabs. The surface of the gray-white stone slabs were filled with black ink lines. Some were straight, while others were curled. There were thin and thick lines. The lines were drawn over one another. Some looked like letters while others looked like drawings of scenery. Legends said that if one gathered all of the stone slabs, they could piece back Qiankuan Crystal Wall, and the goo cultivator would be able to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at the history of humanity, they would find that generations of goo masters, goo immortals, or even immortal and demon venerables collected these stone slabs before. Fong Yuan had obtained countless gray-white stone slabs from Great Wisdom Immortal Mother. According to what Great Wisdom Immortal Mother said, these stone slabs could form half the Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Fong Yuan had obtained a batch of gray-white stone slabs from other sources like Langya Sect, and the storage of the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens. Naturally, the number of these stone slabs could not compare to what Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had, and there were also fake goods among them. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's gray-white stone slabs were from the Inkman race's true inheritance. There were many fake goods among the stone slabs circulated in the market. But the gray-white stone slabs in the Inkman race's true inheritance were all genuine. According to the records in the legends of Renzu, Primordial Domain was originally inside Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Unfortunately, Limitless Demon Venerable took it away and put it in Crazed Demon Cave. Even if I construct Xiankuan crystal wall now, I won't be able to enter primordial domain. Fong Yuan tried all ways to increase his battle strength. These secluded domains of heaven and earth were naturally going to be made use of. Reverse Flow River was being restored. Killer moves using Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley as the core were also being developed. Huland was given to the Qixi clone. Fong Yuan did not have time to put his effort into this. Among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Fong Yuan paid the most attention to the incomplete human sea. Back then, he chose to invade Eastern Sea's Xiao Clan mainly because of this artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth. All the venerables have human path killer moves, so I need to have some foundation in human path. Even if I don't become dominant in this path, I need to have means to defend against it. Fong Yuan had suffered during the Fate War. The venerable methods were mostly human path methods. Every move was terrifyingly powerful or had amazing effects, influencing the whole war. Previously, Fong Yuan had ordered his subordinates to kill 100 million humans in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven to use in the incomplete human sea. But this was not enough. The previous resources were all spent. Human sea was still some distance from completion. The variant human alliance also has many human grotto heavens with large numbers of humans. But it is not convenient to target these humans. Firstly, it will cause dissension in these human grotto heavens Gu immortals. Secondly, these humans will be moved to the sovereign immortal aperture in the future, and are foundations for me to develop human path. Lastly, there are so many humans in the world, why do I need to sacrifice my own people? Fong Yuan then issued a task, slaughter humans and gather resources. Compared to the previous tribulation task, this task was obviously cruel and reeked of blood. Master is a demonic path member after all. Many human Gu immortals lamented. But I quite enjoy slaughtering the outside world's humans. This task resonated with variant human Gu immortals. Forget it, as long as it is not our grotto heavens suffering, what does it have to do with us if other humans die? Those owners of human grotto heavens were glad about their allegiance. Soon, over 10 Gu immortals quietly moved out from the territory of Eastern Sea's Xiao Clan. There were many fishing villages in Eastern Sea's islands. Birds chirped and dogs barked, smoke spiraled upwards. Kill! A mini-man Gu immortal flew towards these fishing villages and ruthlessly activated immortal Gu. Leaves fell down like a rainstorm, killing countless men and women, old and young, blood splashing everywhere. Back then, us mini-men were captured by you humans. My mother was strangled to death in front of me by human Gu immortals. I am only taking back some interest. The mini-man Gu immortal's face was filled with hatred. On a certain island in Eastern Sea, there was an enormous city. 2 variant human Gu immortals united to bring forth a tens of feet high tsunami. At the juncture of life and death, an Eastern Sea lone immortal walked out and blocked the tsunami. Stop, I am Gu Mingsu. This is my homeland, I wonder what the issue is. Why are you implicating these innocent people? This Gu immortal shouted furiously. The 2 variant human Gu immortals came down from above the clouds and revealed their appearance. So it was Warm Sun Immortal Lord. Immortal Lord, you are wrong. Back then, this place had been the homeland of us hairy men. But you humans occupied it forcefully. My hairy man tribe fortunately had the protection of our Supreme Elder, so we were able to survive in the 2 heavens. Gu Mingsu could not restrain his anger when he saw the 2 variant human Gu immortals. So you are variant humans. You are really audacious. This place is near Eastern Sea's Tang Clan. I have already requested reinforcements. Get lost, if you don't escape now, it will be too late. The 2 variant human Gu immortals laughed loudly as they said, Immortal Lord, why do you pretend to not know from where we came? Our master is Lord Gu Fong Yuan. Let alone Tang Clan, even if the whole of Eastern Sea's righteous path arrive together, they will be like chickens and dogs in front of our master. Gu Mingsu, stop trying to put up a front. We are here to kill your fellow humans, to let you taste the pain and suffering we felt back then. Gu Mingsu lamented inwardly. How can there be a demon like Fong Yuan? He actually sent variant humans to attack his own race. He is a traitor to humans, he has no bottom line and no sense of propriety. Damn it! Damn it! Chapter 2137. Fong Yuan deserves death! Qixi. Because Qixi ancestor lived here, the Qixi area had become the righteous Qi Alliance's headquarters. At this moment, a banquet was being held inside the Qixi formation. Qixi ancestor sat on the main seat while the representatives of Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces sat to his left and right. Sitting to the left of Qixi ancestor was a food path Gu immortal. He was an old man with a brandy nose. He raised his wine cup high and toasted Qixi ancestor. Lord ancestor, I offer this toast of spring sea blossom wine to you. Qixi ancestor nodded. His seat was high above the others, which gave him a naturally overlooking vision. Qixi ancestor took a sip before commenting lightly. Zai Xianweng, your spring wind petals wine is quite good. It has a vague poetic flavor of youth. This food path Gu immortal was Zai Xianweng. After he inherited green antecedent and wine fairy's true inheritance in central continent, he was then silently persuaded by Qin Dingling to be a chess piece. According to Qin Dingling's arrangements, Zui Xianweng returned to Eastern Sea and rested for a period of time before taking the initiative to side with the Righteous Qi Alliance. Everyone in the Righteous Qi Alliance welcomed him warmly. Because Zai Xianweng was among the outstanding lone cultivators of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Zui Xianweng possessed wine sea. He held a wine reception every year where he invited heroes and warriors of Eastern Sea. His connections were extremely wide, and he himself had good relations with all the large Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces. There was a huge political significance for a representative character like him to join the Righteous Qi Alliance. Just this significance itself had a huge value. Because, although the Righteous Qi Alliance was established, most of its members were of Eastern Sea Righteous Path superclans. Besides them, there were also some 2 Heavens Gu immortals who had joined Qixi clone. Few Eastern Sea lone immortals joined the Righteous Qi Alliance. Demonic immortals were even rarer. Zui Xianweng joining the alliance would definitely be a model example which would change some trend of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Maybe other lone and demonic immortals would take the initiative to join. Besides these, there was another reason which was somewhat connected to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's lingering poisonous and plague killer move had caused a huge disturbance in Eastern Sea's Righteous Path. They were forced to take out their hidden true inheritances to research the killer move. Only then were they able to find a way to restrain it. During this event, the Righteous Qi Alliance had wanted to invite Zai Xianweng. However, at that time, Zai Xianweng had already gone to Central Continent, and was secretly searching for Green Ant's true inheritance. Zai Xianweng cultivated food path, which was rare in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. While rarer things were often more precious. Zai Xianweng was worthy of being recruited. Qixi ancestor discussed with Eastern Sea's super forces and held a large welcoming banquet. Not only were they trying to leave a good impression and gain the approval of Zai Xianweng, they were also proclaiming the Righteous Qi Alliance's attitude towards lone and demonic immortals. When Zui Xianweng saw Fong Yuan, he was extremely respectful and even had a flattering expression. For instance, now, Zui Xianweng's wine was clearly called Spring Sea Blossom Wine. But Qixi ancestor called it Spring Wind Petals Wine. Whether Qixi ancestor had not heard clearly or if it was a slip of tongue, Zui Xianweng did not ponder on it, he bowed. Many thanks to ancestor for bestowing the name. Amazing, amazing, Spring Wind Petals Wine not only suits the characteristics of this wine, it is also filled with poetic sentiment, making one feel like they are being caressed by spring wind, while flower petals flutter in the air. It is a great honor for this wine to be bestowed a name by ancestor. With ancestors' granting of this name, I believe this wine will be known throughout the 5 regions. Ha! Qixi ancestor laughed heartily as he pointed at Zui Xianweng. Old one, you are quite witty. The various clan representatives also chimed in. Their compliments were like waves that followed Zui Xianweng and moved towards Qixi ancestor. These Gu immortals were praising while cursing silently. I did not think this old guy Zai Xianweng to have such a shameless side. Truly a bootlicker. But it is not strange. He holds a wine reception every year where he invites all the forces. He has some skills in social interaction. Tang Clan's Gu immortal Tang Tang was just about to raise his wine cup, when an information path mortal Gu flew in. He viewed it with his divine sense. What? The variant human alliance has attacked. His body jolted, he was greatly shocked. But after reading the information properly, he relaxed somewhat. Fong Yuan only sent 10 or so Gu immortals over different areas of Eastern Sea to kill mortals. What is he trying to do? Not long ago, he invaded Fire Plain Grotto Heaven and slaughtered 100 million humans. Tang Tang was pondering, when he recalled the incomplete human sea. After Fong Yuan invaded Eastern Sea Xiao Clan, the information about this artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth had spread far and wide. So the Righteous Qi Alliance was well aware of it. At this time, another information path Gu worm flew over. Gu Mingsu is requesting reinforcements from my clan? Tang Tang's heart stirred slightly. This Warm Sun Immortal Lord was a lawful lone immortal. Tang Clan had always wanted to recruit him but was rejected by him. Who could have expected a crisis to appear out of nowhere? Gu Mingsu actually offended the Variant Human Alliance. In the request letter, Gu Mingsu had clearly expressed, if Tang Clan can provide help, he will join Tang Clan. My Tang Clan cannot offend a person like Fong Yuan. Isn't this trying to push my Tang Clan into the fire? Tang Tang sneered mentally. They could not give support. Tang Tang immediately crushed this information path Mortal Gu and treated it like he had not seen it. Fong Yuan's target this time were only the mortals. Moreover, he avoided the people of the super clans. So, Tang Clan did not suffer any losses. As for reputation, Tang Clan's reputation would fall a little because they did not retaliate. But other clans were also the same. Fong Yuan's action was not targeting just Tang Clan. Since everyone was losing reputation, it was same as nobody losing any reputation. As long as the situation doesn't worsen, this is only a small matter. Let Fong Yuan kill however many he wants. Tang Tang continued to enjoy the banquet. After receiving this message, he began to deliberately observe the surrounding Gu immortals. Sure enough, these people received the news one after the other. Fong Yuan's subordinates are slaughtering mortals? They are not our clansmen anyway, why provoke Fong Yuan because of this? Eastern Sea has so many mortals, even if some are killed, the population will be restored in 10 years. Let's drink, let's drink. Ha ha, good wine. The atmosphere became even more lively. As the banquet continued, these Gu immortals were starting to get drunk, their faces flushed red as they enjoyed themselves. Tribulation clouds surged continually. A large amount of water splashed around in the time path clone's immortal aperture, like fish jumping madly. This was a grand tribulation, jumping time fish tribulation. The outcome is set. The time path clone was observing the whole process calmly. With the main body helping personally, there would definitely be no issue. The jumping time fish tribulation was not strong, it was an ordinary type of grand tribulation. Heavens would not trouble Fong Yuan, which was rare. But the time path clone was not surprised. In the recent period of time, my main body has not only helped Gu immortals to undergo tribulations, he is also helping those Gu immortal seeds to undergo immortal ascension. With him present, unless it is a dream path tribulation, there will be no issue. Heavens will realizes this fully. The calamities and tribulations are ordinary so that the main body won't gain more heaven path Dao marks. While the time path clone was thinking, the tribulation clouds in the sky were almost gone. Fong Yuan did not continue to attack, instead he took out ability Gu to give it a try. But ability Gu was almost destroyed. The legends of Renzu clearly stated ability Gu would continue to grow stronger in calamities and tribulations. But Fong Yuan was unable to find a way to strengthen it. According to simple deduction, the records in the legends of Renzu stated that calamities and tribulations were Gu materials to advance the rank of ability Gu. Fong Yuan gave it a try right now, but discovered that calamities and tribulations were not suitable as Gu materials and were extremely hard to control. Fortunately, Fong Yuan had made ample preparations and was able to preserve ability Gu. After obtaining this outcome, Fong Yuan did not hold back and destroyed the final lump of tribulation cloud. This time, he did not devour the heaven path Dao marks. He left behind the time path Dao marks from the tribulation in the time path clone's immortal aperture. He did not touch the clone's foundation. Now, I also have rank 8 cultivation. The time path clone was filled with emotions. From now onwards I shall use the name He Chun Chiu, what do you think? Up to you. Fong Yuan's main body replied plainly. Currently, among Fong Yuan's 8 clones, Qixi ancestor, Wu Shuai, the time path clone He Chun Chiu, and Zhan Budu had advanced to rank 8. But Fong Yuan already did not lack rank 8 Gu immortals under him at present. Southern border. Human Smoke Mountain. This was Chai Clan's headquarters. Almost all of Chai Clan's Gu immortals were assembled, and with Chai Clan's first supreme elder leading them, they welcomed 3 variant human Gu immortals. These 3 variant humans were Snowman, Hairy Man, and Rockman. They were Bing Yuan, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, and Shirzone. People of Chai Clan, the 3 of us came with Master's order. We are here to discuss a trade with you. As the leader of this trip, Bing Yuan spoke. Chai Clan's immortals were in serious and heavy moods. It was not only because of Fong Yuan's reputation, but because of these 3 variant human Gu immortals' auras. Be they Bing Yuan or Golden Fur Immortal Monarch or Shirzone, they were all at rank 8. What does Fong Yuan want? Could my Chai Clan have something of interest to him? Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder asked. No need to be modest, Lord Chai Gan. Bing Yuan smiled. My master is willing to purchase your noble clan's human path results, including the killer move Congregated Human Talent, the Human Path Mountain Human Smoke Mountain, as well as many mortals raised by your clan. What? The expressions of Chai Clan's immortals changed. Fong Yuan is going too far. He is trying to dig up our Chai Clan's foundation. The main thing is, if we cooperate with this demon Fong Yuan, what reputation would our grand righteous path Chai Clan still have? Chai Clan immortals criticized softly. The expression of Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder was unsightly. He muttered for a while before asking. My Chai Clan does nurture the most mortals. These people live good and content lives in Human Smoke Mountain and do not cause trouble for anyone. I wonder what Fong Yuan wants to buy them for. Shizong sneered. Of course, to kill them all. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had a crazed expression. These humans your Chai Clan is nurturing have abundant human chi. This is extremely good. Master's human chi is only lacking the final step. With these people, it can finally be completed. Chai Clan immortals were shaken. Disregarding lives so casually, this demon deserves death. One female immortal, Chai Kachin, shouted furiously. Chapter 2138. Shaken Chai Clan. Thousands of years ago, southern border, Human Smoke Mountain. A cave at the peak of the mountain opened quietly, and an old man walked out of it. He had an ashen expression. In the past, he could not find lifespan goo and could only use other lifespan extension methods. His lifespan was at its end right now. Even if he found lifespan goo or other methods, it would be of no use. I, the Grand Chai Fu, cultivated to rank 8 as a lone cultivator, but in the end, I still lost to lifespan. How sorrowful, how hateful. Chai Fu was filled with anger and sadness that was deep as the sea. He walked down the mountain numbly, but a village at the base of the mountain gave him a surprise. Before I went into closed cultivation, there had been no humans inhabiting this place. But in just several years, this place became so lively? I, the Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chai Fu, whose name is spread throughout the southern border Gu Immortal world, won't live for long, but you mortals are living so well. Looking at the men and women in the village doing labor work and children playing around, Chai Fu's anger and hatred surged so much that he was about to slaughter all these villagers. But at the next moment, he forcibly closed his eyes. His body trembled for a while before he gradually calmed down. Chai Fu restrained the evil intentions in his heart as he smiled bitterly. I, Chai Fu, might not be a good person, but I have never targeted people who have not offended me, and have never slaughtered innocents. Sigh, so be it if I die. What else can I do? Even the 10 venerables were unable to escape death. It is easy for Gu immortals to live long, but how hard is eternal life? Chai Fu had looked back over his whole life when he was in closed cultivation. He had no regrets in his life, he had a clean record and was without lingering concerns. With nothing else to do, Chai Fu disguised as a passing old Gu master and entered the village. Is he a traveling doctor? The villagers misunderstood Chai Fu's identity. Chai Fu went with the flow and used that identity, receiving warm welcomes from the villagers. There were Gu masters in the village, but the highest was only at rank 3. And they were not specialized in healing. Many villagers asked for help from Chai Fu, and with Chai Fu's ability, it was a small matter for him to treat their illnesses. Chai Fu was even more revered because of this, and at the same time, he also learned of this village's origin. So these people are actually my descendants from over 100 years ago. This discovery made Chai Fu feel some lingering fear and thankfulness. Fortunately, he did not make a move earlier and slaughter them. Shortly after, Chai Fu began to think about the meaning of life. Maybe this arrangement of fate is for me to leave behind something. Chai Fu had already thought of leaving behind his inheritance, and now his thought had solidified. It just so happens that I got an inspiration during my closed cultivation and thought of a human path killer move. Looks like fate is never aimless, it wants me to use this move here. This killer move was Congregated Human Talent. Chai Fu had been conceptualizing a lifespan extension method, but he did not expect the final result to be this. Congregated Human Talent was a human path killer move that could concentrate the aptitude of many people into a small group. Chai Fu used this move as the foundation and the favorable location of Human Smoke Mountain to establish his superforce, Chai Clan. Since the establishment of Chai Clan, they had gathered and nurtured outsiders. They then used the killer move congregated human talent to transfer the aptitude of countless outsiders to Chai clansmen. Thus, geniuses always emerged in Chai clan. And those outsiders had mediocre aptitude, they could not cause any problems. Chai clan had this huge advantage, and could rise continually, aspiring for the position of number 1 superforce of southern border. However, there were Ba clan and Xia clan near Chai clan. The 3 clans were near each other, and had always been in dispute. Whenever one clan was more powerful, it would be jointly attacked by the other 2 clans. Adding on that Chai clan had previously been near the 5 regional walls and had small territory, it lacked in resources. Even though they had a large number of geniuses, they did not have sufficient cultivation resources. After the 5 regional walls disappeared, Chai clan became extremely excited. Because they could march towards central continent. However, not long after the regional walls disappeared, chi tides engulfed the world. After the chi tides, inheritances appeared everywhere. All the superforces in 5 regions, even lone and demonic immortals, were scrambling everywhere for these inheritances. In fact, even if this wave calmed down, Chai clan would still be in an awkward situation. Would they dare to attack Central Continent? Central Continent had the 10 great ancient sects, and in terms of strength, they were stronger than Southern Border. Even more terrifying was that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same superior, heavenly court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects fought each other, but if foreign enemies appeared, they would unite like one body. And now, Chai clan encountered the greatest danger over the recent years, Guyu Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan sent 3 rank 8 variant humans to discuss a trade with Chai clan, but their terms were excessive. Fong Yuan directly asked for congregated human talent, human smoke mountain, as well as the countless outsider mortals that Chai clan was nurturing. This was directly excavating Chai clan's core foundation that established their status. It was no wonder everyone in Chai clan looked unsightly. Chai clan's Gu immortal Chai Kuching even shouted in anger, Fong Yuan deserved death. Impudent! You dare to curse my master! Looks like your Chai clan is asking for extermination. Shirzong shouted. No need to report to master, us 3 will attack and exterminate Chai clan now. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch directly took out his 2 large hammers with surging killing intent. The expressions of Chai clan immortals changed intensely, they activated defensive killer moves and rose to the air. A large chaotic battle seemed to be imminent. All of you, stop right now! Bing Yuan stopped the fight with a dark expression. Bing Yuan, this! Shirzong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch looked at Bing Yuan. Bing Yuan was the last to advance to rank 8 among the 3. Naturally, she had safely passed her tribulation with Fong Yuan's help. But Bing Yuan was Shui Er's grandmother, and Shui Er had an extremely terrifying identity that made countless Gu immortals wary. She was Fong Yuan's fiancée. Thus, Shirzong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had no questions about Bing Yuan's leadership position among them, and they were obedient too. Restrain your aggression first. Bing Yuan spoke. Shirzong snorted as he restrained his aura. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch reluctantly put away his hammers while staring at these Chai clan Gu immortals. Chai clan's first supreme elder let out a sigh of relief, and under his lead, Chai clan Gu immortals also returned to ground as a show of sincerity. Bing Yuan's expression was solemn as she said to the Chai clan immortals, We did not come here to make enemies out of Chai clan, we indeed came to do a trade. My master is a benevolent lord, his demon title is only a misunderstanding by the outside world. It is just that those people who misunderstood master did not have a good ending. But what can my master do? Are you going to show your neck and wait for death when others come to kill you? There is no such logic in this world. I believe you can understand it, and won't add to master's problems. Bing Yuan's words not only contained threat, she even distorted reality with her words. Chai Gon did not want to refute, he cupped his fists and said, I apologize for my clansman's careless remark. But if we agree to your condition, it will be akin to losing the foundation of our clan. Back then, when Fate Gu still existed, it was Heavenly Court's foundation. Does this mean Lord Fong Yuan would request to buy Fate Gu from Heavenly Court? Would Heavenly Court sell it? Trying to buy a Superforce's foundation out of nowhere, there is no such logic in this world, isn't that so? Bing Yuan smiled coldly. Chai clan, that is your own problem. Don't try to take advantage of us variant humans, and don't try to take advantage of our master. Our master is benevolent, but besides a fair transaction, do you still want master to help you think of a way to maintain your foundation? Golden Fur Immortal Monarch snickered. Isn't it simple if you want to keep your foundation? Just surrender to our master. Shizong immediately added with sincerity. Yes. If you become our master's subordinates, your future will be bright. If you keep on living like this, there are no prospects for you. The 3 rank 8 variant humans revealed proud looks. They were deeply aware of this over the recent period of time. Shang Clan was silent. They were using this tactful way to express their refusal. The 3 variant human Gu immortals did not persuade much, let alone elaborate on it. They would rather have fewer competitors. Fong Yuan continued to urge. You are all aware in your hearts, if Master wants to forcefully demand the resources, he will personally make a move. Why would he send us 3 to negotiate? Isn't this an unnecessary move? You can rest assured of Master's sincerity. Take a look. Fong Yuan opened her hand, revealing a rank 8 immortal Gu. The Shang Clan immortals were stunned and astonished. They transmitted their voices to each other and discussed. Fong Yuan is really willing to pay a price? I thought that he was going to demand those things forcefully. Be careful, this Gu may be fake. Fong Yuan is crafty and sinister, we cannot be deceived by him. After the rapid conversation, Chai Gon shook his head. It is a good Gu, we can see Lord Fong Yuan's sincerity. But I am ashamed to say that even though I am Chai Clan's first supreme elder, my cultivation is only at rank 7, how can I be worthy of a rank 8 immortal Gu? Fong Yuan smiled. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, take a look. Fong Yuan opened another hand, revealing another Gu. It was another rank 8 immortal Gu. This time, many Chai Clan Gu immortals were moved. Fong Yuan observed their expressions and said with a confident smile. That's right, you did not see it wrongly. This immortal Gu is perfect for your Chai Clan, this Gu is what your immortal Gu house lacks. If you add it, your immortal Gu house will become a rank 8 immortal Gu house. Chai Gon's grave expression was also somewhat swayed. If Chai Clan had a rank 8 immortal Gu house, they could fight against rank 8 Gu immortals, and even participate in the peak battle between pseudo-venerable level existences. Their power and authority would rise to another level. It was a qualitative breakthrough. But at this time, Chai Kuching yelled. Fellow Supreme Elders, don't be deceived by the demon Fong Yuan and these variant human Gu immortals. Even if these immortal Gu are real, our Chai Clan belongs to the grand righteous path. How could we lose our identity and honor for benefits? We must never collude with these demons. If we agree to this trade, what difference is there between us and the demonic immortals that we despise? If Ancestor Chai Fu were still alive, he would definitely berate us furiously. Chapter 2139. Righteous Speech. Ha! Golden Fur Immortal Monarch laughed. You are wrong, little girl. Shizong added. It doesn't hurt to tell you. Your Southern Alliance's leader, Wu Yong, has already traded with us several times. He purchased a rank 9 Wind Path immortal material from us, and also handed rank 7 Fan Wind Gu to us to raise it to rank 8. What? Chai Clan's Gu immortals were shaken. Fong Yuan smiled. Demonic path, righteous path, what's the difference? If my master converts to righteous path, who will dare to not accept him? In fact, not only Wu Clan, Western Desert's Fong Clan is also secretly working with us. Currently, Fong Clan is using all their strength to develop Green Ghost Desert, and is supplying countless soul cores to Master. There was another round of disturbance among the Chai Clan immortals. They had heard of Western Desert's Fong Clan and also knew of their recent movements. What impacted them even more was that Wu Clan was secretly cooperating with Fong Yuan. How can that be? Chai Kuching called out. At least try to make a better lie. Lord Wu Yong is our Southern Alliance's leader. How can he reach agreement with you? Everyone, you should not listen to these variant humans' nonsense. They are just making lies to deceive us. But this time, Chai Clan immortals were silent. Chai Kuching had undergone immortal ascension just recently and had done so through relationships. Although she had talent, she had always been taken care of by Gu immortal seniors and was not aware of how the world worked. Her understanding of the Gu immortal world was even less than Shang Xinci. Since these variant human Gu immortals said this, Chai Clan's immortals believed that it was likely to be true. Because they only needed to investigate it, and would be able to find clues. Since the variant human Gu immortals had said it, they were not afraid of being verified, they could even provide direct evidence. Chai Kuching did not believe Wu Yong would do such things, but Chai Clan's immortals were people who were experienced and aware of worldly affairs. Not long ago, they themselves had reached an agreement with Lu Weiyin secretly to leave a way out. Fong Yuan continued. My master is determined to create the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. I think you all know about master's nature. Even if all the people in the world oppose him, he will do it. He will not give up because someone obstructs him. You can also inquire about the recent events in Eastern Sea. We variant human goo immortals moved all around in Eastern Sea and slaughtered humans. It was to gather resources to complete human sea. Did any Eastern Sea righteous paths superforce oppose us openly? The righteous Qi alliance even has Qi Sea ancestor, a pseudo-venerable, but he pretended not to see it. Let alone your Southern alliance. The will of Chai Clan's immortals was shaken. They started conversing secretly. There are indeed many tragedies happening in Eastern Sea goo immortal world. Yes, these variant human goo immortals might be detestable, but their words are not without logic. Eastern Sea's righteous Qi alliance has the pseudo-venerable Qi Sea ancestor, but it still ended up like this. Not to mention our Southern alliance, which doesn't even have such an expert. The worst thing is, Wu Yong secretly collaborated with Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's influence is truly terrifying. The enemy is strong while we are weak. It will be sensible to preserve our strength for the future. No matter how much they hated to admit it, Chai Clan knew they were not Fong Yuan's match. They were not even the match of these 3 rank 8 variant humans in front of them. What made them even more hopeless was that even if they retaliated, the Southern Alliance would not provide them any protection. Even if the Southern Alliance provided protection, they would not be able to protect them. Chai Clan's human Smoke Mountain had countless humans. If they really fought, these people were Chai Clan's weaknesses and Chai Clan would not be able to protect them. In history, when Ba Clan and Xia Clan caused troubles for Chai Clan, they relied on this point. As long as they made a threatening move towards human Smoke Mountain, Chai Clan had to act carefully. By now, Chai Clan was already inclined towards cooperating with Fong Yuan. There was nothing that could be done about it. The enemy was strong while they were weaker by a huge degree. Only Chai Kaching was still continuing. Everyone, listen to me. Shut up! Chai Gon could not endure it anymore. He waved his hand and sealed Chai Kaching, making her unable to even budge. Chai Kaching was shocked. She had never expected her first Supreme Elder to do this. This method surprised the 3 variant human immortals. When Chai Gon used this move, not even a slight aura leaked out from the start to finish. Without being able to sense the aura, the 3 variant human goo immortals were unable to judge what path this killer move belonged to. Chai Clan was a southern border superforce after all. It had some foundation. Chai Gon's expression was cold as he stared at a Chai Clan goo immortal. Chai Dui Shan, control your own descendant. Yes. Chai Dui Shan immediately walked towards Chai Kaching and placed his hand on her shoulder. Instantly, the seal on Chai Kaching was strengthened further. Chai Kaching's mind shook intensely. Her expression was one of incredulity. Her eyes moved towards the side and reddened as she looked at the ancestor that had once been so tall and grand in her heart. Seeing this, the 3 variant human goo immortals had a similar thought. The outcome was set. A day later, while Chai Clan's headquarters were empty, human Smoke Mountain was attacked by the biggest beast calamity of the past 100 years. An earth path immemorial desolate beast dug out from the ground. At that time, Chai Clan's immortals had gone out to fight for blessed lands, inheritances, and so on, and only a few rank 6 goo immortals were left to guard the headquarters. In order to protect the common people, the goo immortals left behind, with Chai Kaching as the head, used killer moves without caring for losses to Chai Clan. This move inflicted damage on both enemies and oneself. Although the immemorial desolate beast was killed, human Smoke Mountain was heavily damaged and was almost turned into a crater. Fortunately, they were able to protect some clansmen. Although there is a difference between immortals and mortals, Chai Clan holds no such differentiation. Human life is most important. Mortal lives are as precious as goo immortal lives. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, it is worth it if we can save more lives. This is my Chai Clan's principle. It is our integrity as part of the righteous path. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder Chai Gon proclaimed his words that were full of righteousness to Southern Borders goo immortal world after the event. The 3 variant human immortals set off on a journey back in secret. Human Smoke Mountain was naturally attacked by them. According to the agreement between the 3 variant human immortals and Chai Clan sold human Smoke Mountain as well as most of the mortals on human Smoke Mountain, only keeping their own clansmen. They also kept some random outsiders to put up a show. Chai Clan goo immortals did not make a move. The 3 variant human immortals dug up human Smoke Mountain and slaughtered countless mortals. Lastly, the three immortals took away Chai Clan's human path results, while leaving a fire path true inheritance and 3 rank 8 immortal goo to Chai Clan. Ha ha ha, Master's bottom line was 5 rank 8 immortal goo for this mission. I did not think we would complete this mission with just 3. Shizong laughed. Even if Chai Clan is a super clan and has been in southern border for a long time, they are truly inept. Just 3 rank 8 immortal goo were enough to blow them away. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch also showed his disdain. At present, there were over 20 rank 8 immortal goo listed on the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's exchange list. These rank 8 immortal goo were of various paths and could be exchanged for using contribution points. Fong Yuan had been helping many goo immortals undergo tribulation, which spiked the number of rank 8 goo immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Because of this, Fong Yuan put some rank 8 immortal goo on the exchange list. This move stimulated all the rank 8 goo immortals. They were excited to the point of madness. Even though many goo immortals knew clearly, Fong Yuan was dangling a carrot in front of them so that they would work for him like a mule. But this carrot was too large and too glossy, it really made them salivate. How hard was it to obtain a rank 8 immortal goo? How hard was it to refine it? The goo immortals simply could not resist this temptation. Congratulations, Bing Yuan, for saving 2 rank 8 immortal goo for Master. When we return, you will definitely be rewarded with lots of bonus contribution points. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch flattered. Fong Yuan's task rewards were not fixed, they could change according to the change in situation. Bing Yuan laughed reservedly. Actually, I don't care much about contribution points. I saved the 2 rank 8 immortal goo not for contribution points, but to help my family. You know that my shui heir is Lord Fong Yuan's fiancé after all. This again. Bing Yuan is showing off her relationship with Master again. Shizong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch looked at each other secretly, seeing the complex emotions in each other's eyes. They had heard of Bing Yuan mentioning this relationship so many times that they started feeling nauseous. But even so, every time they heard it, Shizong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch could not help but feel envious. Not willing for Bing Yuan to stay on this topic, Shizong said, "Our side is clearly so strong. Why do you think Master still used such a huge price to trade with Chai Clan?" Golden Fur Immortal Monarch immediately replied, "In my opinion, Master traded with Wu Clan, Chai Clan, and Fong Clan, probably because he wants to convert to righteous path." Shizong heaved a sigh. "If I had status and strength like Master's, I would run wild. Who can stop me? He, a mere Chai Clan will be turned to ashes with just a flick of my finger. Will I still talk business with these people?" Bing Yuan snorted coldly. "Which is why you will never become an existence like Master. Master's considerations are always far-sighted. How can we reckon what he is thinking? If we make guesses, it is no different than ants trying to estimate the sun and moon." Yes. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch quickly added, "Actually, even if we turn to righteous path, our lives will be pretty good. Just look at those Chai Clan goo immortals holding back their anger. It was really refreshing. I, a hairy man, finally get to experience the taste of equality." The 3 immortals looked at each other and saw smiles on the others' faces. Bing Yuan said, "Whether Master walks the righteous path or demonic path, we only need to know one thing. That is, we follow Master's decision. If Master wants to negotiate and do business, then we will do business. If Master wants to kill someone, we will go kill that unlucky fellow. Naturally." Golden Fur Immortal Monarch patted his chest strongly. Shizong also nodded, saying with emotions, "In the history of humanity, besides Renzu, I only respect Master." Over this recent period of time, Fong Yuan's subordinates had a huge transformation. The transformation on the surface was the rapid increase in their cultivation level and strength. And the internal mental transformation was that their loyalty towards Fong Yuan was increasing rapidly. The authority of the Supreme Demon, harsh agreements, and terrifying battle achievements made these goo immortals feel dread and not dare to rebel. On this basis, Fong Yuan only needed to give some benefits, and these goo immortals would feel deeply grateful to him. And currently, Fong Yuan's treatment towards them was something the other forces simply could not match. Such huge benefits made these goo immortals gather tightly around Fong Yuan. Chapter 2140. Establishing Dao Veins. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, a huge butterfly was fluttering in the air. This butterfly was pure white and let out graceful cloud light. Its speed was sometimes fast, sometimes slow. When it was fast, it was almost like teleportation, and when it was slow, it moved leisurely like fluttering leaves. This was a totem killer move, cloud-light butterfly. The totem killer moves Jean Boudou brought from Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven had extremely high value. Based on their grades, these totem killer moves were divided into basic totems, unique totems, and super totems. There were thousands of basic totems, including Dark Capital Strength Tiger, Golden Bell Totem, Rain Eagle Totem, and so on. After the cultivators of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven refined a basic totem, they continued to develop the totem, making it a totem unique to them. These totems were different for different Gu immortals. For instance, Jean Boudou combined Rain Eagle and Thunderfish into Kunping Totem, which was his unique totem. It could not be copied by others because this totem was closely related to the distribution and scale of Jean Boudou's Dao marks. Above unique totems were super totems. There were extremely few of these totems, and they were rare to the point of being only rumors and legends. Jean Boudou only heard of them, and had not seen any. Many Gu cultivators of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven also were doubtful regarding this grade of totem. But in Fong Yuan's opinion, they should exist. According to legends, super totems can leave the Gu cultivator and exist by themselves. They possess the ability to cultivate and can act by themselves. Isn't this speaking of Qingqiu? Qingqiu was originally a killer move, but through Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements, it turned into an immemorial desolate beast. Even the Grand Spectral Soul went down because of Qingqiu. All the myriad paths reached the same point in the end. When totem killer moves were cultivated to the limit, they would be like Qingqiu, transforming from a dead killer move to a certain living form. From another angle, Gu refinement was also the same. Gu cultivators refined many dead Gu materials into a living Gu worm. And Gu worms and killer moves were the same in essence. Life, Gu worms, killer moves, and others, they were just a manifestation of Dao. Unfortunately, I still cannot improve totem killer moves into compound killer moves at the moment. Fong Yuan sighed inwardly. When totem killer moves were used to deal with the enemies, they had to leave the sovereign immortal body, and would no longer be under the protection of unrestrained heavenly marks. Maybe in the future, when my heaven path attainment increases, I can use heaven path Dao marks with totem killer moves to create compound totem killer moves. Fong Yuan already made some estimations. His heaven path attainment level needed to increase. In fact, his heaven path attainment had been rising all along. He was continuously refining heaven path Dao marks into unrestrained heavenly marks, and was using heaven path Gu like heavens and the immortal Gu. These experiences gave him insights towards heaven path. But his heaven path was still far from reaching master level. Master level heaven path attainment was the starting point for qualitative change. Fong Yuan continued to cultivate totem killer moves. So far, he was accumulating totem killer moves. Fong Yuan carefully selected these totem killer moves from the basic totems, and after perfecting them, they were at rank 8 killer move level. A message appeared that disturbed Fong Yuan's cultivation. Fong Yuan stopped his cultivation and inspected this message. This message came from Lu Weiyin. The letter focused on the method of artificially creating earth veins. My thought of modifying the sovereign immortal aperture is possible after all. Fong Yuan thought with some joy. Over this period of time, Fong Yuan had published the exchange list and invested greatly to nurture his subordinate Gu immortals. Because of this, Fong Yuan's subordinates had a huge increase in their strength. They became extremely active and took the initiative to do missions everywhere. The sovereign immortal aperture's situation had already stabilized. Fong Yuan estimated he could annex 3 more grotto heavens before the ecosystem started breaking down again. But Fong Yuan was not satisfied with this. It was best if he could devour all the grotto heavens, and increase his strength to the limit before the battle in Kray's Demon Cave. When he goes to Kray's Demon Cave in the future and faces off against Venerables, he would have a much easier time. However, even if Fong Yuan placed all the variant human alliance Gu immortals inside the sovereign immortal aperture, including Qi-Si Ancestor to overlook the whole situation, he could not annex all the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Even if he could do so, Fong Yuan would not do it. If he did it, the sovereign immortal aperture's ecosystem would turn completely chaotic, and with just a little carelessness, it would break apart. Currently, Fong Yuan was in a secure environment, and there was already this threat. When he fights with Venerables and they discover this weakness, they may have some special methods to exploit this weakness. In fact, Fong Yuan's silver luck pillar was loose and not condensed. It was hinting to Fong Yuan that this obvious weakness was very likely to be used by Venerables. Just relying on manpower did not work. Fong Yuan racked his brains and finally thought of another method. That was to construct veins. Heaven had heaven veins, earth had earth veins, and humans had human veins. The so-called vein was extraordinary and special. Not only was it an agglomeration of down marks, but it also contained the characteristics of movement. Heaven veins might be formless, but they contained abundant heaven path down marks. At the same time, these heaven path down marks were not constantly unchanging, they circulated and transformed continuously. So when Qi tides swept the world, there were Qi harvest fruits every time they dissipated. And in the two heavens, because almost all the grotto heavens were placed on a heaven vein node, the Qi harvest fruit's emergence became even more obvious, turning into a calamity. Earth veins were similar. After the pursued battle against Fong Yuan, earth veins appeared and spread throughout the 5 regions. Fong Yuan, Lu Weiyin, and others used the characteristic of the earth vein movement to escape smoothly. Why were there abnormal situations occurring in Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture? What was the truth and source of it? Where was the crux of the issue? When Fong Yuan researched it, the answer he got was very thought-provoking. The answer was the non-conflicting down marks of the sovereign immortal aperture. By right, there should be conflict between different down marks. But there was none of it in the sovereign immortal aperture. Down marks of all paths were harmonious. Excessive harmony was not a good thing. There was no absolute good or bad in the world. Just like when Ni clan encountered the meteor calamity. This meteor calamity was extremely destructive and Fong Yuan had to personally make a move to resolve it. The source of this meteor calamity was just a spurt of fire rain in mini red heaven. After Fong Yuan annexed Fire Plain Grotto Heaven, his fire path down marks had a massive surge which caused frequent fire rain in mini red heaven. And among all the fire rain, one spell continued to grow and happened to shoot through a charcoal lake. The fire rain's down marks and charcoal lake's down marks merged together, forming rank 6 level killer move meteor rain. As the meteor rain entered mini orange heaven, it combined with the down marks on its way and its strength increased to rank 7 level. As it entered mini yellow heaven, it combined with metal path down marks and its might increased to rank 8. When it was above the Ni clan army, the scale of these meteors was already dense enough to fill the sky, reaching tens of thousands. The smallest were only the size of a small field, while some were as large as a mountain. If there was the presence of conflicting down marks, this calamity would have not occurred. It was very likely that when the fire rain shot through the charcoal lake, it would be restrained by the earth path down marks in the charcoal lake, its might would fall sharply and it would end there. But because of the harmony between down marks and the sovereign immortal aperture, after the fire rain went through the charcoal lake, it became meteor fire rain. After Fong Yuan realized this crucial point, he understood how to end the issues in the sovereign immortal aperture. It was simple. That was to make the down marks in the sovereign immortal aperture conflict. Once there were conflicting down marks, the sovereign immortal aperture's biggest issue would be solved easily. It would be stable like the outside world's 5 regions. Lu Weiyin's letter also confirmed Fong Yuan's idea. He mentioned, when Shadow Sect refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu, Mushroom Man Paradise had also secretly helped. Spectral Soul might, or might not have realized this issue. But that was not important. Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth might oppose each other, but they reached a tacit agreement through Red Lotus Demon Venerable because of Fate Gu. Lu Weiyin analyzed, the fundamental reason for Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu being rank 9 was non-conflicting down marks. But if it were to be taken a step further and raised to rank 10, the down marks had to conflict. This conflict was not taking a step back, but instead, to make the Sovereign Immortal Body's down marks follow the Master's intention. It could either be non-conflicting or conflicting down marks at will. Making the down marks conflict could resolve the sovereign immortal body's greatest flaw, strong attack, weak defense. However, Fong Yuan clearly did not have enough capability to accomplish this. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was unable to do this. After all, that would not be rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu, but rank 10. Rank 9 immortal Gu were already rare and mighty, rank 10 was only a rumor of legends. Fong Yuan had lived for hundreds of years but had only heard rumors of 2 rank 10 immortal Gu. One was Destiny Gu, one of the main materials for refining rank 10 Destiny Gu was rank 9 Fate Gu. Another was Eternal Gu. This legend originated from Renzu. Currently, from Lu Weiyin's letter, Fong Yuan learned of the possible 3rd rank 10 immortal Gu, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fong Yuan could not accomplish conflicting down marks, then what should he do? Easy. Since he could not create conflicting down marks, Fong Yuan went to the extreme, to make down marks even more harmonious, and condense them. But this cohesion and harmony was selective, and would be under Fong Yuan's control. What was the solution? Fong Yuan did not need to think much before the method of vein construction emerged in his mind. There were many kinds of Tao veins. Heaven vein, earth vein, human vein, fire vein, water vein, and so on. In Eastern Sea, undercurrents interwove under the sea, forming a natural route for transportation of goods. Many of Eastern Sea's caravans made use of goo worms to go deep under the sea and use the undercurrents to move rapidly. In a short time, they could travel for 10,000 li, or even 100,000 li, to engage in trade. This was actually one of the forms of water veins. Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance naturally contained the way to construct artificial earth vein. But Fong Yuan still wanted to consult Lu Wei-yin regarding the specific way to put it into practice. Regarding him and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Fong Yuan was always on guard. For instance, Fong Yuan had never let Lu Wei-yin enter the sovereign immortal aperture. Or for example, Fong Yuan preserved Paradise Earth's dream realms and Mushroom Man Paradise. He did not make a move on them without deep consideration. Adding in Lu Wei-yin's suggestion, I can modify my previous idea and get an overall mature way to implement it. I can let those Gu Immortals finish the early steps. Or maybe, I should let Meng Qiuzhen explore Paradise Earth's dream realms first and raise my Earth Path attainment, which would make it much more convenient for constructing the Earth Vein. Chapter 2141. Fong Yuan's Revival. Central Continent. In the depths of an earth trench. Inside a pitch-black cave, two cold rays of light shone suddenly. This was by Ningbing's gaze. As she ended this closed cultivation session, she had not only created an Ice Path killer move, but also gained some insight towards Ice Path. I can clearly feel my understanding of ice and snow deepening by a little. I am not far from Grandmaster level. Bai Ningbing mumbled. Such a pity that after I converted to Dragon Man, my comprehension speed of ice and snow path fell sharply. My current master level is mostly the accumulation from before. Previously, Bai Ningbing possessed Northern Dark Eye Soul physique and had an extremely high innate advantage when cultivating Ice Path and Soul Path. Her attainment levels in those paths could increase rapidly. But after converting her body, it influenced this aspect. Dragon Man was specialized in Enslavement Path. If Bai Ningbing were to change to cultivating Enslavement Path, she would have an advantage in it. But the level of this advantage could not compare to the help the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique provided in cultivating Ice Path and Soul Path. Man was the spirit of all living beings. The talent of the 10 extreme physiques was far superior to the talents of the variant human races. Bai Ningbing cautiously walked out of the cave. This cave was formed naturally and was at the side of a cliff in the earth trench. Bai Ningbing activated Breath Concealment Ice Pearl. Shortly after, an ice thread-like thin line appeared on her slender and fair neck, circling around it. This move was created by Bai Ningbing, and was not from Bai Xiang's true inheritance. The killer move did not let out any aura when activated, because the aura was stored as tiny ice pearls on the ice thread. The disadvantage of this move was that it sacrificed some of its power, and once there were too many ice pearls, they would combine into one and turn into a noose that would strangle Bai Ningbing, causing serious injuries or even death. I must conceal my aura when exploring this deep into the earth trench. Bai Ningbing's expression was calm as she quietly activated an investigative killer move to scout her surroundings. After she left the earth treasury, she started cultivating in the depths of the earth trench. She was chased down by wild beast groups and suffered a lot. Fortunately, with the killer move by Xiang, as long as a fragment of her body remained, Bai Ningbing was undying, otherwise she would not have survived until now. There are 3 immemorial desolate beasts within 100 li radius, as well as an ancient desolate beast group. Bai Ningbing quickly understood her surroundings. She only had rank 7 cultivation. It was extremely dangerous for her to live in this environment. Even ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals found it difficult to explore this place. With huge risks came huge rewards. The cultivation resources here were at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ningbing could not use them, she could sell them in Treasure Yellow Heaven and buy the resources she needed. Bai Ningbing liked taking risks. Most people would be on tenterhooks about this kind of life, but she immersed in it and enjoyed the thrill of being at the brink of life and death. Although it is dangerous to cultivate here, there is still a chance of survival. But in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, it is even more dangerous. Be they Fong Yuan, Shadow Sect, or Heavenly Court, they will all hunt me down. Bai Ningbing had a clear judgment of her situation. Bai Bai Ningbing had just walked out of the cave when her expression changed slightly. She sensed that most of the wild beasts suddenly acted like cats that had smelled fish, beginning to rush towards one direction. Some beasts and beast groups were unmoved, but they were soon engulfed by the will of the majority of the beasts, and rushed forward as well. Thereupon, a massive beast tide formed rapidly under Bai Ningbing's gaze. What's going on? These beasts seem to be attracted to something. They gave up on their fights and territories to go after it. What could it be? Bai Ningbing could not help but feel curious. Without any hesitation, she immediately activated a movement killer move as she joined the beast tide. The beast tide started gathering together. Countless ancient desolate beasts and some conspicuous immemorial desolate beasts were surrounding an area. This area was also on the precipice of the earth trench. It protruded slowly like a burial mound. At this moment, it was letting out yellowish brown and red light. The light was like water as it moved around dazzlingly. On the peak of the burial mound, there was a tombstone. The tombstone seemed to have writings, but they were obstructed by the light. They could not be seen even by using investigative killer moves. Bai Ningbing had already transformed into Bai Xiang state and joined with the beast groups. What place is this? There is such a dense earth path and fire path aura here. What is hiding here? Immortal materials? Or immortal goo? But why is there a tombstone? The tombstone seems to have some characters written on it. Is it made by someone? Who is buried there? Bai Ningbing looked at the surrounding beasts. She had a trace of understanding. Most of these beasts are earth path and fire path beasts, no wonder they were attracted here. There are only beasts of other paths here, and they were forcefully pulled in by the beast tide. Boom! Right at this time, the two lights over the burial mound suddenly shot towards the sky, turning into a giant yellow-red pillar of light. The beasts roared in excitement. Some beasts began to charge towards the pillar as if trying to get the top spot, but they were soon knocked down and trampled by the beasts behind them. The beast groups fell into chaos and madness, fighting and killing each other as they charged towards the pillar of light. But even if some beasts reached the front and collided with the pillar, they did not get what they wanted. The pillar of light remained unmoving. It was like a large mountain that refused to budge an inch. Bai Ningbing was a Gu immortal and had intelligence far above the beasts. She hid outside the chaotic battle, and although she was still implicated, she mainly observed the changes. As time passed, there were heavy casualties among the beast groups with corpses scattered everywhere. The yellow-red pillar of light also started to shrink, seemingly converging into the burial mound. The beasts became even more frantic, their bloodthirsty, pained, and chewing noises filled Bai Ningbing's ears. This vast world is truly profound without limits, and it has endless mysteries to explore. Let me see what is going on. Bai Ningbing began to move closer towards the mound. When the beasts had killed each other, and the survivors were riddled with injuries, the yellow-red light was completely absorbed by the mound. The tombstone on the mound also dug into the earth. The mound seemed to have reached the point of qualitative change as it suddenly split apart. Crack, crack. Thin cracks spread all over the mound. Shortly after, the mound burst open from the inside and a Gu immortal's aura leaked towards the surroundings. A naked male immortal opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings in a daze. Who am I? But at the next moment, he started becoming clear-headed as he recalled many things. Ah, I remember, I am Fong Yuan. The male immortal's eyes shrunk in amazement and shock. Roar! Beast groups roared and pounced towards the naked immortal agitatedly. The male immortal opened his eyes wide and flew to the air. I am alive again. I am Fong Yuan, I am, Lava Demon Lord. Bam! A huge sound erupted as red light waves spread from the male immortal's body. The light waves surged like a tsunami, drowning its surroundings. Everywhere they passed by, the red light waves burned everything. Most of the beast groups were burned to death instantly, and some of the surviving beasts were even more injured. Some were lying on the ground on the verge of death, while a small portion of the beasts went berserk as they charged towards the male immortal. The male immortal Fong Yuan's expression turned solemn as he let out the red light waves again. The red light swept the whole battlefield, causing a large number of casualties, but there were still several immemorial desolate beasts that managed to reach Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan could not keep his composure anymore as he shouted towards Bai Ningbing. Lend me a hand. I will reward you heavily after this. Okay. Bai Ningbing agreed without hesitation and attacked directly. Within a short period of time, she easily killed those several immemorial desolate beasts. It was because they were already heavily injured. Many thanks, friend. Fortunately, with your help I could. Ah! Fong Yuan was suddenly cut into two at the waist. Bai Ningbing grabbed his head, holding his upper body as she smiled cruelly. I thought about it, it is still more convenient to soul search directly. Fong Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing with wide eyes. This female immortal had light blue vertical dragon pupils and had a pair of spiral dragon horns. Her glistening silver hair was shiny like crystal, extending to her waist. Her skin was snow white, and on her peerlessly beautiful face, there was a hint of crazed indifference. Such a beautiful woman! Fong Yuan died with his eyes wide open. Bai Ningbing searched Fong Yuan's soul, but was unable to obtain any valuable information. Although Fong Yuan revived in the mound, he was still muddle-headed and did not know many things. Bai Ningbing landed on the broken mound and searched carefully. There were still no gains. This area had such a large scale of earth path and fire path Dao marks, but they have disappeared completely, and it is no different from ordinary ground now. But Bai Ningbing looked at Fong Yuan's body. No, to be more accurate, these Dao marks condensed into the immortal body. Wonderful, truly amazing. Bai Ningbing praised repeatedly. Through soul search, she knew this Fong Yuan was from a previous generation. He cultivated earth path, but later inherited heart fire true inheritance, so cultivated fire path as well. He did fire monster business, and had been one of the tycoons of this business in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He had died long ago, but for some reason, he actually revived. This grave-like mound seems to have the same effect as Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard. It can let Gu immortals revive? Bai Ningbing was excited about this discovery. She had made a huge gain this time. Not only did she discover the mysterious mound, she also captured Fong Yuan's soul and obtained his inheritance as well as cultivation insights. The even bigger battle spoils were the beast corpses that filled the battlefield. There were many rank 8 immortal materials here. Rank 7 immortal materials were even higher in number. Sovereign immortal aperture, mini southern border. Rumble! With a loud sound, a mountain landed on the ground like a large stamp. The famous mountain was red and squarish. This mountain did not have even a trace of soil, it was completely formed from all kinds of copper. It was Copper Seal Mountain. Previously, Copper Seal Mountain was targeted by the tribulation of the 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. Half of it was split by the lightning, giving out dense smoke and sparks. The entire mountain had turned into a molten state and emitted a terrible smell. But now, after Fong Yuan issued the corresponding missions, Copper Seal Mountain was repaired by many Gu immortals. It was not only restored to its former state, it was even larger now. Chapter 2142. Ideas about resources. Alright, we have finally moved this Copper Seal Mountain now. The exhausted Gu immortals let out breaths of relief. One Rockman Gu immortal did not rest and began to prepare. After a long while, he activated an Earth Path killer move. Under the effect of this killer move, Copper Seal Mountain seemed to shake slightly. The base of the mountain started emitting a thin earthen yellow radiance. The threads of light gathered and formed a translucent, golden Earth Path mountain root. The mountain root pierced the ground and began to spread quickly. The Rockman Gu immortal continued to maintain the killer move. He had an expression of difficulty. His immortal essence was consumed rapidly. Finally, he could no longer continue and stopped the killer move. The mountain root stopped spreading rapidly and paused. It had entered deep underground and began to grow with normal speed. In the coming years, this mountain root would join with the surrounding Dao marks, maintaining and helping to stabilize Copper Seal Mountain. Trees had tree roots, while mountains had mountain roots. If they were casually moved, the roots could be broken and result in their destruction. Therefore, moving famous trees and mountains required special wood path and earth path methods, otherwise, there were more disadvantages than advantages in moving them forcefully. The Rockman Gu immortal sat cross-legged on the ground and started to recover. He was extremely tired. His immortal essence expenditure was also the highest among the immortals. Naturally, after the mission completion, his contribution points would be that much higher as well. As for the other Gu immortals, they had finished resting and started to carry out the final inspection. After a while, the immortals gathered once again. That will do, this Copper Seal Mountain state is good. The mountain root's situation is also pretty good. Such a famous mountain and mountain root can completely bear the task of being an earth vein node. Master is truly majestic and bold. He is actually constructing an earth vein in the entire Mini-5 regions. This plan is really too grand and will need at least 10 years to complete. It really makes me admire him endlessly. The immortals nodded, they had the same feeling. Alright, let's leave. We need to relocate the next famous mountain. There are not many Gu immortals who can relocate mountains, but there will be fewer tasks like this as we continue finishing them. The contribution points are also abundant. Let's work hard and try to finish some more. Yes. Recently, if someone cannot continue, they will make a trip to the Liver Life Formation. No one wants to give up on those contribution points. I already went before this. Haha, is that so? I also went there. The immortals left Copper Seal Mountain while conversing. If the mini-5 regions were looked from high above, one would see about 10 groups of people working hard to relocate mountains. Of course, it was not just famous mountains. Besides famous mountains, there were also the 10 Earths that could act as Earth vein nodes. There was a detailed description regarding 10 Earths in Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. The 10 Earths were Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Earth Cave, Earth Prison, Production Earth, Flying Earth, Formation Earth, Treasure Earth, and Tomb Earth. These 10 Earths could bear the task of being Earth vein nodes. The first step in Fong Yuan's artificial Earth vein construction was to arrange all kinds of Earth vein nodes in the mini-5 regions. He would then use Earth path methods to connect the nodes. Lastly, he would make adjustments. Currently, Fong Yuan could only create half of the 10 Earths: Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Production Earth, and Formation Earth. The other 5 Earths were beyond his ability. For example, Tomb Earth. The formation of this Earth was shrouded in mystery. Even Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable could not see through it. Gu immortals could revive in this area. Tomb Earth's tombstone was also extremely mysterious, possessing the ability of information path. It seemed to be able to extract and condense all the information of the Gu immortal's life from the river of time. The greater the reputation of the Gu immortal, the more detailed the writings on the tombstone, which seemed to provide more help towards the Gu immortal's revival. The specific relation between them had to be verified. At present, Fong Yuan's subordinates were all moving mountains. Mountains usually acted as Earth vein nodes and not the 10 Earths. These mountains needed to be at least of famous mountain level. There are not many famous mountains in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. I estimate they can only cover 30% of the Earth vein nodes in the first step of the plan. The artificial Earth vein project was extremely large and needed the most investment. Fong Yuan had annexed a large number of grotto heavens and obtained an inestimable amount of cultivation resources, but now, he was starting to see the limits. Fong Yuan still had a famous mountain which he did not use. That was the recently obtained Human Smoke Mountain. It is better to keep this mountain. My intuition is telling me that if I continue to use Chai Clan's Human Path research results, I will be able to condense the essence of Human Smoke Mountain and form an incomplete Human Mountain. Fong Yuan was a Human Path Grandmaster. His intuition regarding Human Path was much more accurate than Human Path Masters. After killing many mortals raised by Chai Clan, Human Sea was complete, but Human Mountain had yet to form. The combination of Human Mountain and Human Sea would definitely be extremely powerful. Even in 500 years of his previous life, Fong Yuan had not seen it. But this was a long-term project. The investment in constructing a secluded domain of heaven and earth was extremely big. Much bigger than the investment in an artificial Earth vein. The reason the incomplete Human Sea could be completed was because there were the painstaking accumulations of Eastern Sea's Xiao Clan. It was at its final stage and required Human Path resources. Eastern Sea's Xiao Clan suffered from their righteous path identity, and could only collect the resources secretly. How could they dare to be like Fong Yuan, killing and massacring openly? Firstly, Fong Yuan chose the targets of slaughter cleverly. He did not cross the limits of the Righteous G Alliance, they ignored it. Later, he paid attention to Chai Clan's mortals. Fong Yuan decisively gave up on a portion of the benefits to negotiate forcefully. Even a super clan like Chai Clan finally submitted to Fong Yuan's demonic might, lowering their head to cooperate. I am starting to lack resources. Fong Yuan frowned slightly. The plan of constructing Human Mountain was definitely far away in the future. In fact, the incomplete Refinement Sea was also on the verge of being consumed. Fong Yuan had invested too much in this recent period of time. In fact, he had looted countless cultivation resources. These resources mostly came from 2 heavens grotto heavens, which had a long history spanning several hundreds of thousands of years, and even 1,000,000 years. But it would not last long. Fong Yuan had been refining rank 8 immortal Gu on a large scale. At the same time, he used rank 6 and rank 7 cultivation resources to nurture his subordinates. Fong Yuan had too many Gu immortals under him. Just Langya sect alone had many hairy man Gu immortals. The Variant Human Alliance had even more Gu immortals. There was also the group of Variant Human Gu immortals like Bing Yuan, Shizong, and Mo Tan Sang. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's human Gu immortals were close to 10, including Combat Beast King. And there was also Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miaoyin, as well as Fong Yuan's clones Wu Shui, Zhan Budu, and others. Not long ago, Mushroom Man Gu immortals joined him. Among them, the strongest was Ke Xianhong. The size of Fong Yuan's subordinate Gu immortals far surpassed normal super forces. Even Longevity Heaven could not compare to him, that was to say, only the former Shadow Sect that had Zombie Alliance, and Heavenly Court that had the 10 great ancient sects under it, could compare to him. Were Wu Clan to possess this many Gu immortals, Wu Yong might be laughing happily even in his dreams. A formidable character like Wu Yong did not care about the difference in races, he only cared if they were usable or not. Naturally, it would be better if they were all human Gu immortals. Fong Yuan was expanding so much that no amount of cultivation resources would be enough for him to use. Fortunately, his foundation was extremely robust and could last for this long. But now, it was beginning to show signs of exhaustion. Looks like I need to plunder resources again. Although his accumulations were still there, Fong Yuan was preparing for the future. I have already looted the resources of the Variant Human Alliance. Only a portion of the Grotto Heavens remain now. Mushroom Man Paradise's situation is also the same. Almost all the Mushroom Men have moved over, let alone the resources accumulated there. Fong Yuan analyzed. He had placed his hopes on Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, but from the information Zhan Budu brought, Fong Yuan knew Longevity Heaven had placed its forces in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven itself was very powerful and was difficult to conquer. There were definitely forces eyeing it other than Longevity Heaven. So, although that place had plenty of resources, Fong Yuan did not want to target it at the moment. Eastern Sea's Blue Dragon Whale also had abundant resources. But it was also not possible. Ever since the last time he left, Fong Yuan had not been able to find any traces of the Blue Dragon Whale. He had used the killer move Heaven and Earth Travel to try to enter the Blue Dragon Whale's immortal aperture, but failed mysteriously every time. There is still a group of 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens who submitted to Qixi Ancestor, they are all humans. These Grotto Heavens also have plenty of cultivation resources. Maybe I can cooperate with Qixi Clone. For the moment, Fong Yuan did not want to invade superforces like Chai Clan and Wu Clan. That would expend his own luck. Any superforce possessed enormous luck and had a few tricks up their sleeves. There might not be many benefits and the risks were definitely huge. More importantly, even if he invaded superforces, Fong Yuan did not want to take over too much of the outside world's territories. It was much better to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. Both his territories and himself were in one body. It was extremely flexible and convenient. Other Gu immortals did not have the sovereign immortal aperture, so it was more beneficial for them to occupy territories. If they possessed the sovereign immortal aperture, they might also make the same choice as Fong Yuan. A strong wind suddenly blew over from 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool and charged towards the skies before dissipating. He Chunchio brought good news. Wu Clan's Fan Wind Gu was advanced successfully, though it failed 2 times in the process. Rank 8 Fan Wind Gu. In recent times, 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool had gone through some adjustments, and its ability was much stronger now. Including Fan Wind Gu, Fong Yuan had already refined over 50 Rank 8 Immortal Gu with 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. I can sell true inheritances on a large scale in Treasure Yellow Heaven and exchange for cultivation resources. The profits from doing Gu refinement business are also quite amazing. Fong Yuan thought of 2 ways to gather resources. According to Fong Yuan's current refinement path strength, he was only unable to refine Rank 9 and Rank 10 Immortal Gu, as well as some specific Rank 8 Immortal Gu. For instance, Fong Yuan lacked sufficient Rank 8 Luck Path Immortal materials for fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. Chapter 2143. Tiger Poison Gu. You have only 7 days left to live! Meng Qiuzhen entered Paradise Earth's dream realm. What welcomed him was this sentence. What? Meng Qiuzhen blurted out in astonishment. In front of him was an old mushroom man granny. She sighed and said in a guilty tone, Little me, your grandmother is too useless. I really have no way to treat your illness. Using this short time, Meng Qiuzhen quickly scanned his surroundings. He found that not only was there a mushroom man in front of him, He himself was also a mushroom man. And right now, they were in a hut that was specific to mushroom man culture. This hut had deep green walls, it was constructed with special grass and mud. The roof of the hut was made with straws. The furnishings inside the hut were simple and revealed this was a doctor's home. Grandma, is it really hopeless? Is there really no other way? Meng Qiuzhen pretended to be in disbelief while trying hard to find clues regarding this dream realm. The mushroom man granny hesitated for a moment before saying, "There is a way." Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, "What way?" The mushroom man granny shook her head and walked towards a table. There were medicine pots all over the table. Some were white, some were gray, but most were black. Some of these medicine pots were opened. They were filled with dried medicinal herbs or pitch-black medicinal liquid, whereas some medicine pots were covered tightly with lids. The old granny seemed to be in a complicated mood. She subconsciously moved these medicine pots before gradually calming down. With her back towards Meng Qiuzhen, she said, "The one thing I can think of that can possibly save you is not a method, but a person." "A person?" Meng Qiuzhen got near to the old granny. He saw these medicine pots actually contained goo worms. The old granny sighed. "Sigh, you know her too." Meng Qiuzhen had no idea who she meant, but he had plenty of experience, and developed quite a glib tongue. He said, "Could it be her?" "Indeed her. My tribe's previous witch, Fong Yuan," said the old granny. Every mushroom man tribe had a witch. Different from the merman tribe's saintess, witches did not hold authority, but they usually had high reputation. Because witches were the most capable female doctors in the mushroom man tribe. Without the witch's support and blessing, the mushroomman's next tribe leader would face questioning and might even be unable to take the position. "You only have hope of survival by looking for the previous witch, Fong Yuan," the old granny emphasized. Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, "Then where is she?" "Whip Mountain." The old granny looked at Meng Qiuzhen. "Little me, you are a good child. I have watched you grow up. The plague is terrorizing the tribe, but you should not have been infected. It was because you helped me treat others of your own accord that you got infected. You also know a thing or two about Fong Yuan's matter. Although she is extremely strong, she betrayed the tribe, so you can only go look for her personally. The tribe won't help you." Meng Qiuzhen nodded. He keenly sensed that the old granny had some hidden meaning behind her words. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked, "But Grandma, I simply cannot reach there with my strength. I must see Fong Yuan to obtain her help. Not only to keep my life, but more than that, I want to bring back a way to treat the illness." Good child, good child." The old granny was relieved. "That is what I want you to do. Rest assured, you are taking the risk to go to Whip Mountain. Your journey will be filled with dangers, and Whip Mountain is moreover a human territory. How can I, your grandmother, let you go like that?" The old granny turned sideways and opened all of the medicine pots on the table. "You can take 3 of the goo worms here. They will provide a huge help to you." "Many thanks, Grandma," Meng Qiuzhen said while thinking. It was like this indeed. He had plenty of experiences in exploring dream realms. With just this conversation, he had already probed the key of this dream realm stage. The crucial hidden point of this stage of the dream realm is the selection of goo. If I did not sense the old granny's hidden meaning and mentioned it, I might not have gotten the chance to select goo. Choosing 3 goo worms will definitely lower the difficulty of the dream realm. But which 3 would be better for me? Meng Qiuzhen carefully observed the goo worms while secretly activating Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. With the help of Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, Meng Qiuzhen soon found various clues of the second stage. "Choose quickly, stop wasting time needlessly. You need to treasure every breath of time you have," the old granny urged. Meng Qiuzhen said through clenched teeth. "Grandma, let me consider for a bit longer," the old granny said with a cold face. "Humph, you are already in this situation, you must be decisive. Choose 3 goo worms immediately, then leave the valley through this secret passage. If this time passes, that passage will be closed for 7 days. Choose quickly." Meng Qiuzhen was not able to put it off any longer, but fortunately, he had already gotten much information in this short period of time. "I choose these 3. Meng Qiuzhen quickly chose 3 goo from the tens of medicine pots. "Good. You chose well. Huang Xiaomi, time is pressing. I can only help you till here. Leave now." The old granny's voice had just ended when Meng Qiuzhen's sight turned dark. The dream realm entered the second stage. He had rank 3 cultivation, and using his goo worms as well as the 3 new goo, he traveled rapidly through the mountains. although it was arduous. He walked through the dangerous man-eating forest, past the high fog, and crossed the death marsh. He was now facing his final obstacle, a 1000-beast king-level black bear. Meng Qiuzhen fought a long and bitter battle with the black bear. Finally, the black bear collapsed on the ground. Its thick body shrank within a few breaths of time like a balloon that was poked. In just a short while, its blood, flesh, and organs turned into purple poison which flowed out of its wounds and orifices. Meng Qiuzhen carefully squatted and took out tiger poison goo. This rank 3 tiger poison goo was one of the 3 goo he chose in the first stage of the dream realm. Once activated, it could emit tiger poison. Tiger poison goo was like a black scorpion, but its head had golden markings that resembled the character for king. It came out of the white-silver aperture and started absorbing the poison that was all over the ground. Soon, the poison was completely absorbed by it, and its body was slightly enlarged. With a shift of Meng Qiuzhen's will, tiger poison goo obediently flew back into his aperture. The first stage had many poison goo, like snake poison goo, dove poison goo, bee poison goo, and so on. Against the 1000-beast king-level black bear, bee poison goo, which is restrained by bear physique, should never be selected. Snake poison goo and dove poison goo have rather slow effects. Only tiger poison goo is specialized in dealing with this kind of large beast, and its effect takes place quickly as well. Moreover, when used with poison liquid goo, tiger poison can change form and become extremely practical in battle. In the fight with the Black Bear King, Meng Qiuzhen used poison liquid goo and tiger poison goo to form a poison liquid tiger. The poison liquid tiger was able to fight the Black Bear King head-on. It greatly made up for Meng Qiuzhen's weakness in direct combat. Meng Qiuzhen stayed at the back and continuously used poison path goo worms to help the poison liquid tiger, and claimed victory in the end. Naturally, tiger poison goo also had its disadvantage. The disadvantage was quite big as well. There was a common saying that even tigers would not hurt their cubs. Tiger poison goo had no effect towards infantile targets. According to Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo's information, Meng Qiuzhen had already known in the first stage that the black bear was the final obstacle and also the most difficult one. He acted according to the conditions and selected the most crucial tiger poison goo. Tiger poison goo's toxicity and venom quantity has fallen greatly, even though I gathered the remaining poison after the battle. Tiger poison goo needs time to recuperate. My overall power has decreased quite a bit. Fortunately, this is the final obstacle, and this is a dream realm, not the real wilderness. Huh! What happened? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed slightly. The second stage of the dream realm was still stable and did not disappear like he expected. Is there still another obstacle? It can't be. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo already scouted everything. Wait a moment, in the search before, there was also a mortal. This mortal did not have Goo Master cultivation, so Meng Qiuzhen did not think much of it. Maybe, if tiger poison goo was not selected, the mortal would provide some help to the goo cultivator exploring the dream realm. But now, Meng Qiuzhen realized this mortal seemed to be a crucial factor. According to the gathered information, Meng Qiuzhen naturally knew of this mortal's location. He immediately moved towards the location. Halfway on his journey, his strength started decreasing rapidly. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen immediately inspected himself and turned pale. The plague has erupted. There were clearly about 2 more days left. Could it be, the battle with the black bear expended too much of my energy, and my body is unable to bear it, so the plague erupted earlier? This plague was specific to mushroom men. Once it erupted, mushrooms would grow all over the body. The bigger the mushrooms grew, the more vitality they would extract from the mushroom men. The plague broke out so violently that when Meng Qiuzhen discovered it, he was already sapped of his strength and collapsed on the ground. Is this dream realm exploration going to end here? I haven't even seen Paradise Earth's face. To help the main body's plan of constructing Earth Vein, Meng Qiuzhen started the exploration of Paradise Earth's dream realm ahead of time. No, I still have hope. Persevere, I must persevere. This place is not that far from that mortal's location. Although Meng Qiuzhen was powerless and could only lie on the ground, it had not reached the worst situation yet. At least he had strength to breathe and could use the goo worms in his aperture. He immediately activated a healing goo worm and started delaying for time. The healing goo could not cure the root.